the fuck? Bruh. Oh no, not a fly. Where's my amazing fly swatter? There it is. Did it amazingly work? Who the fuck knows? Alright, and we are finally live. That fly didn't die. Silly, silly fly. Alright. So I believe everything's working. We're gonna have our boy I'm OP every day. Link should be in the description. Hopefully that I put that right. Who the fuck knows? I kind of forgot to check that. Oh, I'm just not gonna do that right now. It should be in the description. If it's not, check out OP I'm every day if you're looking for good guides for Grand Summoner and a few other games. But he's the man, and while we're playing, we're gonna run some of his cues in the background, some of his tips.
Today, I'm deciding to go through every single Minds equip and rank them on a tier list from must-have to F tier to show you all what Minds equips are worth getting and what isn't. By the way, I also asked all of you guys if you would rather have this tier list or a unit Minds tier list, and it seems like you guys were pretty split on it. You know, a lot of you guys wanted this and a lot of you guys wanted the unit Minds tier list, so let me know down below if you guys still want that unit Minds tier list, and I probably will still do it. Oh, and by the way, this is actually going to cover all of the Minds equips, even the ones on JP that we do not have yet. And how I'm going to be looking at each of these equips and putting them on a tier list, at least in my head. I may not thoroughly explain it like this every single time. It's going to be in terms of usability, viability, and also niche. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. First, we have the Inferno Dragons equip, which is going to be the 4-star magic. If I'm going to be honest here, this thing belongs in pretty much F tier. There's other good burn equips that we have if you are needing a burn item that doesn't have a negative like reducing your own defense. However, I could see an argument for putting this in D tier, because if you do need a burn, then this one could be justified as being a little bit better since it does give you 10% crit rate, but I would much rather prefer that to be 10% crit damage or just 10% damage while the enemy is burning or something along those lines. And yeah, overall, I just think the Crimson Blade could definitely be a lot better than what it is. Next is going to be the 5-star magic, which is currently in JP but not in global. And this one's passive is that it has burn time reduction and burn evasion
double
rate 10% up. And as for the skill, you're able to reduce the enemy's fire resist by 70%, and you reduce all allies' fire damage by 30%. This one's like a really good positive with like a stupid negative. I don't really know how to feel about this one. I think you could make this be pretty solid if you're able to buff up your damage enough to where the fire damage minus 30% doesn't really matter too much. But this one I would say could have a little bit more gimmicky viability, so I'm gonna put it in D tier. Next is gonna be the girl Palamecia. Now Palamecia has the 4-star support Dignified Silence. Dignified Silence when it first came out was really good because there wasn't too many characters in the game that had the 50 art gauge to all characters, or 30 art gauge, 40 art gauge. You know how we are nowadays. So I think right now I would put this in C tier. It's a solid nuking support item if you don't have solid nuke supporters, I guess. But if you have solid nuke supporters, you probably won't be looking at Dignified Silence at all. Now, one thing you will be looking at though is the 5-star support from Omega Palamecia. Omega Palamecia gives you Silent Treasure, which is one of the best Archgen items in the entire game. This thing belongs in must-have. This is an amazing equip. It has one negative, which is consuming everybody's HP, which does kind of suck, but it's only 15%. You can easily heal that back up if you're running a sustain comp. In nuking, it doesn't really matter too much, but if you're using someone like Draken, then I guess it kind of matters a little bit. But 15% really isn't too bad in exchange for 35 arc gauge and 30% crit damage to the whole team on top of an attack level 2 passive. That's 3 positives and only 1 negative. And overall, Silent Treasure is just insanely good. If you get this item, you're going to be using it non-stop. Next, we got the Emerald Birds 4-star healing item. This thing is just garbage. I'm going to put this in like F tier. Now, we also have the 5-star heal item. This comes from the Omega Emerald Bird, which is currently on JP, which has a passive healing your own HP by 4 per second, and this will heal the target's HP by 2500, and in 15 seconds you increase the target's HP recovery amount by 100%, and you reduce the target's damage by 50%. This maybe has some viability somewhere. I'm thinking possibly throwing this on like a taunt tank, but I'm just gonna be honest with you, it doesn't really matter how much healing I feel like you give a character. If a character's gonna die to a boss attack, especially like an in-game boss, they're just dead. Like, I don't think you can really save them, to be honest. So because of this, I'm putting this in D tier. It's alright, you know what I mean, but not the best. Next, we got Oldius. Regular Oldius will have a chance to drop you the 4-star support. This item, not really that great. Skill CT isn't really that valued. There are some characters that really value equipment CT, and whenever that comes around, you could probably find other items that are just overall better than this item. You really never want to increase your equipment CT recovery at all because, let's be honest here, equips are really good in Grand Summoners, and having longer equipment cooldowns just really ain't it. Now, as for Omega Oldius though, this thing will give you the 5-star support Sealed Earrings. Now, the way how you use this item is that you can either throw it on yourself and you'll just cancel out the negative from it, or you throw it on somebody else for the 30% stats and also the 5 arc gauge per second for 20 seconds on them. Now, this item, if you're using it as an art gauge item, really isn't too great, since if you're looking for a single target Archgen item, you could just use something like Lesser Demon Heart, which is a grindable free-to-play item you can get by just fighting the Vows in Death giant boss, and that thing has a significantly shorter cooldown than this item, and yeah, it's just a lot better. This item isn't good even as a single target Archgen item. I don't really like it at all, especially with a 180-second cooldown. Who thought that was okay? So because of that, I'm putting it in F tier. Just bad. Not good at all. Next, we have Subject B3, and this one is a big one. Subject B3 will be able to drop you the Hatred Claws known as Grief, or also known as B3 Claw. This is one of the best 4-star physicals in the entire game. Not even one of the best 4-star physical in the entire game. Its passive is you reduce maximum HP by 15%, but its skill you consume 25% of your current HP, then for 10 seconds you increase your own attack by 30% and art gauge by 2 per second. The reason why this item is so sought after is because this skill is actually up 24/7 if you have it at max LB. Yes, you heard me right, it has 100% uptime because its cooldown is only 10 seconds. Granted, you're using 25% of your own max HP every 10 seconds, so that is a negative, but you're mostly using this in sustained comps anyway, so you're probably going to be having a healer of some kind, and because of that, it's one of the best items in the game for anybody that has a 4-star physical. Now, unfortunately, as for the next thing, we have the Omega B3 fight, which gives us the 5-star B3 Claw. 5-star B3 Claw isn't nowhere near as good as regular B3 Claw. I think there's definitely some comps out there, some sustained comps where you would use the Shrieking Claws just to stack a ton of physical resist. But if you just want to use somebody that can stack physical resist, if you have them, you could use someone like Draken. Draken does this, and you know, you don't have to worry about consuming your own HP every 10 seconds. I'm gonna put it in C tier. Now, next we have the Radiant Dragon. The Radiant Dragon drops a 4-star magic known as the Dragon Gauntlet. So yeah, you reduce the boss's status element resist by 20% and your own status element resist by 20%. I don't really see a use in it apart from using this maybe on some status effect characters, but even then, I mean, probably those status effect characters you're using have some type of burn resist down or poison resist down in their kit already, because most of them do, if they do evolve around some type of status element heavily. Next, we got the girl Redacne. Redacne actually drops a 4-star support that is able to consume 50% of your own max HP, and then for 10 seconds you increase all allies crit rate by 120%. This item here may come off as just bad, but I'm gonna put this item actually in B tier. The reason for this is because Divine Arachnid's Blood is a 4-star support that's actually able to be used on auto. It's kind of the extent of it. Just the fact that you're able to use this and it works on auto. Of course, I think this is kind of fallen off, especially in JP, because now they have the AI system, which will allow you to just use any 4-star support item on the new auto, even including stuff like Terra's Conjunction, which previously didn't work on auto. Well, it worked, but it worked at the wrong time. It didn't pop it as soon as you got into the quest. Next, we have Redacne's Omega Fight, which will be able to drop you the 5-star variant, which is actually known as Divine Arachnid Tears. This item's a troll item. It's not good. Clearly, you're gonna use this on somebody in multiplayer and watch them die instantly. So yeah, it's an F tier item. It's not good. Next, we got the girl Radis. Radis is gonna be giving you a 4-star heal that is able to heal everybody's HP by 30%, and then you would decrease all ally status resistance by 50%. If you want a heal item that just does something similar to this, you could look at something like the 4-star heal from CTB, or you could look at something like the 4-star heal that is known as Flower King. I mean, it's a little bit weaker, but it does the same amount of things without reducing everybody's status resist. So yeah, D tier. Next we have Omega Radis, which Omega Radis has a 5-star heal that is able to reduce your own max HP by 5% as a passive, but its skill is that you heal a target's HP by 100%, and each time the equipped is used, the magnitude of the heal is reduced by 30%. I don't like this item. So yeah, I'm putting this in F tier. I don't think this is good. Next boss we're looking at is Code Eraser. Eraser has a 4-star defense known as the Arda Core, which reduces your damage taken by 40% and then increases all allies damage taken by 40% for 10 seconds. The way how this equip works is that one buff activates, then the debuff activates. Damn. So the Arda Core at first glance may seem completely terrible, and it's like, what's the point? This equip contradicts itself. It goes from being really good to being absolutely terrible. And the thinking behind this equip is meant to be used to survive nukes, and especially survive nukes if you are nuking that boss. Thanks for an example, Eraser himself. The way how it would work is you would nuke Eraser, and then Eraser would do his nuke, and then you could pop the Arda Core, and you'd probably now be able to survive Eraser's end nuke as before, you know, all your units would have died. And that's mainly what it's used for. It's a very niche item, and you only see it in like that kind of context, and because of that, I'm gonna put it in C tier. Next time we have Omega Eraser, which is able to give you the Abyss Core. This is a 5-star defense. This one a little bit too conditional to activate in my opinion. I'm putting it in F tier. Next we got the boy Garm. Garm gives you a 4-star physical that's completely correct. I don't know who thought of this one, and I also don't know why Grand Summoners loves 4-star physicals, in the mines at least. This thing's skill doesn't do anything, but its passive though is insane. You reduce your own break power by 100%, but you increase your physical damage by 25%. This is a pretty sizable buff for a 4-star physical, and I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's gonna be our first A tier item because I don't really think it's a must-have, but if you get it, you can definitely run this on anybody that has a 4-star physical, like in your nukes or anything. I know a lot of people run this on their grays because yeah, it's just really good. Next we have Omega Garm, which gives you a 5-star physical that's able to increase your fire damage by 50% passively, and then for 60 seconds at the start of the quest, you reduce your own stats by 50%, and then it has a skill of 5,500. Increasing your own fire damage by 50% is really good, but reducing your own stats by 50%, isn't good. So this one, in my opinion, is D tier. So we have Ugetsu. Ugetsu gets a 4-star magic known as the Blaze Garb. I use this in my nukes. If I'm doing a nuke and I have access to multiple 4-star magics, I'm probably going to be running the Blaze Garb in one of them. I'm going to put it in B tier though, because it's really only used in nukes and nowhere else. Now as for Omega Ugetsu, you'll be able to get the 5-star variant of the Blaze Garb, which is known as the Hellflame Garb. Its stacking capabilities is good, but its resistance down that it's inflicting is a little bit too low for me. Only 6%, that's pretty bad. Because of this, I'm going to just put it in F tier. I don't think you can really get much use out of this equip. Next, we have the Plant Boss himself. If you wind up beating his regular version, he can give you the 4-star magic known as Starving Root. This has a 50% chance of poisoning the enemy, and you increase damage taken by 20% for 20 seconds, and it has a passive that reduces your max HP by 5%. As a 4-star magic, I think it's one of the only poison equips in the game. So, I mean, I guess there is that. But if you just need a poison equip, there are other poison equips in the game that are really good. Like, for example, the 4-star physical, which is the secret equip from, I think, the plant boss in the story, that you could just use that. Of course, it's not a 4-star magic, but it is a 4-star physical. I'll just say this is like a C tier item. If you fight the Omega plant boss, you can get something known as the Spare Vine, which is quite possibly one of the other items in this game that I will say is a must-have for any earth damage dealer that has a 5-star magic slot, especially if they're a nuker. I use this on literally any earth nuker in the game that has a 5-star magic. It is insanely
Maybe I can
good.
cheat
Even
the
with
system?
its negative costing 50
Maybe
arc
I can
gauge,
just kill
you
the
don't
boss
see it.
instantly?
The reason why you don't see it is
Wouldn't
because
that be
you
nice?
wait and pop the Spare Vine when you use your True Art. Because you're using your True Art, well, it doesn't matter it's costing 50 arc gauge now because you're already doing your True Art. I think this is a must-have item for anybody that loves nuking with earth units and they have a 5-star magic. Deadmaster. Use this on them if you get it, and I guarantee you're going to see some insane damage numbers. Next, we have the newest addition to Global, which is actually Geo Zagnus. And he gives you a 4-star physical. That's pretty solid. This should cost 3% of your max HP, and you increase damage and water damage by 20% for 10 seconds. Really good if you have someone like Gray. This is one of the characters that I think this would be used on the most. I'm putting it in A tier. Really good item. I just don't think there's a lot of nukers in the game or attackers in the game that has a 4-star physical that are water units. In the future, as the game gets older and we get more and more attackers and nukers, one of them is bound to have a 4-star physical. If you fight the Omega version of this fight, you're able to get the 5-star variant of this, which has a passive where you increase your own water damage by 50%, and then for 50 seconds at the start of the quest, you consume your max HP by 5% per second. So this one is a little bit different from the other passives that we've seen so far. Give you a really good bonus and then a pretty bad negative. This one, I can say that if you can clear the quest fast enough, it's not that bad. I'm gonna say this is a B tier item. Actually, yeah, you know what? We'll put it at C tier. Now, I don't know how I did this, but I think I missed Ifrit talking about all the global bosses. So let's talk about Ifrit's 4-star defense equip. This is a single target barrier. There's a 4-star defense. It's F tier. 4-star defenses, you're probably gonna be using something that just gives you AoE damage resist, or something that gives you like attack as like a passive, like for example, Dola armor. Now, if you fight the Omega variant of Ifrit, you can get the 5-star defense. And yeah, this one also F tier. Completely garbage. Like, not good at all. And that's actually it for all of the global bosses in the game at the moment. The next ones that we're going to be talking about are all going to be from the JP version, so strap in and let's get to it. This boy will give you a 4-star defense that's able to increase your skill CT recovery passively by 5%, you increase all allies' magic res by 20%, and you reduce allies' physical res by 20%. To be honest, this equip is a B tier equip in my opinion. It's pretty solid because if you are fighting any boss that is just a magic damage boss and they don't have any type of physical attacks in their kit, then you kind of just don't even have to worry about the negative. Now, if you fight the Omega Vows and Death, you will get the 5-star defense that has a 35-second cooldown. This increases your defense by 10% passively, and this will increase all allies' physical res by 35%, but you reduce all allies' attack by 70%. Anything that's reducing my damage is a no-go for me. So because of this, I'm putting this in F tier. Now next we have Belgaris, which is the wolf, the earth doggo that you have to poison. But this thing was able to give you a 4-star magic. Its passive is still time reduction and still evasion rate 10% up. Its skill is you increase your own accuracy rate by 30% and you reduce your own damage by 20%. Increasing your own accuracy is pretty good, but there's other ways for you to get 30% accuracy without reducing your damage by 20%. So yeah, not a great item. I'm putting this in D tier. Next, we have the 5-star magic. If you fight the Omega variant of this boss, if you want 100% crit rate, you could just use a 100% crit rate buff item or a crit buffer on your team and get it easier than this. I don't like this equip. I'm putting it in F tier. Next, we have the 4-star defense from the Fredo boss. This is good if a boss will only crit you, and I'm gonna put it in D tier. Not that great, but okay at best. Now, if you fight the Omega variant of this boss, this thing will be on a 55-second cooldown. It gives you blind time reduction and blind evasion rate 20% up. Its skill is to reduce all allies attack by 50%, and you reduce all allies damage taken by 80% for the next 3 hits. Reducing everybody's attack by 50%, you guys know how I feel about this? Yeah, it's not that great. D tier item, it does have some use, but 50% attack down is a yikes from me. I'm not gonna say this boss's name because I have no idea how to say it. But this thing will drop a 4-star physical with a 35-second cooldown. You increase Earth Res by 5%, and its skill is you reduce your own arc gauge by 10. And then for 10 seconds, you increase your own damage to weak element enemies by 30%. So this is a 4-star physical with an actual pretty good item. This is pretty much the same thing as Despair Vine, and I'll put it in A tier. Now, if you fight the Omega variant of this boss, this thing will give you a 5-star physical on a 40-second cooldown that gives you poison time reduction and poison evasion rate 10% up. And its skill will be you reduce all allies arc gauge by 20, and then for 10 seconds, you increase all allies earth damage by 40%. Now, this will be a little bit hard to pull off, but this is pretty much just like Despair Vine and its 4-star counterpart. If you're able to use everybody's true arts first, and then you pop this item, everybody just gets a free 40% earth damage to everyone. I'm gonna say this is a B tier item just because it's gonna be a little bit harder for you to do this, but if you can get it off consistently, then it's definitely an A tier item, but I'm just gonna say B tier. Next, we have Wilkes. Wilkes' equips are questionable. The first thing she has is a 4-star physical with a 9-second cooldown. Its passive is skill CT recovery 5% up, and its skill is an 11,000, but you faint yourself for 5 seconds. This is an F tier item. If you fight the Omega Wilkes, you have a chance to get the 5-star physical, which has a passive increasing your attack by 10%, and then its skill is for 20 seconds you increase your own arc gauge by 3 and physical damage by 30%. Oh, by the way, you faint yourself for 5 seconds. This is also just an F tier item, in my opinion. I mean, I can see some people argue this is good in like sustained comps because you get 20 seconds of arc gauge and physical damage 30%. So because of that, you know what, we'll put it in D tier, but the fainting your own self, you probably don't want to faint yourself for 5 seconds. And now we move on to the final equip of the mines in JP, at least to my knowledge, which is going to be dropped from the boy Rags. Rags is a mine boss now in the Japanese version, and he's able to give you a 4-star physical. Its passive is you increase your own defense by 5%, and then its skill is that it consumes 30% of your own max HP, and then for 10 seconds you increase your own damage and dark damage by 20%. This is an A tier item. Anything that's increasing my own damage and some type of elemental damage is really good. And there you go. That is the entire video and every single equip rated on a tier list. And well, you know what? What are you doing? You didn't watch this whole video. Yeah, I know you didn't. You didn't go through and watch me explain every single one of them. And now you think I'm gonna show you the entire tier list. What are you? You think I don't play the same game with other YouTubers? Do you really think that I'm gonna show you the entire tier list? You know, I need the watch time. I got a family to feed. Christmas is just around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta buy Christmas presents.
You need to wait to use hearts.
At the end of this video, just see the tier list and screenshot.
That team might work.
To discuss it with yourself. You can't even believe that I became this woke fan video. And I bet you really want that tier list.
Oh, so I have another idea too.
Now see what I'll do. Where's this tier list? Why is this guy even talking? If you really want
what in the fuck am I looking at?
Oh, I'm teams.
If you guys want to see more tier lists like this, of course, let me know down below in the comment section what else you guys would like to see in the game. This was pretty fun to make, and I like doing these videos. They're a little bit longer than usual, but you know, I get to go in depth with pretty much every single thing that I talk about. And oh yeah, please let me know down below in the comment section if you think any of these equips should be rated higher or lower. If you enjoyed this video, highly recommend you check out either one of the videos popping on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. I just can't believe this. Shaman King is returning. Even though, yes, we just got the announcement on the Japanese version of the game that ReZero was coming back, but now we have Shaman King on Global to talk about. And I'm gonna say it right now, my thoughts with this is it's just why? Why bring this back already? Shaman King was here a little bit over a year ago, and I don't think that this should have been the crossover to return out of like all the crossovers, especially since they're doing this whole thing where it's like, oh, Global doesn't have the 6-star equipment, meaning that we can't get the ReZero crossover that's coming to JP. So if that's the case, then Global will just get Shaman King. But why bring back Shaman King when there's so many other crossovers you could pick from that people have been wanting? Either way, that's all I wanted to say. Just wanted to get that off my chest. And now I'm going to show you the buffs. Now, the buffs have actually been stated not on Discord or anywhere else at least yet. It is currently dropped on the Grand Summoners YouTube channel on their YouTube video talking about the crossover returning. And the buffs, from what I've seen so far, are very minuscule, like super abysmal. As you see here with the boy Yo, he gets increased damage by 25%, and then every time your skill is used, it now goes to 125% instead of 100%. And his art got buffed up to 25,000. Let me not even talk about it. Nope, get into the next one. Following that, we have Ana. Ana definitely needs some work, but they didn't give her any. Just arts, 1,600 true arts. 40,000 earth units damage up 60%. Oh, and by the way, skill buff 2. That's a badge. You gotta look at that one. Skill buff 2. And what about Tao Rin, right? Tao Rin needed some love and care. I feel like this character wasn't used ever since he dropped. No one used this character. So let's see what he gets. His skill now gives him 50 art gauge at max. I don't know. What does his skill even do? Hold on. Oh, his skill gives him art gauge by 20. And then if you're unafflicted by status elements, you get 40 art gauge instead, so now you get 50. I mean, I guess that's solid, right? I mean, you get a base of 25 no matter what now, and then you get 50 not inflicted by something. That's solid. His arts and everything else kind of got buffed a decent amount as well. 300% now in terms of the amount of damage that he can stack up, which is also really good. 300% is usually the sweet spot for a lot of characters. To be honest, without me even seeing his true art, I don't know if his true art did get buffed on top of it. I highly doubt it because his true art was already really good. I wouldn't say really good. It was a decent true art because it increases your attack based on the amount of dark units in your party. I would say he might have the best buff, but we have the big name himself, the big boy for the last one.
Game.
Hao. What did Hao get? I'm gonna be interested to see. There ain't no way this is real. 20,000 on the art, and the true art got a 20-second buff. But guess what, boys? Skill buff 2.
They hit it early.
Damn. This is really what we're living in, bro. We're living in a timeline where we're getting all these characters again whenever we didn't even need to get them again. Like, there's so many other buffs that they could have gave these characters, and it actually makes no sense to me. I feel like we should have a lot more buffs to these characters than what we are getting. Like, for example, with Ana. Ana was a character that I personally really liked using, but I think she needs more than just the 50% earth damage up. Why not give her like 80 or 100 instead of 50? You know what I mean? I mean, maybe that would be too good, but hey, screw it. You know what I'm saying? What's balance in Grand Summoners anymore? Also, the boy Yo got shacked too. Like, what? He only gets 125% damage, and then he gets a buffed up art. Like, I mean, he didn't really need a buff, but it's just so weird. This crossover comes off as just very rushed, like a last minute decision that definitely doesn't seem like it was planned or thought out. Another reason why I'm kind of led on to believe this is because the way that they constructed the video for announcing Shaman King was returning. Usually whenever you get rerun videos or, a crossover announcement video, they don't usually show off the buffs that the characters get in that video. Each character usually has their own individual video because the buffs are pretty massive, and, they really want to highlight the difference between, then and now. But since they combined everything pretty much in just one video, it's like, why? Why are we getting this again? And what's the point? I guess this is a really good thing for people who have missed Shaman King before, but is it really that big of a deal? No one from this crossover is necessarily a meta-breaking unit. I guess the best one from this entire thing was possibly Yo for a lot of people. I would say that it's a mix between Yo and Hao. Even then, you don't see Yo and Hao in every single team comp. You rarely ever see Hao nowadays, I feel like, unless you're doing a fire nuke or you're using some type of burn strategy or you're using Hao for his debuffs. Since Hao's damage really isn't that great anymore. Yo, you still see quite a bit because of his physical damage and everything else, but then we had Draken come out. People just use Draken instead for a lot of things. The only thing that can really save this rerun for me at this point is if these characters are 120 luck. Because if this is a rerun that just has these semi-buffed units, I don't even want to call them buff because their buffs just aren't that impactful. Like I said before, the most impactful one is probably Tao Rin's. If we don't have that 120 luck grind and we don't have where we can get these units up to max luck, it's going to be a very dead period for everybody who played during the first time it coming around. And I unfortunately fear that might be the case, but who knows? It's still early on. We don't have all the information yet. It's possible that we get new equips as well coming alongside Shaman King. It's possible we get other stuff alongside them. Who knows? Either way, I'm massively disappointed in Shaman King returning. Tell me down below what you guys are thinking. Are you guys hyped for it? Are you guys happy? Are you guys hoping these guys become 120 luck units? You know, let me know all that down below in the comment section. And also, when this video goes live, I might be live streaming today or I might not be. It just depends. If we don't live stream today, we'll definitely be live streaming on Monday. But if you guys enjoyed this video, I highly recommend you check out either one of the videos popping up on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love them, especially the Dokkan video we posted yesterday. That video was pretty painful to make, but I still had a lot of fun making it, and I think overall it's probably one of my better summon videos on the channel. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water.
Woo!
The Mines, quite possibly the best game mode in the entire game. You get tons of rewards like crystals, rainbow gems, and LB stones. You get to use units you don't own yourself because of the friend system. By the way, this should really be in every solo piece of content. You also get to grind for some of the best equips the entire game has to offer. I'm talking about some real fan favorites here, like B3 Claw, Despair Vine, and so much more. Really, the only two negatives I can think of for this game mode is one, the drop rates for equips are abysmal, and to devs tend to forget this game mode even exist, at least on the global side of the game. JP gets mines like every other month. Global, we don't get mines for like 7 to 8 months. But since it's finally returned to global, I get to answer a question I have been having for quite some time, which revolves around the boss character some of you may know of, some of you may love, some of you may hate, which is Groitz. And it's pretty much, is Groitz actually good in mines? And to be more specific, is he one of the best in mines? Some of you that are new may not know that there are some MVPs when it comes to the mines. Units like Haruto, Mako, Juno, Sistina, Baptiste, and one of the biggest ones out there, Joker Celia, aka the queen of the mines, or should I say the jester of the mines.
Oh brother, this guy stinks!
And it just so happens that the man Groitz shares a lot of similarities to that of Joker Celia. The biggest one being that they are both status scaling damage dealers. Joker Celia gains more damage based on how many enemies she has frozen during the quest, whereas Groitz gains more damage based on the number of enemies he has poisoned during the quest. On most of the content in the game, this mechanic is actually pretty bad, since status effects are so inconsistent when it comes to the metagame of Grand Summoners, and there's usually not enough instances for you to max out their damage. These guys take 10 stacks of poison or 10 stacks of poison in order to capitalize on their damage, which maxes out at 300%. Since the mine revolves around each level having a few different stages in them, it means that these characters get to shine a lot more. There's a lot of enemies in these stages. That translates to you being able to freeze a lot more or poison a lot more, which then translates into you getting even more damage. So it would seem the man Groitz would be a top tier mines unit, right? I mean, he's literally just like Joker Celia. He has all the boxes checked off. High damaging multipliers on his attacks. He's also a boss character, which just allows him to have access to even more damage, and his slots aren't that bad. So he's good, right? This character is a huge disappointment when it comes to the mines, which is weird since this should be the game mode he excels at. Don't get me wrong, this man can do some serious damage, like some astronomical levels of damage, but what you have to do to get there really isn't worth it half the time. As mentioned before, you have to poison enemies in order for you to keep scaling your damage, which sounds simple enough, except Groitz kinda sucks at this. Even though this character's entire gimmick is poison, he only has 2 attacks in his whole kit that allows him to do it. One of them being his skill in his human form that has a 50% chance to poison, and his other being his skill in his boss form, which has a 100% chance to poison. Since his poison is tied to his skills, that means this isn't as spammable as you might think, especially since his skill is on an 11-second cooldown. So unless you're running skill CT, you can't really have this up all the time, as if this was an art like how it is with Joker Celia. Now this isn't that bad, because in the mines you do a lot of stage transitioning. Every single time you do stage transition, you refresh your cooldowns on your skills. But this causes another issue to arise. If you are wasting time stage transitioning, and you're wasting time using your skill in your human form to get poisons off, well, you forgot about the other part of this character, which is his revelation form, aka his boss form. Not only does he need to be in his boss form if we want him to hit his hardest, we need him to get his Mega Art charged as well, which requires us to use his skill in his boss forms in order for him to do it. Don't use his Mega Skill though. His Mega Skill doesn't contribute to his Mega Art, which is so stupid, but yeah, Mega Skill doesn't do it, but his 3 skills that take up his equipment slots do it. That's the case, why not just rush into the boss form and then spam his poison skill so we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, one being constantly able to poison and the other being able to charge up his Mega Art. I mean, that seems logical, but the problem is his poison skill has an even longer cooldown at 18 seconds, and these skills don't get refreshed during each stage transition. This is where this unit completely fails me, since in order for me to get the most out of him, I need to poison, but in order for me to use his spammable poison skill, I need to kind of stay in his human form, since it is the fastest and it also has the lowest cooldown. But if I do this, it means I have a possibility of losing out on the Mega Art, which then means it's a possibility that I fail the quest because I won't have enough damage. So now I have to make a decision. Is it worth to go for more poison, or should I just say screw the extra damage and rush for the Mega Art so I can at least deal some solid burst damage? Now I already know what some of you guys are going to say. OP, why not throw poison equips onto him? That way he'll have more chances to poison, meaning that you can get more stacks faster. That is a pretty good idea. However, Grand Summoners said no. They decided to make Groitz a balanced unit. The only way Groitz is able to stack poison is if the unit himself poisons. And this just makes no sense to me. The more and more I use Groitz, the more and more I realize and I can confidently say his kit wasn't too well thought out. And he would probably be a better unit overall if he just didn't have this boss form. Joker Celia pretty much has the same exact philosophy behind her, and she works great. Able to constantly spam her art that allows you to freeze the enemy, on top of also giving your team arts. And guess what? When you're ready to do your burst damage, you don't have to go into a boss form and then build up art gauge in a different way than any other part of the game. No siree, you just have to press your true art button. No extra effort needed, no extra time wasted. Just go into your true art and you're gonna deal some insane damage. Literally, Joker Celia by herself with her stacking and everything else, she is so consistent that she is able to wipe out bosses by herself on some of the highest floors in the mines. Oh, and not to mention too, her true art is technically more versatile and better in a team than Groitz's Mega Art. Groitz's Mega Art just increases the damage the enemy takes by 50%, while Joker Celia reduces the enemy's water, freeze, and crit resist. So yeah, she's enabling your team to do a lot more than that of just Groitz. So now we're here. Unfortunately, Groitz takes a little too much work for me. If I didn't have to work as hard to get this unit going, I would probably like him. And if he was a little faster, because good lord, this guy's animations take actual years to come out, I would probably like him, and I would say that he would be a better Mines unit. But until we get an animation buff to this guy or something else, I would just say he's not really worth it. Is he necessarily bad? Not really. I think he still has potential to do a ton of damage, and if you want to go through the effort of actually poisoning the enemy, getting up into your Mega Art, and hopefully being able to survive long enough in these high level boss stages in the mines so you can actually nuke the boss, he will probably do a lot for you. And because of that, I would say he's still a solid unit for most people in the mines if you have him. But at the same time, if you can just use Joker Celia, just use her instead. So guys, that's going to be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out. Tell me down below what you guys think about Groitz. You guys think I'm going a little bit too hard on him? Do you guys think that he's fine just like he is? Or do you think he needs some type of buff to help him really be able to push these high level mines floors? You guys already heard my opinion. I'd love to hear y'all's opinion down below in the comment section. But thank you all again for coming out. It's been your boy P, and last but not least, don't forget to drink water.
Alright. Here goes nothing.
Like how she usually is? Or is it different? Let me check. She crits? Oh god. Let me see. High defense and she negates crit damage. Oh. So we can't use Irie here. Nuking the boss is a requirement at higher floors. Oh yeah, you usually use Simon, don't you? Oh yeah, you use Durant. Can I reflect nuke on this floor, chat, or no? Does she deal enough damage for me to kill her on this floor? Oh, that's what I did last time, chat. See, look, I knew on one of these stages I did use Duran, but I didn't know which one. Alright, it should work. This should work. Wait, if Duran reflects crit damage, does it crit or no? Like, how does that work? Like, will he crit the boss? How do you get B3 claws? Hey, man. Just farm the man B3 and hope for the best. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. You don't crit her. You don't crit her. That's right. Yeah, you don't crit her. That's why I use Daki. You got a defense ignore. That's right. I remember this being kind of finicky though, because you have to use Duran's art on the stage before, followed by his true art. Alright, I'm hoping that I'll be able to actually
got a little carried away.
Get off his true art in time before, you know, we all die. Alright, there we go. Now, it should work, right? Yep. That's so stupid, man. This character's broken. Two days playing, still no B3 claw. Anyone got a tip? Hey man, just play more. Chat, I'll say this to you, Virgil. I'll say this. For one, you got to get motivated. For two, I'm telling you, the first one was the hardest one to get for me. After that, all the other ones, I got just so much easier. I think it's that like whole, how do I want to put it? It's like they can sense it. The game knows whenever you want something because it will purposely not give it to you. But whenever you don't care about it anymore, it will give it to you.
Unreal.
You're playing DMC4 and just want to talk about it? DMC4. That was one. That was a game. I don't know. Did I like DMC4? DMC4 was solid. I like DMC4. It's just hard for me to go back to a lot of those older games after playing DMC5 because DMC5 is just so freaking good. Do I still have the water nuke? Also, I feel like DMC4 is one of those last like games from like the 2000s that, or not even like the 2000s, but it was like the early 2010s where it was just so crazy. One of like the last like action games of that generation, I feel like.
Fuck.
Is 5 the best? You still have to play it? Oh yeah, dude. 5 is insane. 5 is great.
What the fuck?
5 is probably my favorite. Yeah, 5 is my favorite DMC out of all of them. I've played DMC 5 so much. Modded it too, a lot on my PC. Let me go with the usual on here. Where's Melty? Followed by the Mako. And then What am I using on this? I guess I'll just use Melty Stress.
Mm.
Wait. Yeah. Or DMC2 was the worst one, never played them, but yeah, dude, DMC2 was terrible. The reason why DMC2 was bad, chat, is because DMC2 is a third-person shooter. It's not a action game at all. You can play the entire game, even on the hardest difficulty. You can play the entire game and just only use Dante's guns. And you will beat the entire game so easily. I don't know what they were thinking with DMC2, but yeah, DMC2 is probably the worst. Next to like that reboot that they did. Also, I didn't get my my true art off with Mako. You love to see it. Didn't you fight Omega B3 to get the claw? Because I have beaten him a lot. Yeah, you have to fight the... No, not the Omega one. You have to fight just the regular one. If you fight the Omega one, what happens is you get the other claw. Because he has two of them. You get the 5-star one. And you're probably looking for the 4-star one, so... Yeah, if you fight the 5-star one, you'll get the 5-star claw, which is still B3 claw. But that one reduces physical resist every single time you hit with it. And of course, the 4-star one is the one that gives you art gauge. So, sheesh. Yeah, DMC3 was amazing. Yeah, DMC3 is amazing. You know, it's crazy. I talked about this not too long ago, like in another live stream. But I didn't know that DMC was originally supposed to be a Resident Evil, but then it got so far away from Resident Evil, they turned it into its own series. Because if you play Devil May Cry 1, you can tell it's like, oh yeah, this is like old school Resident Evil. With the way how they, the way how some stuff is and everything else. It's just, yeah, this feels like Resident Evil. Thoughts on the new Light Thetis? Is he worth a summon? Nah, I don't think he's that good. I don't like the Super Magia Drive units or whatever they're called. I don't vibe with them. Like, they're already slow by default. Most of the characters are. Well, pretty much every single Magia Drive unit is quote-unquote slow, since you have to go into their Magia before you can even use the rest of their kit. And with the Super Magia Drives, it's just so... I feel like it's just so unnecessary. I don't think that they should have to use like 300 arts or whatever to get into their Super Magia Drive. I feel like it should just be their regular Magia Drive is just that. Or their regular Magia Drive is on their art and their Super Magia Drive is on the true art. Because, yeah, it's just stupid. I don't like it. Yeah, the original Devil May Cry was originally supposed to be pushing the limits of the PS2. I think that's what Sony like tried to get them to do, but what happened was that they created an action game. They're like, yeah, this is way too much, or this isn't Resident Evil anymore. So they stopped making Resident Evil, and they decided to call it Devil May Cry. I mean, even if you play like the original DMC one, it was definitely like it's a fun game. But man, just to know like what comes after that, it's like, holy bro. They really stepped up their game. And it's even crazy because like, how did they release Devil May Cry 1, which was a pretty solid game, and then they go to DMC 2? It makes no sense how they downgraded so much.
Like, if you buy that collection of DMC 1, 2, and 3, you're mainly buying that collection, I feel like, just for DMC 3. Maybe you want to go see how the game started back in DMC 1, but you're not buying that collection because DMC 2 is in there. You have War God Finn on my JP account, and yeah, even without decent equips, Finn's just too strong. Yeah, dude, he's broken. He is a broken character. I don't know when he'll come out to global, but I hope they don't rush those releases. But I feel like they will, chat. Unfortunately, like, I hope they don't do something like Freed. Okay, so if you guys don't know about the Freed saga, this was like a long time ago, back in year 1 and year 2 of Grand Summoners, where Freed was. Wait, there's an ad. Oh shit. Well, let me. Wait, do all you guys got ads? Or only some of you? That's tough. Well, let me just say this. Before I lose my train of thought. Not you? You did? Most of us? Tough. I got one. That's tough. Wait, how can y'all still hear me though? There's an ad. Was it a skippable ad? Just like a 5-second one or something? But, yeah, if you guys don't know about the Freed saga, what happened with Freed was that Freed released on Global, and then literally a month later, Berwick came out. And see, on JP, it wasn't like that. On JP, Freed came out, and Freed was considered the best attacker in the game, and one of the best units in the game, for like 6 months. And then Berwick came out. Yeah, so I'm hoping what happens, or I'm hoping this doesn't happen, let me say. I really hope that they don't do that again with Emperor, because if they release Emperor, and then about 2-3 weeks, maybe a month later, they release Super Awoken Finn. I don't want that to happen. But yeah, I don't want that to happen. And I feel like it's possible that they do that because they always repeat like their scheduling. But we'll have to wait and see. It'd be stupid for them to do that though, and there's only like 2 Super Awoken characters on JP at the moment, so I still think they should be more spread out too. I don't think they should be so sporadic with their releases. I don't like having like back-to-back Super Awoken units. Who are we fighting? Palamecia? Oh, the dragon. Super Awoken Freed. What's my favorite unit in the game? Used to be Batiste. I don't know. Who would I say my favorite unit in the game is now? Probably Gray. There's not a water or a Joker Celia, is there? There's not. That's tough. Use Dark Sea Org. Oh god, chat. You guys just don't let up with this, man. Dark Sea Org will actually die to this boss, though. That's the thing. Because this boss crits, if I'm not mistaken. And if Dark Sea Org gets crit, he's done for. He has no damage mitigation in his kit. How do you guys expect him to survive? I use Water Juno here. What's Water Juno's true art do? Or how much multiplier? Yeah, we probably can survive. Or yeah, it probably deal enough damage to kill. He's a tank. Oh my god. Alright, I was waiting for an Omega fight to come so we can use Dark Sea Org in an Omega fight, but we haven't got one yet. Or well, one that we can use him in, let me say. Are you going to live stream tomorrow? Probably not, no. The next time I'll live stream is maybe Saturday. But that just depends too. I have to see. I probably should have used Dark Zero. You guys are right. I might die here. You know, this is a boss that always kills me. Now come to think about it. No shot. No shot. Don't do it. Don't do it. We're good. We're good. That was a close one. I actually need his 4-star equip too. That's the crazy part. I think he gives the. Doesn't he give the whip? No, that's Garm. Garm gives the grip. The whip. This guy gives the fire sword. Yeah, I should have used Dark Zeorg. That wouldn't happen. It wouldn't have been that close. Well, here's not the Ifrit. I mean, we can use Dark Zeorg here, chat, but I mean, it's not, you know, he's not, it's not the man, you know what I mean? It's not who we need. We need Omega Ifrit to come out, or somebody else. Oh my god. Please don't kill me. Dark Zeorg, do your job, man. I need you to tank. Dark Zeorg, thank you, OP. Use the Goblin Slayer then? On what? In a fight? I mean, I could use Goblin Slayer. I don't think Goblin Slayer is that bad of a unit, to be honest. But I will say, I'm still surprised that he does as well as he does in this fight, because I would assume Ifrit would completely demolish him. But I guess you can't kill a god. You need another god to kill a god, not a demigod, right? Oh god. Do I let this go through, chat? Do I see if Dark Zeorg can tank it by himself? I'll let it go through. Does he have his barrier up? Okay, you can take it. Question is, I don't know what the rest of the team can. I'm so used to that being the one shot from like his Crest Palace, but like in the mines it doesn't one shot, which you would think that it would one shot in the mines, but it doesn't. I guess on higher floors it does, but. Look at that. Oh, well, yeah, we didn't see anything there. The man Dark Zeorg definitely was the one that did the most damage. Nothing was seen there. But you know what, chat, I think that's where we're probably gonna end it off at. That is that. We're at floor 40 now. I'm gonna try to get higher, probably get to floor 50 or 60 maybe, and then start doing some farming on those floors on another day. But I think that's gonna be it for this one, chat. That was a 2-hour stream, no, almost 3-hour stream of the mines, man. Told y'all we were gonna be in here for a little bit longer than usual. And we went pretty far. We went from floor 20 all the way to 40, so I'll definitely take it. We just gotta get to floor 50 plus, and then hopefully equips will start dropping for me, because that seems to be my sweet spot at least. But yeah. Thank you all for hanging out, man. 1 more hour, guy? Thank you all for coming out. I'm definitely going to be doing some more of this. Like I said, I don't know when. Let me actually check real quick what I had in terms of my schedule. If I'm going to be doing more, if I was going to live stream on Saturday or not. So yeah, on Saturday I don't have anything yet. So depending on what happens, I may come back on Saturday with another stream and start doing like actual farms and everything. So yeah, but that's gonna be it for this one then. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate all you guys showing up, all the subs, all the donations, all the likes. Thank you all so much. And yeah, it's gonna be it for this one. If you guys enjoyed this video, or if you guys enjoyed this live stream, let me say, there's tons of other content on the channel, of course, you can check out. Make sure to check it out. Great content on there. You'll love it. And yeah, it's gonna be it. Thank you all again for hanging out. And last but not least, you guys already know, don't forget to drink water.
So let me give you guys the rundown real quick. You know, I mean, let's not even beat around the bush, actually. You guys see the time. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I've been up since like 1 a.m. because I'm on some type of crackhead sleep schedule. It's not even like crackhead sleep schedule. My sleep schedule is pretty normal, apart from the fact that on a random day of the month, I wake up around midnight or 1 o'clock and I can't go back to sleep. And it freaking sucks. Either way, we're about to see what the rerun crossover is and if they're announcing a 6-star with this. Plus all the other information that's going to come out later on. But yeah, I just wanted to get my reaction just in case if something cool happened. There he is, the boy, Yama P. Also, for the people that are wondering, because I don't know how I'm actually going to edit this or anything, the crossovers I want the most to return, Yu Hakusho, Gon Kamui, and ReZero. Those are my like main 3 that I really want. Because the crossovers actually being announced this morning is a rerun crossover. Oh, the stream died. Oh god. Well, this is awkward. Oh, I think we're gonna see it. Oh, it is ReZero. Wait, is it the same trailer they used before? No shot, it's the same trailer we used before. The real question is what's that guy's name? You know, the simp. What's his name? Subaru, something like that. Is he gonna get added? Oh, only still 4. Oh wow, this is actually lasting less than a month. I wonder if that means that we're going to be getting another crossover before December. Now to actually see if they announce a Super Awakening character. Also, another thing too, this crossover was one of the crossovers that got a free crossover unit ticket from it. So are we getting another one of those? Or are they saying like, nah, that never happened, you know? They're gonna like Men in Black us and just wipe our memories and be like, yeah, that didn't happen. We don't know what you guys are talking about. I wonder if we're getting the ReZero raids. That was one thing that was kind of cool about this crossover is that it actually brought unique raid events alongside it, which is the first time we ever had an actual raid correspond with a crossover. I don't think that was ever done. Yeah, it wasn't done before. And actually, I couldn't think about it. I don't think it's ever been done since then. Also, why does artwork tend to get worse with the Awoken art? I still don't know why we don't have a feature in game where we can actually pick the awakening state that we want to see whenever we look at our units. Let's see what she got. So, you know what? Let me bring her up in game real quick so I can actually see what this is. 25%? Is that art gauge? Or is that... Oh, damage resist. 25% damage resist. 50,000% modifier, 80% water resist down, and she now has a 6-star slot, which is 6-star support. Okay, that's pretty good. That's actually solid. Emilia was never really a bad unit. It's just the main contours, of course, she revolves around freezing the enemy, which is probably one of the worst stats effects to revolve around. I really want to know if they're going to announce a Super Awakening character, though, with this. I feel like they won't because they probably know the backlash is going to happen. I wonder what they're going to do with Rim, actually, because that girl is an actual, like, suicide mission if you try to use her. She's really fun, but man, dude, she takes away so much HP from herself. Also, if we're going to get this on global, right? I wonder how they're going to go about giving us the 6-star equips. You know, what's going to happen then? Are we going to be getting a different rerun? Or are we getting the same rerun, but they're just not going to give us the 6-star equips? Or what's going to happen with that? Oh, Rim, here we go. Here we go. This is a big one. This is a big one right here. Let's see what they did to her. Oh, they gave her a lot. Hold on. Okay, so, all right. So her Beast Killer went from level 3 to 5. Her art went from 15,000 to 20k. And it also went from a 30% attack buff to a 50% attack buff. And it also lasts for 20 seconds now. Solid. Her true art went to a 70,000% modifier. And now you give crit damage by 130%? Jesus. Right now, if you guys don't know, in game, it's only 80, as you see here. It's only 80%, but it's going up to 130? Like, this girl's actually just gonna blow anything up that she sees. And they're actually not touching her HP cost from what it looks like. Yeah, it's still the same 2% HP every single time you use your true art, which is the only downfall to Rim. If Rim didn't have that negative, dude, oh my god, she would be one of the strongest freaking attackers just anywhere. So 20 to 30%, that is going to be this right here, right? yeah, 20% crit damage has now went to 30% crit damage up. And was kind of like the sleeper one from this batch, like, because she was just pretty much Favale, but a lot of people just used Favale over her, so she wasn't as good. And I also think Ram didn't do as much as Favale. I mean, of course she hit harder, but she wasn't as strong as her, at least in terms of defensive capabilities. So let's see what she got here. So what her art does is that it increases allies' resistance to elements that they have an elemental advantage against by 40%, but now it's at 50%, so more damage resist on that. Short multiplier got buffed from 32k to 42k, and then she now has a 6,000 barrier on top of a 6-star defense slot. One thing that's interesting about these crossover characters is that they're giving them 6-star slots in their second slot and not their first slot. I think all the Super Awoken characters are different. They've had all their 6-star equipment so far in the first slot and not in the second slot. Also, I'm watching this stream like a hawk right now. I'm just waiting for them to drop the ball here and just be like, hey guys, guess what? There's gonna be a 5th unit, Super Awoken, whoever. But I couldn't think about it. They actually won't start dropping 6-star characters or Super Awoken characters and crossovers till probably Global catches up. Beatrice. Now this is a status effect character right here, man. Let's see what she got. Wow, she got actually a lot of stuff here. Oh, okay. So this right here is equipment CT got increased from 10% to 20%. The second one is status res went from 35% on the art to 45% on the art. Her true art went to 55,000. Also, dark res and magic res went to 45% down instead of 35% down. And she has a 6-star magic slot. She actually has the same passive still. They didn't touch the passive at all. Left it as 33%. If you don't know how she works, is that every single status that an enemy has on them, she gains 33% more damage towards that enemy. Is that all the characters already? Yeah, that's all the characters already. Dang. Can she see through that? Oh, these are new. Oh, wow, there's a lot of new equips coming. That's a 5-star magic, a 4-star heal, I think. I'm assuming like that's the text corresponds with the slot. Hey, they are back. Look at that. Wait. Oh, wait, no, Subaru's crystal was always there, right? Or Subaru, I know I'm getting his name wrong. I do not remember his name. I just know it starts with a Sub. But yeah, you had to have his crystal too, because I think you needed his crystal along with the others in order to actually get the true weapon mats and everything. I was to say, are they like teasing him being in the game? But no, he's not in the game. I don't know if this is going to be all the announcements for the crossover or if they have something else like in store for us. But I don't want to end my recording just yet. So until I see them actually just start like playing the game or doing like whatever, then I'll probably end it. But I'm going to still hold out for a little bit longer because I think there might be a little bit more. I think that's actually it in terms of like what they're announcing. Usually when they start doing this stuff, there's not anything afterwards. Only thing I'll say is I got my eyes on y'all. Tell me down below if you guys would like me to do these live stream reacts a little bit more whenever new stuff comes out instead of just making the usual type of videos. I'll definitely do more of them if you guys want them. Also, talking about live streams, your boy should be live later on today or tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling. I might reschedule it for tomorrow, just depends. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this one. Happy with the ReZero crossover coming back. I wish it was Yu Yu Hakusho though, I'm not gonna lie. ReZero, great crossover too. And yeah, the characters got some pretty sizable buffs. Also, all those characters are Luck 120 characters. We do have some questions though still, like are we gonna be getting the crossover ticket like we got last time with ReZero, or are we getting something else in return since we're not getting the crossover tickets anymore? And by crossover ticket, I mean the guaranteed character crossover ticket that everyone got. It wasn't a paid thing. This was a free thing everyone got. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to be getting anything else or what exactly is going to be happening. But yeah, that's going to be it for this one. Thank you guys all for coming. Expect some crazy videos later this week. And yeah, that's going to be it. Thank you all again. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. Okay, for all my peeps that are veterans, you probably already know this King Summon isn't it. And for some of you, you may not even understand why people already know this is a skip. So let me explain to you how the King Summons work in Grand Summoners. Unlike other hero festivals, like for example, Water Priscilla's banner had 4 featured units, right? You had the Lyra, the Water Priscilla, the Gerald, and the Dark Cilia. And those were the featured units. Everyone else was at a lower rate. But if we look at the King Summon banner, the King Summon banner says the featured units are Simon, Vox, Dark Haruto, Berwick, and Luan. That right there is a pretty godly banner. But here's the thing. That's not all the units that are featured. This is almost like a pseudo All-Stars banner, meaning it is all the male Hero Festival units that have been released up to this point in this summon. You can think, you know, stuff like Dark Haruto, Dark Finn, Dark Kain, Baptiste, Noelle, Eagle, or Veil. All of them should be in this hero summon, which means it is heavily diluted. Especially if you're trying to snipe for a very specific unit, the likelihood of you getting them is like slim to nothing. So now you can see why a lot of people say to skip it. But I have a counter argument. I actually don't think that you skip this banner if you're newer to the game or have been playing the game maybe for a few months. If you're someone who is missing a lot of units, there's actually a good chance that you're going to walk away from this banner with something new. Because there's a few noteworthy units in here that are definitely worth a pickup. For an example, if you want to get into nuking, Simon. If you wind up getting lucky and doing your first multi and walking away with Simon himself, well, you have one of the best dark nukers in the game right next to Mikey. And technically, I would say Simon is arguably maybe a little bit better just because he has that 100% defense ignores, so he has that niche that he feels. Ox is another character that would be a pretty solid pickup. He's not as good as he used to be anymore, but still 100% crit buffer. Give everybody on your team stats up and has some pretty good slots to go beside it. This is another one that you might get lucky and get. Even though, yeah, he did get power creep recently on the Japanese version of the game, Thetis is still one of the best tanks in the entire game. Literally used all the time in game. So Berwick is also another character that's actually really good from this batch. Being able to give your team art gauge plus the damage up on the true art. Only bad part with him is that he's a Magia drive unit, so you know, yeah, kind of slow at times. Berwick, I would say, is the fastest Magia drive unit out there due to his passive and everything that he has, and he's still really good even though his damage isn't really that great anymore. Still a great unit to have, and the man himself should be in this batch too, which is going to be the man Haruto. Haruto, literally one of the best support units in the entire game, and that's pretty much it for the characters that I find extremely noteworthy this in the King's banner. So here's what I'll tell you to all my new players. If and only if you are brand new and you are missing a vast majority of male units and you do not care what you get, I highly recommend doing at least one multi, because there's a pretty good chance that you're going to be walking away with some kind of new unit. However, if you don't even care about that and you don't want to do anything of that sort, then I would say skip the banner. As for the vets though, you guys already know, I don't really got to tell you guys, don't summon on this banner. It's completely a trap, especially with everything happening. We're going to be having the anniversary banner or the end of year banners very soon. Also on top of that too, the Black Friday stuff will be happening next month. So I highly recommend that you guys probably just save your crystals for now and wait until that stuff gets announced so we know for sure what exactly is coming. But guys, that's gonna be it for this video. Tell me down below if you're gonna be throwing a multi of this banner, seeing if you get a little lucky, or if you're not even gonna test the odds and you're gonna be like, yeah man, I'm skipping entirely. Let me know all that down below in the comment section. Also, I might be live streaming tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure on this, but if I don't live stream tomorrow, I'll definitely be live streaming on Wednesday. That's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out, man. It's been your boy P, and last but not least, you guys already know, don't forget to drink water. So last night after I got done reading, I was thinking of content ideas, seeing what I could do next. You know, I have a lot of stuff written down, but I was like, maybe there's something else that I don't know yet, something that hasn't came to me. And then I had one of the most intrusive thoughts that I've ever had in my existence of being a human. Who are some of the worst units in Grand Summoners? It's very easy for us to look at a unit and be like, you know what, bad. Oh wait, never mind. This guy, actually pretty good. But have we really ever asked the question of who is considered the worst units in the game? So to do this, I asked all of you your opinion. And we got a lot of troll comments, like people saying Mako and Juno, but I wanted to find the real ones, the people who actually gave me some ideas. And I saw someone say Light Zeorg. That one cuts deep. If you do not know about Light Zeorg, this guy is one of the first units to come out in Grand Summoners, one of the first hero festivals, if I'm not mistaken. Whenever he dropped about 4.5 years ago, he wasn't that good back then. So much so that whenever I got him back in the day, I never even awoken him. He's LB2, level 70, so I was planning on doing this at some point, I guess. But he has never been awoken, and I have never used Light Zeorg. And just to get like another opinion on this, if we go over to the Grand Summoners official tier list, signed off by the man Yama P himself, they put Light Zeorg at the bottom 3 of F tier, right next to Coco and Dalia. This is very interesting, and I want to see if I can maybe beat a hard event with the Zeorg. And by a hard event, I'm thinking of taking this guy up against the one and only Emmy. But first, we gotta get this man kitted out, get him leveled up, and maybe even throw a crest on him to make sure that he's ready for war. The first things first, let's hit him with the limit breaks. Next, let's see if we actually have enough Tasmons to max him out. I'm actually surprised I had enough. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't farmed Tasmons in like years. And then finally, the Awaken. Zeorg, you better perform, bro. I'm wasting 150 on you. And finally, the chickens to get him to level 90. So he's looking pretty good now. Look at that. A 4,000 attack stat for a 4-year-old unit. That's pretty solid. No crest on him because I'm going to be honest, I don't think I want to waste any on him. But I want to say his skill's kind of pog. This guy doesn't increase his own art gauge. He heals his own HP by 100. So one of the big things about Zeorg or Light Zeorg was the fact that he had a lot of chances to faint. Like, remember that was a very big thing going for him back in the day whenever people were talking about Light Zeorg? Everybody was like, oh my god, dude, he can faint. He's so good because he can just spam faint. And then, if I remember correctly, it never went off whenever you needed it to. Another reason why Light Zeorg is kind of whatever is because his whole gimmick is like getting enemies in break. As you see here, all allies crit rate 30% up during break. Only 30% though, and it's like, what's the point in that? It even gets crazier if you actually add in his true weapon, which his true weapon gives your team like 60 or 70% crit rate if the enemy is in break, and it's just so weird. Why does he want enemies to be in break if he himself isn't a breaker or something else? It's just all over the place, man. His kit is just so whack. So I think this is the team that we're gonna rock to try to beat Emmy. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I think this team can do it. The only thing that I may do is add another blessed necklace, which, you know what? I'm actually going to do that. I saw this the other day whenever I was making the beginner's guide video. I actually still have my 4-star ticket and I never used it on anything in here, at least for this year. So I'm just going to pick up another blessed necklace. Why not? You know, having multiple is always a good thing. So yeah, I think this would be able to beat Emmy. I hope at least. I don't consider Emmy the hardest boss in the game, but I do consider her semi-difficult. No defense item on this team though, which is kind of scary, but I don't think you need one if you have a lot of healing like we do here. Plus on top of that, we have Zeorg's Feint, which I think is going to be a deciding factor in our victory.
Stop the cap.
Look at that, we have Zeorg picking up the target already. You see that right there? Look at that. People out here sleeping on Zeorg. This man is getting targeted by Emmy. People always got shit to say about these old units, but then they don't use them. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the point in saying that, oh yeah, it'd be nice if GS would buff them, but you're not even gonna use them anyway, because they're already good. That's the secret to Grand Centers, is that all these old units are actually cracked. There's no need to buff them, because they can do it all themselves. Look at this damage right here. Look at that. That's what, 16,000 per hit? Sheesh. You know, I'm actually surprised this is going as fast as it is. I mean, I thought that we would kind of get bodied more, but we're not. Like, it's actually going pretty okay. Why is this going okay? Granted, in order for me to make this work, I'm using 3 of the best units in the game at the moment. But I don't know, man. I think people might just be hating on the Menzior. And on these older units, they may actually just be the best thing in the game. Look at this damage, bro. Like, you can't teach that. You can't teach that. You are developed like that. Let's see, who's gonna die here? Is anybody gonna die? Anybody? Oh, snap, no one died. I can't tell who's targeted. We have so many buffs. Is it Zeorg? Zeorg's targeted. What a god. They were sleeping on this man. They were really sleeping on him, but there's no reason to sleep on him. Look at this. Watch. He's going to tank this right here. Watch. This is what we call a tank, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to take this like a champ. Look at HP afterwards. This boy Zeorg is going crazy. Oh. God damn it. You know, as I say, you really do hate to see it sometimes. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Zeorg knew. He's a hero. You know what I mean? He knew that he had to sacrifice himself in order for the rest of the team to survive and to clear this piece of content. So I can respect him on that level. 2 minutes and 53 seconds, and the boy Zeorg did his thing. What a hero. What a champion. I have so much respect for this man at the moment. And you know what else you should respect is this damage that you're about to see. Because I think Zeorg popped off right here. I'm telling you, he's popping off. 3 milli? 3 milli against Emmy? That is damage, ladies and gentlemen. That is popping off, boys. People be sleeping on Zeorg, man. I'm telling you, whenever I use these older units, like, they're not that bad. You just gotta have 3 broken support units to make them work. Now, I said we were only gonna do Emmy, but I lied. I want to see if this would work, because this has Human God and Demon Killer, pretty much everything. Look at us approaching the 50% threshold on this guy. He cannot handle the power that is Light Zeorg. He had to faint Zeorg. You have to stop this man. Some men are just known to be too powerful, and he is one of them. Look at this damage right here. You see that damage popping up? That's 70, that 30, 26k, you know what I'm saying? That's all Zeorg. This guy's trying to use the true art again, trying to stop us in our tracks here, but just nothing's happening. Actually, wait, where did he go? I don't know what's happening with this true. Are we gonna die? I haven't seen him do this yet, have I? Oh my god. Now that was a lot of damage. I didn't even mean to reference that clip, but that still is a lot of damage. You know, I never actually realized this man, Light Zeorg's true art lasts for quite a while. Dang, we're dealing a lot of damage. Sheesh. What can I say though? What can you expect when Light Zeorg's on your team? Apparently, one of the worst characters in the game, right? One of the worst characters in the game. But let's see this damage real quick. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. You know, that was a pretty fast clear. Probably one of my fastest clears I've had on this. And look at that, 5.7 million. Mako who? Zeorg, SS tier if you ask me. Without even a crest or without his true weapon, he doesn't need anything. He could be out here just bare, straight nude, and still do more than half of the imbeciles on this team. You know, I really gotta stop capping so much. I'm gonna go to hell if I keep lying like this. So, what did we learn about Zeorg? He did nothing. I will say that, surprisingly, he actually dealt more damage than Asuo, I think, whenever I used him in a video, which is actually kind of wild. I could be wrong about that, but if I'm not mistaken, I think he actually dealt more damage than Asuo whenever I took him up against, like, the damage trials and stuff like that. He's decent if you have the best units in the game. I don't think he fainted once in that entire session. I didn't see it if he did. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm actually surprised, even though it did take as long as it did, that he hit for as hard as he did, like 3 million. I thought that he wouldn't even hit that hard. Granted, it was like 3 minutes and he was using like maybe 10 or 15 true arts. So, I mean, I guess it's expected, but still, you know, whenever I used Asuo, it wasn't like that. That's going to be it for this video. Tell me down below if there's another unit that I should check out that I haven't yet. That would make it for a fun video. It could be anybody. I definitely wouldn't mind checking out some of the units that have kind of went under my radar. I've never showcased before on the channel. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out, man. It's been your boy OP. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. And last but not least, you guys already know, don't forget to drink water. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't usually like doing update videos anymore. Whenever a new maintenance comes out, I'll just wait until the should you summon to really talk about the whole thing. But this calls for a celebration, because ladies and gentlemen, the next maintenance coming to Grand Summoners is the Halloween maintenance, which is cool, right? But what's even cooler is the fact that mines are back, finally. After, I don't even know, let's see how long it's been. It's been so long since the mines have returned. According to my YouTube, the last mines live stream I had was 7 months ago. It's been 7 months since my favorite game mode has been in the game, boys. I don't think I've ever been so deprived of something in my freaking life. But the mines are finally returning in Grand Summoners. And with them comes a brand new equip, which is actually pretty pog. The new boss is coming out. Zeo Magnus, I think, is the water giant that you can fight for like a limited time every single day, and now he's gonna be in the mines, and his 4-star physical and 5-star physical isn't bad. As you see here, this is the 4-star physical. This is able to consume 3% of your own HP, but you increase your damage and water damage by 20%. Now that needs to be on my gray. For the 5-star physical though, it's actually different. You increase your own water damage by 50%, and then for 50 seconds at the start of the quest, you consume 5% of your own max HP per second, no duplication. Now the increased own water damage is actually a passive on this and not a skill with the 5-star physical, meaning that it is just active all the time compared to the 4-star counterpart. It does kind of suck that this equip doesn't hit hard though, because its skill is just water damage physical, but that's still a lot of damage passively if you just want that on a water unit. 50% damage up is really nice. Of course, it does really suck that you're consuming your own HP and you don't want to use this on someone that has a passive that benefits from being at high HP, but still, this is actually insanely good, and I highly recommend it. If you are a gray follower, a fellow Gray Chad user, you need to get this 4-star physical to increase your damage and water damage. I'm telling you, you need it. Trust me, grind this thing whenever it drops. As for the rest of the stuff that's actually coming out with this update, we have a few different things. We have the Halloween event begins, which, if I'm assuming the Halloween event, I think this is actually the rags event that we always have, where you can fight like the jack-o'-lantern rags. Either way, we'll have to see if they change it up this year, but it's probably just the rags event again. And of course, we have a new banner coming out, which is kind of pog, but it's not really that pog. This is a King Summon banner. If you don't know about these, this pretty much features every single male Hero Fest unit in the game on it. So even though it shows like some pretty pog units right here, like the Simon, the Vox, the Dark Haruto, Berwick, and Luan, those aren't the only featured units. You have the entire male Hero Fest cast in here. And then we have, of course, the Halloween Equip Summon. And it looks like this is only going to be the Phantom Sniper's Halloween Equip Summon this time around. Doesn't look like we're getting any type of rerun Halloween equips. At least they haven't stated it if we are. So first and foremost, we have Haruto's maid outfit. Yeah, I said that right. It's his main outfit. This is a single target arc gauge items able to heal everybody's HP at the same time. Seems okay, but probably better options out there. Next, we have Priscilla's maid outfit, which is actually going to decrease enemies' fire res by 30%. And if used when the enemy's HP is lower than 50%, you decrease the enemy's fire res by 60% instead. I don't really like these equips that require an enemy to be below a certain HP threshold, since more than likely if you're nuking, you want to use this as soon as you get into the quest instead of waiting until they're below 50% HP. Next is Miranda's 5-star defense. This increases all allies' damage resist by 20% and light res by 30%. It only lasts for 10 seconds though, so kind of a 50-50 one for me. Next is the boy Volty in his suit. This increases your own arch damage by 35%, and you increase your own arc HP by the number of times you've used this equip up to a maximum of 5 times. I know this is worded kind of weird, but it seems like the way this works is that the very first time you use it, you're only going to get 1 arch per second, and the second time you use it, you're going to be getting 2 arch per second, third time 3 arch per second, etc. This one, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Volty can keep the suit. I just say if you want something that can increase your own arch damage, why not just use True Exceeds X? Next is actually gonna be one of Luana's outfit, a unknown character I feel like in the Phantom Sniper saga. We never see anything about her anymore, but this is a 5-star magic that's able to increase your own magic damage by 60% and accuracy by 30%. Not bad, you know, not bad. I mean, it could be good if you need more accuracy, you know what I'm saying? Then we have Simon's Insta-Kill Grave Sweeper S. This is a 5-star physical. Increase your own next true art and phantom bullet damage by 70%. If user is dark, you increase your next true arts damage by an extra 50%. So in total, if you're using this on a dark unit, you're going to be getting a whopping 120% arts damage, which is actually pretty dumb. Highly recommend this if you are using dark nukers at the moment that have physical slots, because that's a pretty beefy amount for anybody. And even without like the extra 50%, just 70% arts damage to one unit is also really good. Yeah, this is actually probably the best equip from this batch. I'll have to see, you know, what other people think, but yeah, I'm leaning heavily on the Simon equip the most. And as for everything else, that's pretty much it. The biggest thing for me is definitely the mines coming back. And you guys already know, whenever this thing drops, there will be a live stream happening covering the mines, man. I can't wait. It's been a minute since we've had a long live stream on the channel, but we just sit there and play some mines and go through it and talk about random stuff. I can't wait for that. If you guys want to see that, of course, it will be happening next week. That's gonna be it for this one, man. Thank you all again for coming out, and last but not least, don't forget to drink water.
五感を研ぎ澄まし、天と地と一体となるか。つかめたかもしれねえ。俺が目指すべき忍びの姿を。
Okay. Alright, this Awoken unit looks pretty good. Oh wait, this ninja, he must have like some type of phantom bullet or something like that. Oh my god. 6 stars are ruining Grand Summoners. I never thought that I would see the day where Chloe was able to be nuked. But Chloe can be nuked by Super Awoken Finn. If you don't believe me, then watch this. Isn't this just crazy? Doesn't this just seem completely out of pocket? Chloe's entire gimmick is that she can revive, which led people to believe there is no way that you can nuke her. Here's another one. You guys know that like huge giant boss that's like Boss Rush 2 or whatever for the CTB unit? You know, that guy. Well, here's Finn nuking him with creation. Let me rewind this real quick. Slow it down right here. Whenever the creation hits, do you see how much damage creation hit for on this specific target? Doesn't this seem a little bit stupid to anybody? A little bit broken? Especially considering that Awoken Finn is like the perfect hybrid between a support and a damage dealer. Seems kind of crazy, man. It's a little cracked if you asked me. On paper, whenever I first saw these characters, I thought that they wouldn't really be that wild. Yes, they have high multipliers. Yes, their kits are pretty insane. But I was like, you know what? There's no way that they're going to mess this up and completely destroy the balance of the game even further than what they already had previously. Well, I was really wrong. Because not only has Awoken Finn caused terror among the Japanese player base and among the Japanese meta, we also have a new unit to add to this, which is the new ninja, Kirasame. He looks cool, I won't deny, you know, he looks like a very stylish unit. Here's the thing though, it really rubs me the wrong way that this isn't just tied to story units, and it seems like moving forward, every single unit is gonna be Super Awoken, or at least one unit per banner will be Super Awoken. That's pretty bad, even though, yeah, they have added in some stuff to help counteract, like, people not being able to get them, like the solo raid ups and stuff like that, but still, I don't like it, man. I think that they should should really space out these releases a lot more and not just have every single new unit that drops via Super Awoken unit.
Fuck!
Either way, enough of that. Let me tell you about this man Kirasame. Kirasame is the first Super Awoken tank. And man, let me tell you, he definitely can tank. His slots are a 6-star physical, 5-star defense, a 4-star defense, or a 4-star heal. As for his overall kit, he has art gauge up on his skill. He has a chance to burn the enemy with the art. And then with his true art, he does enter third eye. The next time you use your true art, that's whenever you will actually start taunting the enemy and taking damage for yourself. And the barrier is pretty beefy here. 35k, that is a pretty beefy barrier. And then with his super art, redirect all damage taken to self and gain a damage barrier that negates 50,000 damage. During true third eye, you remove 2 damage resistance down debuffs on yourself. What? Not only just this, he has a few passes, of course, that just completely, they just complement his kit so well. So you reduce your damage taken by 30% when in true third eye, and you also reduce damage taken from burning enemies by 20%. His other passive is when third eye is activated, if there is a human ally other than himself, he will enter true third eye and gain 20% damage physical. What is this? And then the final one, at the start of the quest, you increase your own art gauge by 50. Who thought of this? Who decided to make this unit? Because I ain't gonna lie, even though he's broken, I kind of like how broken he is. Oh yeah, and by the way, he also has a true weapon, which is a 5-star defense. You increase fire damage and damage resist by 30% and 20% respectively. And also you increase your own paralysis and freeze resistance by 100%. And you also increase third eye duration by 60 seconds. Everything about this unit is insanely good. Even the fact that he has to enter third eye is not that big of a detriment. Since he gives himself 50 art gauge as soon as the quest starts, he's easily able to obtain third eye on his own. His skill gives him 30 arts, you only need 20 more art gauge, and then you're at 100 already. And in order for him to enter true third eye, he only needs another human ally to be on the team. That is the easiest, and I really do mean the easiest requirement we've seen out of all the true third eye states and all of like the true blood knight states or whatever. I don't know if this guy's actually out yet, and I don't know if anyone has any gameplay on him apart from just the trailers, but if there are, then I'll see if I can find some to put up alongside me talking about it. One thing I really love about this unit is the fact that his entire kit synergizes with itself. One thing that is kind of an issue in GS, sometimes you get units and they're just kind of whatever, you know, maybe they have a really good true art, but their art sucks and their skill is just you're only using them for the true art. But this character, everything's synergizing so well with each other, and I really like it. The fact though that he's able to get so much damage resist just on his own is kind of scary though, because it's like, what are we fighting? What is coming out in the future that needs this much damage resist in order to even tackle it? I mean, just looking at him, yeah, he's broken as hell, right? He's super OP, but that's the thing that I'm scared of. The first 2 Super Awoken units we've seen have both been meta-breaking units. Super Awoken Finn is going to be one of the best attackers and support units in the entire game. Kirasame is going to be one of the best tanks in the game. What are they plan on power creeping again in the next 2 weeks? I just feel like we're moving way too fast for these Super Awoken units, and I really would wish that they would take a step back and realize, oh wait, maybe we should still release 5-star units and Awoken units, because ladies and gentlemen, the next crossover is going to be announced pretty soon in GS. We don't have that much longer on Blackrock Shooter, and I'm pretty sure on JP, Blackrock Shooter's probably already gone or is about to leave. And it's got me really worried because if it's a Super Awoken unit dropping in an upcoming crossover, that's definitely going to be something. Or if they rerun crossovers instead of just, you know, giving us the buff units like they used to, they may just say screw it and just give us all new variations of those characters, like a new Yusuke, a new Toguro, and just make them all Super Awoken. I hope not. That sounds like a terrible idea. But to be honest, with Grand Summoners nowadays, I really wouldn't put it past them. Also, if you want to know, yes, there has been actually a new Awoken unit that released alongside our Fire Red Super Awoken boy over here, which is Hakuro. Now, Hakuro is a free 120 luck unit that you have to tackle his trial in order to obtain. So we'll have to wait and see how he shapes up, but he's also a semi-decent unit. I'll put his stats up on screen real quick. I ain't really going to talk about him, but I mean, he seems pretty good, seems solid, you know, maybe could be used. He does have access to the 6-star slot, which is really nice, but he's just an Awoken unit. Here's one thing that I do want to add at the end of this video. I don't think any of the new 6-star characters are necessarily required at the moment. At the moment, they're just extremely broken for the current content we have in the game. If they're giving us these kind of units, that means there's going to be a huge difficulty spike at some point in the future. Because of that, that could make a lot of these characters pretty much be required. At the moment, you know, they're just really cool, but and like I said, as time goes on, I could definitely see that these would be considered some of the only viable units in the game compared to all of our awoken friends that we have in the game currently. Either way, that's gonna be it for this video. We're still seeing how this story shapes up on the Japanese version of the game. I'm kind of interested. I want to see how all this turns out. I guess we'll see as more and more of these units drop and how the game actually shapes up. But thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy Pete. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. Also, if you're brand new to the game, highly recommend you check out yesterday's video. It was actually an updated beginner's guide. I worked pretty hard on that thing. It took me about 2 days to make. So if you're brand new, you need some advice for the game, highly recommend you check out that video. Great content. Guarantee you'll love it. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. So it's been about 2 years since the last beginner's guide. I didn't really want to make another one, but with my man Jim constantly pestering me to do a new one.
Right now, we gotta talk about doing this beginner's guide. If you don't make it in the video, this company's gonna go under.
I guess I might as well go on ahead and make this new beginner's guide. So you download the game, you put in your name and everything else, and you're prompted on a screen that gives you 3 choices. This is like picking your starter in Pokemon, just a lot less exciting. If you want to know, the best option is always Corsair. That's the meta one, but if you don't really care about that and you want to go for Clyde or whoever else you think looks cool, it's perfectly fine. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. But now you summoned and you got shafted, and you want to know if it's actually worth re-rolling in this game. Yes, it's one of the best possible things that you can do for your account, especially if you're going to be a free-to-play player. And thankfully, nowadays, re-rolling in GS is actually extremely easy for all platforms by going to the home page and then the menu, and then you click delete account and you check off all the boxes. Upon checking off all the boxes, you will then be prompted, are you sure you want to delete? You click it, and then boom, your account is deleted. You will be sent back to the main menu screen. You won't have to download anything else, and you'll be able to make a fresh account just like that almost instantaneously. Now, with the re-rolling process, I'm going to give you guys a heads up. Unlike other games, Grand Summoners has a unique system that is in place for anybody that is a brand new account. If you are a fresh account in Grand Summoners, you are able to get a guaranteed 5-star no matter what on your first summon, meaning that if you do a single summon on any banner that you want to, you are guaranteed a 5-star character. So now, since we know this, the best route to actually take in terms of re-rolling would be to do a single summon on a banner of your choosing, followed by the guaranteed multi-summon. Now the next question would be what to re-roll for, right? If you want to know the simplest way to do it, it's pretty much just to go down below in the comment section, and you will find a link down there that will show you a Google Doc that is constantly updated and telling you what the best re-roll is at the current moment. This is made by the community though, this isn't actually ran by me, so huge shout out to them for the people that do this. Another way that you can go about this is just re-rolling for your favorite characters. Let's say you're starting the game because of a crossover, and I don't know, maybe it's the Yu Hakusho crossover. You just want Yusuke, then summon for Yusuke and get him and continue on your way. Congratulations, you did your re-roll, you got your characters, but now you may hit a wall and be like, wait, what am I actually supposed to do? The best thing for you to do is progress the story to chapter 5 so you can unlock side stories, which are past events that let you play to get some of the best equips in the game. I'm talking about pristine Gucci right here. Now, after unlocking chapter 5 and awakening some of your units at this point, you can now make a choice. You can either keep pushing story, and you might be able to obtain Reyes' Awakening, which is the main character. By the way, if you need help with that, I do have a few videos on that. Or you can start doing events, giant bosses, and the side stories that you were grinding in chapter 5 to unlock. Neither path is necessarily a bad option, but it's more so just whatever you want. But for us, I want to talk about the route that leads into the events. As far as what you should do first in terms of events, giant bosses, or side stories, well, I'll tell you that I personally would prioritize events the most. Since events are time limited, we don't know when they will come back. Even if you don't necessarily like the equipments from the event, it's still recommended that you farm at least one of them before it leaves, because you never know when you will need that equip. But not only farming events will just lead you into equips, it will also lead you into limit break stones for your characters and equips, which limit break stones do exactly what they say. If you limit break a unit, you're able to access higher tiers of equipment, meaning that 4-star physical that was on that unit may now be a 5-star physical. If you limit break an equip, it just lowers the cooldown of that equip, meaning that you can use it more often. And then one of the last big positives of events is the fact that some events are known as crossover events. If you start during a crossover event, it's a very good chance that you probably re-rolled for a crossover unit, which means that you might be able to max luck that unit. When you obtain a max luck unit, or what is otherwise known as a luck 120 unit, you can cut down the grind tremendously, since the more luck a unit has, the more drops you get at the end of a quest. Bonus points, by the way, if you're farming in multiplayer, because if everybody in the lobby is using luck 120 units, everyone gets additional drops, cutting down the grind even more. Just like events, giant bosses and side stories also give great equips, and it's extremely worth the grind when starting your account. Giant bosses are on a daily rotation or sometimes a weekly rotation. If you wind up missing that giant boss, you will have to wait until they come back on another day. So if you need an awoken fragment or you need an equip from a said giant boss, highly recommend that you do that before you actually start tackling side stories. Now, unlike the other pieces of content that we talked about, side stories are a little bit more laid back, since they are actually here all the time. They're permanent types of content that you can play at any point in time. And I already know, yes, I already know,
what type of equips are we supposed to be getting, OP?
As far as giant bosses go, these are the equips that I recommend that you get. Lesser Demon Heart, Relic Rhodeus, Relic Mav, Relic Dola Armor. Now, as for the side story equips, this stuff would include stuff like Alma's Hat, Seagull, Arc Ignite, Grand Destin, and the 4-star heal from Cross the Blaze, Episode 7. And as far as gameplay goes, that's kind of it. Just keep grinding till you have what you need, and eventually you'll start tackling harder and harder fights that will give you even better equips. But of course, try to stick to the few events that I mentioned. Don't try to tackle stuff like Ultra Luck Trials and all that, because those are more in-game things. You gotta start small before you work your way up to the big leagues. So as a beginner, you're gonna be getting access to a few different things. Not only are you gonna be getting crystals thrown at you, you'll also be noticing that every single day, whenever you log in, you'll be getting different types of tickets. And these tickets can be taken to the town and then to the alchemist. And then if you click exchange and you scroll all the way down, you will see you'll be able to redeem these tickets to exchange for whatever you want. As for the recommendations from each of these tickets, let me go through and tell you right now with the quick little explanation of each. For the 4-star equip tickets, pretty much you're going to be going for Keon. Keon's an AoE Arch Gen item, and as a new player, you don't have many of those. If you want to know what Arch Generation does for your team, pretty much that allows you to use your arts and your true arts even more. As for the 5-star equip, the best thing I can recommend you guys getting is getting the Magic Armor. The Magic Armor is a 5-star defense that's able to give your team AoE dark damage mitigation and also just damage mitigation on its own, which is extremely valuable in any type of harder fight. If you don't want that equip though, there are 2 other equips that I actually recommend from this 5-star tickets, which are going to be Chrono Dominator and Letter Bag. The reason why I recommend these 2 equips is because they are extremely good in Arena, which I haven't talked about at all in this guide, but Arena is the PvP mode. If you're somebody that wants to get into Arena because you want all the crystals, you want all the gear, then you need one of these equips, if not both of them. The reason being is because in Arena, the meta is equip nuking the other team that you play against. And Letterbag and Chrono help you do this a lot more efficiently. Letterbag gives you damage plus 100% crit rate, while Chrono Dominator just gives you raw damage. Now, as for the next 2 redemption tickets, these are pretty crucial. You have Redeem Ultimate Hero ticket and Redeem True Equip ticket. Both of these are actually updated every single year, so depending on when you're watching this video, the pool might be different. And if that's the case, then you can always check out my videos on the newest Unit of Choice ticket or the newest True Equip ticket, because I update those videos every single year. The 2 equips that I'm going to be recommending that you guys could maybe pick up here is decide between True Izanagi or True Exceed Zex. This is literally the best Arch Gen item, sustain item, and one of the best arch damage buffing items for 5-star magic that you can get. The 30 arts as long as you're above 75% HP, the 50% arch damage plus the lifesteal is everything you could ever want in a 5-star magic for most attackers in the game. True Izanagi is the other and possibly the best item to pick up from the entire True Equip shop. Reason being, this thing gives you 2 arts every second for 3 seconds. As I mentioned before with Keon, the more arch generation you have on a unit, the better, because that means you're able to use your arts and true arts more consistently. And another bonus about this item is that it gives equipment CT down level 3. meaning whoever you equip this onto, all of their equipment will benefit from this equipment CT down passive, meaning all the equips on that unit are going to be able to be used a lot more often. Now, as for the ultimate hero summon, the main one that you can usually pick up without a doubt, and is going to be the best one for you majority of the time, is going to be picking up the man Earth Finn. Reason being is that this guy is an arch gener that gives you 3 arts per second, and he also gives you equipment damage, which is kind of whatever, but he does have access to some of the best slots in the game. And since we're on the topic of arch gen, I guess I should also talk about this really briefly. Earth Finn is known as Type A arch gen. That means that any unit that is a Type A arch gener cannot arch gen with Earth Finn. Type A arch geners are usually other Finns, by the way. Their arch generation wouldn't stack. But let's say you're using Earth Finn alongside someone like Haruto, or as he's called in game, Heart. These two arch geners would actually be able to stack their arch gen because their arch generation types are different. Haruto's is type B, Finn's is type A. So to put it as simple as possible, make sure that you're not using the same type of arch gener on your team, because if you are, arch gen will not stack. You can find a link to a guide down below in the comment section where I go in detail about exactly what arch gen is. Let's talk about the last bit of this guide, summoning. Summoning is the thing that everyone hates in the Grand Summoners community. So how exactly does summoning work in this game? Summoning is broken down like this. Every single time a new banner comes out, you will be able to do a guaranteed 50 pull on that banner, meaning that you are guaranteed 1 5-star character every single time a new banner drops. If you want to do any other multi-summons after that, it is no longer guaranteed. You then have to go against the rates, which are usually 5% for a 5-star to drop if you're a free-to-play player. The only way for you to get back that guaranteed 5-star is by spending money and doing the paid 50 summons. So let me tell you how I would recommend you go about summoning in this game. The general rule of thumb is not to go any deeper than the first multi if you're not planning on pity. The only time you break this rule is if the unit that is currently out is extremely meta broken and you're like, screw it, I'm throwing everything at this banner and hoping that the RNG gods will bless me. And one of the main videos that I make are should you summons. And in my should you summons, I make these to kind of help you guys determine if you should even waste 50 crystals on a banner or if you should just skip and save, which I would recommend that you guys watch those videos if you want to know when to summon. Or another thing that you can do is that usually on the official Discord or in my Discord or wherever, there's also should you summon guides in those places as well, meaning there is a lot of resources available to you to determine if you should summon or not on a specific banner. That's like the meta way to play, and some of you guys, you know, won't really enjoy that way of playing, which is perfectly fine. The other way that I would recommend you guys play is just summon for who you want. If that's what makes you happy, just do that. Who cares what someone else says? Who cares what the tier list says? If that's a character that you really want and you want to try to use them, go on ahead and do it. After all, this is just a game, and you can play this any which way you want. And that's pretty much it for the beginner's guide. If you want to know what else you're going to be doing past this point, it's pretty much exactly what you've been doing up until this point. You're going to be grinding the game and going for different types of equips, grinding events to get the limit break stones, and trying to build a good foundation for your account. As you keep progressing in the game and as more events keep coming out, you may notice that some in-game events will be coming to the game, like Dungeon of Trials, Raids, and Mines. Whenever these come out, highly recommend that you guys try them because they are a little bit more difficult than your standard type of content. This Raids is a ranking mode, which, I mean, if you care about that, you know, knock yourself out, try to get as high as you can. The main reason why you want to do Raids is because it gives you a lot of crystals, and it also gives you some of the best gear in the game as well. Mines, on the other hand, is a lot more relaxed and is personally my favorite mode in the entire game, and it's kind of like a boss rush to an extent. Upon going deeper into the mines, you will fight harder and harder bosses, and if you're lucky, you may get one of the mines equips to drop. If you get a mines equip, they are different than regular equips because they actually have a negative tied to them, but usually the positive that the equip has completely outweighs the negative, and some of the best in slot items that you can get are from the mines. As for the final event, that is going to be Dungeon Trials, which is quite possibly the hardest out of all of them. DOT does give you some equipment here and there, but you're mainly doing it to pick up all the crystals and all the LB stones from it. So yeah, whenever this comes out, I recommend trying to see how far you can get in it and tackling it, but like I mentioned before, this is probably the hardest out of all of the other events, since the units that you need to clear a lot of the higher DOT floors are very specific, meaning that you pretty much need to be a whale in order to clear some of that stuff, or you had to be playing the game for quite a while. And that's pretty much it for the video. So hopefully you find that your Grand Summoner's journey is quite enjoyable. Thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy Pete. If you found this video informative, entertaining, whatever the case may be, greatly appreciate it. If you liked the video, subscribe, any of that good stuff. And oh yeah, if you like this video, highly recommend checking out either one of the videos popping up on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love them. Oh, and one more thing. Don't forget to drink water. I don't really know how to open this showcase. I usually am able to do a little speech here and there and talk about the unit, but unfortunately nothing's really coming to me today. So I guess I'll just open up the video like this. 2B dies in the very beginning of her game. Today we are going to be showing off Water Priscilla, the newest Phantom Bullet unit on the scene and quite possibly the weakest out of them all. A lot of people in the community have very mixed opinions about this girl. Some people say that she's good, some people say that she's bad. Either way, I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel about her in today's video. And yes, before you even ask, this isn't my Water Priscilla. Caleb is coming through and allowing me to use his Water Priscilla so I can show her off. Here she is. Water Priscilla. As you can take a look at her skills over here, she has a few pretty pog ones. We got stuff like physical evasion rate up, additional attack level 2, and her unique passive, which is Deep Eye, which gives you 80% attack and 50% accuracy as long as you're above 80% HP, which I'm just gonna say it doesn't really make sense why she has increased accuracy, because she has a blindfold on. And I kind of look at her kit as a jack of all trades, master of none, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's bad. It just means that she's really good in a lot of different places. Like, we have an attack buff with the skill, we have an evasion rate and accuracy down with the art. With her true art, she has art gauge to everyone, and she increases everybody's physical damage. By the way, this arch generation type is type B, so it will not work with other type B arch generers. And of course, she has her Phantom Bullet. Now, unlike other Phantom Bullets, hers can only be used once per quest. I think this is actually the most limited Phantom Bullet in the entire game. But if you use the Phantom Bullet, it increases your crit rate by 100% only during the Phantom Bullet though, and you reduce the enemy's water resist by 60% for 90 seconds, which is an insanely strong debuff. As for her slot, she has a 5-star physical, 5-star support, and a 4-star physical. And as for what the equips I recommend going for on this, it's pretty much just the staples. For the 5-star physical, you're looking at stuff like True Izanagi, or her own true weapon, or any other really strong arch-gen item. It would be really great on her. As for the 5-star support, you're looking at anything that's going to be giving you AoE arch-gen, Goku uniforms, Malim's clothes, Melty's dress, whatever the case may be. If you don't have stuff like that, then just go for something like Lesser Demon Heart, which is a single target arch-gen item, but still really great because it's going to help her get her arch-gen, so you can have that AoE arch-gen from her true art. And then 4-star physical is pretty much just B3 Claw. That's kind of like the best in slot for her. If you don't have B3 Claw, then really you can put whatever you want here. As for the crest you're going to be wanting to put on Water Priscilla, I'm going to be recommending attack up, art gauge up, Promise of Phenol God, and maybe equipment CT down. That just depends if you really value having that support item slot on a lower cooldown than a knock yourself out. And of course, the man Caleb came through with the animation. Also, we got a little bit of extra animation to check out here since this is a Phantom Bullet user. It's not the usual just, you know, arch and true arts and that's it. Regular attack is just bow shot. Seems pretty standard, right? This looks really cool. I always loved after images in games, so I really like the after image there. And then, oh, so it keeps going with the after image and then the shots right there. And with the tornado effect on top of that, that looks pretty good. And the true art, the shadow clone ninjutsu, spawning in all the other after images and just shooting a ton of them. I like that. Crushes the Phantom Bullet, turns it into an arrow. Don't know how she did that. And then she shoots and does some damage. Actually, I think it does do an effect on the enemy whenever it hits, because usually right here, whenever it does like the initial effect, a symbol or something will pop up on the enemy it hits. And I think hers actually does have a symbol. I think it's an eye icon or something like that. But I'm surprised they don't show it here. It would be nice if they did. 8 out of 10. Wish there was more clones. Now, unfortunately, I haven't even started this Phantom Sniper Saga story, so I can't use her against her like own Special EX or Special EX Hyper. This stage does have that. But the reason I haven't farmed this yet is because I'm going to be live streaming this tomorrow with all of you guys, grinding through the new Phantom Sniper story, farming some events, and hanging out with all you guys just talking about random stuff. So if you guys want to check out that, make sure to come to the live stream tomorrow, you know? Should be happening around 3 p.m. CST. And the team we're going to be running with the girl, Water Priscilla, is going to be none other than the Draken, the Forte, the Melty, and of course Water Priscilla herself. So this is a nuke showcasing her damage alone, which hopefully it'll be enough. It took so long to come out. Oh my, hey look, there's the eye that I was talking about. That took so long to come out. I don't even think that she actually got it off in time. Yeah, she didn't even. Downside to the girl Priscilla though is that her true art, or her Phantom Bullet, let me say, takes actual ages to come out. I'm gonna wait just a second though to kind of give everybody else a chance to go, and I'm assuming she'll still be able to get her stuff, I think. Let me see. Okay, we got it. We actually got the final hit to go off that time. It's so weird having to delay like a nuke though for a character. It feels very off. And I don't really like that feeling already with the girl Water Priscilla, but as you see there, 4.2 milli with her. If you do delay, you know, she still hits pretty hard, but you just gotta wait for the animation, which is so weird, man. Like, still really great as just a starter unit though, because if you're just starting to get into nuking, this character is great at it. You just have to wait a little bit longer. And not only is she great at nuking, she's also great at sustain. So here we're rocking out with the Mako, Draken, Priscilla, and Haruto. Let's see if this boss can be crit. I think you can crit this boss, right? Yeah. I mean, not too much damage, but this boss does have, I think, insane amounts of damage resist. Also, is that a nuke at the last stage? I really hope it's not, but as you see, we're actually not even using the true art from the man Haruto. We're showing off the art generation from the girl Priscilla at the moment. Priscilla is generating, what is it, 5 arts per second, which is pretty solid. I think it's a little bit weaker than Haruto's true art, unfortunately. But as you see here, she's actually functioning as an arch generator. She's doing really well. She's dealing damage. Oh wait, what is this? Threat level confirmed. Break resist up, attack mode initialized. Water elemental resistance up. Wait, what? This stage counters water elements? Oh, but now, oh, wait, it's because this is how Eraser works, isn't it? Oh, I see how he does it. It's like the other Eraser bosses, where he becomes like highly resistant towards something. But you see there, you know, it worked. We did some big damage, you know, did some really good stuff there, and I think my team's gonna die, but that's fine. And the damage charts speak it all. But yeah, overall, great character. Like I said, not really excelling in anything. Solid arch gen, solid damage buffs. Nuking potential is kind of good, but also the startup and the setup around it is just weird. Either way, that's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out, man. It's been your boy P. If you enjoyed this video, highly recommend you check out either one of the videos popped up on the screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love them. Also, huge shout out to my man Caleb again for allowing me to use his Water Priscilla. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. Okay, let's just get out the way since everybody's gonna say it.
Oh my god, 2B, oh my god, is this 9S?
You're not funny, so can we please stop? Anyway, 2B has been added to Grand Summoner, and with 2B coming to the game, that also means a new banner. And this banner is one of those banners that kind of got you like, eh. A brand new Phantom Bullet unit in Grand Summoner is always a pretty exciting time, because usually they're pretty strong. Simon, for an example, Dark Haruto, and even in the future, Volti LR. But out of all of them, I would say Phantom Sniper Priscilla is kind of the weakest, which I know is crazy for me to even say since I haven't even talked about the unit yet. So I'm gonna show you why I think this. Oh, and by the way, for the rest of this video, we're just gonna refer to Phantom Bullet Priscilla as Water Priscilla, so it doesn't get like too confusing or anything. So Water Priscilla's entire kit is kind of similar to that of someone like Mitsuya. She has arch generation in her kit. By the way, this is type B arch gen. And she also has physical damage up by 50%. Phantom Bullet is able to buff up her own crit rate by 100%, and then for 90 seconds, you reduce the enemy's water resist by 60%. And that's kind of it. So I feel like she's just kind of a little bit all over the place, and I personally just don't really like the kit too much. But I don't think everything about this kit is all doom and gloom. I think that there are some really good aspects to her. Like if you're just starting the game, the 5 arts per second and the physical damage up is really good. Especially if you don't have other type B arch geners yet, she can function as a type B arch gener for you while also giving you a little bit more damage. And even though, yes, the Phantom Bullet does take extremely long to come out, and in nuking situations, you would have to kind of delay your nuke comp so she would be able to get her Phantom Bullet off so you could actually get the benefits of it. That Phantom Bullet is still going to hit really hard if you actually build around it. So if you don't already have other characters that are really good, nukers, attackers, or whatever you want to say, you could use Water Priscilla for that. Yes, she is slower, and yes, there are better options, but you will still get value out of her if you have no one else. And even when you get the other options, it's a possible chance that you'll stick to Water Priscilla just because you like her. Like I said, this unit can kind of do it all. So don't just let my opinion about her just completely deter you from wanting to get this unit, because she kind of fills every role. As for the rest of the characters in the banner though, this is where it gets kind of spicy. The girl Lyra is a character that I think is actually really cool. I love this character a lot, even though I don't have her. I just think like her gimmick is kind of fun and it's different than other characters. She's a really hard-hitting damage dealer that you need to have different elemental units in the party in order for her to increase her damage, which her true art multiplier by default is 55,000. But depending on how many different elements you have in the party, it keeps increasing that true art multiplier by 15,000. And she also has a 100% crit rate if she's unafflicted by any type of status elements, meaning that you only got to buff her up in other departments, crit damage, arts damage, whatever else. But for some people, they may just consider it a nuisance and and they won't really like using her in a lot of situations. But me personally, I think she's a cool unit. Is she like meta breaking by any means? No, but she's dope. She's a girl with a minigun. Come on now, how can you not like that? Then we got the boy Gerald. And oh lord, the man Gerald. His barrier is kind of weak, his damage is non-existent, and his taking capabilities is kind of whatever. The main draw to him though is that if you're able to cheese different types of content with his revive, then you would probably use him. He was one of the main characters, I think he still might be one of the main characters that is actually used in Asus. Because at the end of the fight, whenever Asus does her final nuke, Gerald can just kind of tank it. Since whenever he's reviving, he's pretty much invincible. If you're actually trying to get someone that's like a main tank and you can use this tank everywhere, I don't think Gerald is really that anymore. Which is unfortunate because Gerald is a very staple unit. He's been around the game for so long, and ever since he came out, he was such a good character. And now he's really starting to fall behind. Still great though if you can abuse his revive. Dark Cilia. She is still good, even though I would say the main downfall to her is that she's slow since she is a ramping unit. Really great character and can be used in endgame fights where she excels at the most. And now here we are at the end. The verdict. Should you summon or should you not? Here's what I'll say. If you have an interest in Water Priscilla, or you think that you may need her because she does fill a lot of roles, then hey, go for it, you know what I mean? I think it's worth it. I think you do a one multi and then you dip out. However, if you're not really interested in Water Priscilla, then I would say it's a very easy skip. Unless one of the other banner mates have caught your eye and you want to try to go for one of them, you can confidently skip this banner and you don't really have to worry about getting Water Priscilla. And another thing to point out too is that even if you do want Water Priscilla, I would still say that you should probably skip and just wait for like a legendary Phantom Snipers banner to come out or a rotating Phantom Snipers banner to come out and just try to summon her on there because you have higher odds of getting her off of that than you would trying to get her off of this banner, since she'll probably be one of the only featured units if it is a rotating banner. But if you're new to the game, like brand new, I'm talking about fresh account, everything, do a summon, because if you get her, she'll be really beneficial to you, especially early on. Guys, that's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out. Tell me down below what you guys think about Water Priscilla and this banner. You guys liking it? You guys not? Are you guys kind of on the hype train with Water Priscilla? Are you kind of like with me, where it's like, I think she's a solid unit, but I just think there's better options nowadays. Oh, and if you enjoyed this video, highly recommend check out either one of the videos popping on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you love. And one more thing, don't forget to drink water.
Breakers in Grand Summers have been historically kind of mediocre. Yeah, we have got some good ones here and there, like Est, Platina, Fosley. There's probably another one, maybe not. For the most part, I feel like whenever a new breaker comes out, a lot of people all kind of have the same reaction. What the fuck? This time around, it might be different. With the latest crossover that just came out to Grand Summers Global being Blackrock Shooter, we had 3 new units added: Deadmaster, Empress, and the final one being Strength. And Strength is of course the breaker of this crossover. And she's been kind of making a splash here and there, man. A lot of people have been saying Strength's actually really good, Strength's somewhat broken, Strength is this, Strength is that. So I wanted to see this for myself and show it to all of you so we can decide if this girl is really about it or not. Just like with all these showcases, your boy didn't get Strength, so we had to use someone else's, which was actually Nebula. So huge shout out to him for allowing me to make this video. Hey, so right here, look at this passive. We get art gauge by 3 whenever we're above 90% HP. We also got increased damage to enemies and break by 200%. And when you're on HP, you also get skill CT recovery by 30%. Great stuff here. As for her kit, it's pretty much very breaker-like. Break resist down, break power up increases. And she also has the insane true art, which is really what makes her her. It's able to buff up everybody's damage and damage to enemies by 130%. And on top of this as well, she has all physical slots. And let me just say, on any other character, doesn't matter what they are, attack or support, doesn't matter, these slots would be terrible. But for breakers, they're actually not too bad because most break items are physical items, which is what I would recommend you guys put on it. If we slide on over to the equipment, you're looking at stuff like Relic Mav, Bakuzan, Platina's true weapon if you want to. Pretty much anything that's going to be having high values of break or giving you extreme amounts of break power. So yeah, don't worry about giving her damage or anything like that. I mean, you can, you'll sub at least one item in there if you want to, but I wouldn't really recommend it. And as for the crest you're going to want on this girl, you got a lot of options. Attack up if you want to hit harder. Promise Inferno God if you want to hit harder. Break power up if you want to be a little bit more consistent with your breaks. Or art gauge up. If I had to pick only one though, I think I would just like the art gauge up because I just like being more consistent with nukes and stuff like that. Which leads into my next point. This girl right here, what you see right here, yes, she is a breaker, but one thing that she is going to be specializing in is break nuking. Since if you get a boss in break, she's going to practically be able to instantly KO the boss like it's nothing. Because that 200% damage up during break is no joke. Plus the true art modifiers as well, that's an extra 130%, technically times 2, so you're going to be getting a total of like, what, 460% damage up with strength alone? Now, of course, if we are going to be testing out break though, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta be fighting specific bosses because some bosses in the game you don't really need to break them. It's kind of, you know, redundant if you do it, but there's one boss that loves getting broken. You guys know who that is.
I'm in danger.
So as you see, we got the Draken, the Strength, Darkfin, and of course the boy Gray. And you guys shouldn't be surprised to see what's coming because I mean it's very self-explanatory. A team like this is loaded AF, which means that this boy Oldius is quaking in his boots and he's getting exactly the punishment that he loves. You may be wondering how much damage does Strength hit for, right? If you want to know why this number is so low, it's because Strength's True Art actually takes quite a long time to come out, as you see from here, which is the best that I could get for the animations, because yeah, I didn't get the animations from anybody. She has to hit people, she has to fire the missiles, she does damage, and you know, it's a very lengthy True Art. So for you to actually get that damage to go through, it's gonna take you some time, you know, a little bit of time, especially if she's the main nuker of the party. But here's where we're gonna go a little bit off the rails. As for every other showcase on this channel, we've always done a few runs, or we've always just done one run and we call it that. But here's the thing. Currently, it is a Monday, meaning there's not much here that we can break nuke. So what do? I don't want to wait for another day. I want to be releasing this video tomorrow, which is Tuesday. So how do I solve this problem, ladies and gentlemen? The only way I know how to. By going onto YouTube and seeing more example runs from other people using Strength so I can actually give you guys a detailed opinion on Strength without me having to use it, which pretty much means I'm stealing. Thanks for the man's shadow, so make sure to go check out the regular videos since that's where I actually got these from. So with Strength, even though, yes, she's a break nuker, I didn't talk about the fact that she can be used as other things. As you see here, the man's shadow actually used her in other stuff. Like for example, he took her up against Ganon and he was able to use her against Ganon and actually did pretty well there. And you may be like, why is that? Why is it that people want to even go through the trouble of using a breaker in something like Ganon? And the reason for it is because of the massive True Art buff. The 130% damage up to enemies plus the 130% team damage you get from Strength is one of the best buffs in the entire game. And maybe in the future with harder events that come out, you will see people using Strength comps out of nowhere for the simple fact that damage buff is almost too good to pass up. Which is wild to me that they even put this on a unit. But to be honest, they kind of balanced it out. Because yes, Strength does have this crazy buff. And it's insanely good, but it's locked behind the break mechanic. And there's times where you won't want to break. Which leads into my biggest con with Strength. Breakers aren't needed in every aspect of GS. Yes, there are some bosses that we have to break, that is true. But why break a boss whenever you can always just kill it faster with other characters? But even with breakers being the way that they are, and Strength being the way that she is, she's still a phenomenal unit. I would say Strength is top 5 breakers in the game. Hell, probably even top 3. So that's how I feel about her. Strength is a great character. Just unfortunate that she's tied behind the break mechanic, which is kind of underutilized in Grand Summoners. But if you get her, I wouldn't be upset because she's going to be your main breaker for possibly the end of time. But that's going to be the end of this video. So thank you all for coming out. If you enjoyed this video, highly recommend check out either one of the videos popping on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee alone. Especially me playing through the new One Punch Man mobile game. That was an experience to say the least. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. Crossovers and Grand Summoners go hand in hand. You really can't have one without the other. And it seems like no matter what, GS always needs a crossover going on 24/7. Literally, this game cannot go a week without having some type of crossover prevalent in the global and Japanese version of the game. Which is both a good and bad thing. Bad because that means they could bring some good units that really power creep some old ones. But good because it always means there's something to look forward to and it's a chance for the game to grow, for them to add new mechanics and, you know, all that good stuff. Did GS actually do that half the time? Let's be honest here. Not really. But sometimes they really surprise us with their crossovers.
That is
like
not
with the
what
first
it
time
does.
Yu Hakusho came out. Whenever they showed us that, hey,
Bro,
these guys are going to be Luck 120. And by the
Every
way,
time I
you
do
get one
this,
of them for free. And then they
it
kept doing that
fixes
going forward. They kept making
makes all the
120 Luck
shit
units
go
and they
away.
kept
What are
giving
you
out free
talking
tickets until they
about?
realized, wait, we're losing too much money. And they stopped doing it, which was really sad. But we're not here to just only take a stroll down memory lane, ladies and gentlemen. No siree. We are here to talk about what I think are the top 3 crossovers that need to return in Grand Summoners. These are crossovers that haven't returned to the game in so long. I'm talking about some of them have only debuted and never came back, while others have came back a few times, but it's been about a year or two since we've seen them last. So this list that I compiled is a list of my bias, but also some of the crossovers that I've seen the most when talking about this topic in my live streams. I don't know if this list goes in any order apart from the number 1 spot. Let's get the number 3 spot, what I think should really come back, and that's gonna be ReZero. It's been so long. Here, you know what? I'm actually gonna look it up right now. When was the last time ReZero was here? Has it really been 2 years since ReZero has came out? I think we're destined for a rerun of this crossover because we actually had some solid units from this. One of them being Rim. Of course, she does have that huge detriment of it consuming her HP, but she was a fun unit that did a lot of damage. That also is kind of a cheat code if you learn that you can just give her crit rate and then have someone defend her and you don't have to worry about her taking her own HP. We also have Emilia. Emilia is a great unit. Was one of the best nuking support units just to have. Still is one of the best nuking support units for water nukes, but now since we have Melty and Melty's been buffed, I feel like Emilia's kind of fallen off a little bit and we don't really see her too much anymore. Still a great unit, but you know, just not as good as some of the newer stuff that's been re-released and buffed again. And there's also some pretty solid equips that came from this as well. I think one of them was called like Rim and Ram. It's pretty much Goku uniform, but it gave you like attack and damage, I think, instead of just damage. And some other good stuff that came along with it. And yeah, I would love to see ReZero come back and possibly add a new unit. I feel like just buffing up the units and bringing them to like current day standards wouldn't be enough if we had a rerun of ReZero. I feel like we really need a new unit alongside it to really add the cherry on top and be like, okay, here you go. Now the next 2 crossovers that I'm going to be mentioning, I'm kind of like cheating a little bit here because it's technically going to be 4 crossovers I'm recommending instead of just 3 to come back. But to me, these 2 are kind of tied for me. One of them is going to be One Punch Man. Now here's the thing about One Punch Man. One Punch Man has reran, I think, 2 or 3 times on Global already. The first time it came through, of course, it was just Saitama and TT, and then the second time it came through, it added the Season 2 units, which was like Fubuki, Goro, and Speedo Sound Sonic. Oh, and how could I forget to Genos, right? Genos is a unit too. Oh, this guy's bad. Nowadays, a lot of these units are just not great anymore. Even like Saitama himself, it's kind of fallen off in terms of the nuking position, which is surprising. I thought that we would never see the day when Saitama actually kind of lost his role as the nuking king, but I see a lot of people now like using other nukers and using other characters instead of just always going to Saitama, which is definitely refreshing in terms of the nuking scene. But I personally would like this crossover to come back not only just for Saitama, but for everybody else. Like, I would love to see a buff Fubuki, a buff Speedo Sound Sonic, you know, TT even. And then Garo needs like a complete rework. Let's be honest here, chat. Would I say that they need to add a newer unit to One Punch Man? I don't really know, because what do we have? We had what, 5 units I think from OPM, not including Genos, which was 6. So maybe you do add like 1 more unit, but it's like, who do you even add at that point? Maybe you add like a more recent villain, or maybe you add another hero into the game that we don't have yet. And the next crossover I want to recommend before we get into the final one is gonna be Golden Kamuy. I think that if this comes back, this definitely needs to buff up all of the units like Hijikata, Shugimoto, and Usurpa to very good levels, because this came back, I think, not last year, but it might have been 2 years ago, and whenever it came back, it did buff up these characters a decent amount, but they didn't really go super ham with it. And I would love to see, you know, the boy Shugimoto actually be good. Like, I've tried to make Shugimoto good multiple times, and I have done some nukes with him here and there, and he has done pretty decent damage. But if he had like a little bit of a higher multiplier, just an overall better kit, he could definitely be pushing out the numbers with the big boys. Only problem is that his true art's really slow. And Usurpa herself, it's kind of a toss-up, man. I feel like there's nothing super difficult in this game to where it feels like that you need Usurpa. Usurpa's a great addition, but the fact is that the game is catered around being offensive, right? Everything about the game is, oh yeah, how fast can you clear it? Or, oh, how much damage can you do? Nothing in the game is catering to, oh, let's turtle. It's been a while since we've had to fight an event where we weren't strong enough as the player to just like absolutely decimate an event. And as the game goes on, you know, more broken units come to the game, it definitely makes it to where the overall difficulty of the game goes down. Even if you don't have these said units, just other players that have them and you join multiplayer lobbies, the event that you used to think was extremely difficult may not be so bad now. Like Ganon, for an example. I feel like everybody can just beat Ganon like it's nothing. He still has some challenging mechanics here and there, but for the most part, dealing damage to him and actually melting him down nowadays really isn't that bad. But still, I would mind this crossover to come back simply for the fact I want my boy Shugimoto buffed and my boy Hijikata with a new unit too, by the way. We only have 3 units in Goen Kamui. I think that we need to get another one if it ever does return. And then finally, this is the big one here, the one that I myself want the most out of all the crossovers, and I think it's kind of equally agreed upon by most vet players too, that they want this to come back as well, and that's Yu Yu Hakusho. Yu Yu Hakusho brought in some crazy units, and it was such a fun time too. It was a very fun crossover. That was probably one of the best states Grand Summoners has ever been in. Now, will that happen again if Yu Yu Hakusho returns? Probably not, but I would love to see some of the boys get buffed, like Hiei, Toguro, Yusuke, the boy Kazuma. I would love them all to get buffed. Well, Kazuma maybe not too much, because he made power creep my gray, and I ain't gonna like that. But yeah, these characters are in desperate need of a rerun. They're just so outdated by this point, and yeah, I feel like none of them are really that usable anymore. I mean, of course, you can still use them, right? But their modifiers are just so low, and they don't deal like that much damage compared to newer units, and I just really want some buffs for these boys because they really need it. I also would like this crossover to come back because this has the infamous, or the famous, let me say, Kurama Whip in it. 5-star magic, one of the best nuking items in the entire game, because I didn't even realize how good that was at the time because I wasn't really into nuking. I mean, I kind of was, but not an insane amount. That's gonna be my top 3/4 of the crossovers that I want to return in Grand Summoners. So tell me down below which your guys' favorite crossover is, or what crossover that you guys want to see return. I personally try to pick crossovers that I saw didn't return too much, or it's been quite a while since we actually got them again. You know, I didn't put stuff like Kill la Kill whatever on here because, I mean, even though Kill la Kill does have Mako, we've gotten Kill la Kill like 8 times, and I'm so sick of that crossover. I hope it never comes back again. Some of these other ones, though, that I feel like definitely deserve a rerun hasn't gotten one yet, and it's like, why? What's stopping them from doing this stuff, man? Come on now. Either way, that's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out, man. It's been your boy Pete. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. If you enjoyed this video, I highly recommend check out either one of the videos popped on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. With Grand Summoners' most recent Bionicle Collection crossover, we were lucky enough to get a special edition Bionicle, which is known as Dead Master. She's been the talk of the town recently. A lot of people have been wondering, you know, how good is she? Is she really as strong of a nuker as everybody's suspecting? Or is it just the crossover hype getting to everyone? Either way, I'm hoping to find out in today's video. But spoiler alert, I didn't pull Dead Master, so I can't actually use this new Bionicle. However, GoldenEye actually came through and they have Dead Master. So we're going to be using theirs today. And thanks so much to them for allowing me to use the unit, because without them, this video wouldn't have been possible. As far as what my game plan is in terms of using Dead Master, we're going to be taking her up against a few different things today, mainly nuking. I don't think I really want to use her as a sustained DPS, but unfortunately today is a Wednesday, so there's not too many things to nuke. If I want to do a little bit more playtesting with her, I'll probably just take her up against the Crest Palace and see if she can just one-shot the boss like that. And here's the newest Bionicle, Dead Master. She has some pretty unique abilities that are tied to her that kind of makes her whole kit function that we definitely should go over. First and foremost, we got just some generic stuff like Paralyzed Resistance, kind of whatever, but we have her unique ability, which is Obsessive Love. This gives you defense ignore as long as your HP is above 80% or more. We have good condition attack up level 4. Her skill is able to give her art gauge. Her art's just reducing enemies earth resist, and then her true art is exactly Simon's Phantom Bullet. I say it every time, but it's literally just that. 115,000% damage. You increase your accuracy and you reduce the enemy's evasion rate. As for the equip she has a 5-star physical, 5-star magic, and a 4-star support. As for, you know, best in slot items here, if you're nuking with her, which I think is where she's going to be excelling at the most, I always true weapon for the 5-star physical in my opinion. Dead Master's motorbike is a really good item. However, I think there's an even better item called the Despair Vine. You get this from the mines, and this is actually against the Omega plant, if I'm not mistaken. And then 4-star support, if you're nuking, anything that's going to be giving you more damage, like the Mysterious Earring. As with the crest you can put on this girl, there's a lot of different options. We have the crest from the event. I think it's called Good Arms or Strong Arms or something like that. It gives you like 500 attack plus like 5% physical damage. That's a great item. However, if you want to go even a step beyond this, I think that if you go farm the regular Crest Palace, you get just a regular attack up, a Promise of Funeral God, or Art Gauge up. Those 3 are probably the best. And the main GoldenEye came through with some animations for Dead Master. I have seen a glimpse of these, but not all of them. So they're not like a complete blind reaction, but you know, we'll see. I didn't know about the motorcycle in Empress's showcase, and that one blew me away. But let's see if Dead Master has something going for her. Let's see what we got here. Huh, okay. Just a throw forward. Got a little like frisbee going, a little like slam for the skill. All right, nothing impressive yet to me. The art, mean, it's alright, right? I mean, it's alright. I mean, okay, we get on the motorcycle, we dip out, we snipe. Is it just me, or these animations kind of like suck? I don't really like them. Like, I mean, of course, I've never seen the show, so maybe this is kind of just what she does, but it's kind of boring, isn't it? It looks very boring. It's just, yeah, like whatever. The most exciting part is just the true art, and it's the beginning of the true art where the bike comes in, it turns around, she gets on the bike and she dips, but you don't even get to see what happens. I would really like if we had like off-screen cut-in effects. We used to a long time ago in the first year of Grand Summoners. We actually did, because Fina had a very unique true art animation. Or actually, can I even find it? Let me see if I can find it real quick. I couldn't find it. Either way, we used to have cut-ins to like go out. I think it was just maybe too much on the game though, or something like that, or people just didn't like it. I thought they were cool, and I wish they would bring them back for some use, because I feel like this went off screen and it showed what Deadmaster was doing off screen. Like maybe she was like pulling out her gun or pulling out her sniper, whatever, and it showed her like charging up a shot, and then it would flash back to, you know, this screen, and it would finally end off with like her doing the shot here. Wouldn't that be cool? I feel like that'd be a lot better. I feel like, I mean, yeah, it took a lot more effort and it probably takes a lot more money to do that, but I mean, yeah, these animations are whack. I don't want to say the worst animations in the game, because there are 4-star characters in this game that have some terrible stuff. I'm gonna give this a 4. Yeah, this is probably the lowest rated animation out of all of the animations we've seen so far. All right, and here we go. This is gonna be nothing but us focusing on the girl Deadmaster and see what she can do. This is actually against the Special EX, so you guys can expect some pretty top tier things here, you know, some pretty good stuff. I'm hoping that she'll be able to get her true art before, you know, everything's said and done. Yeah, she's definitely gonna be able to. So, oh, I still have Scintilla on. What am I doing? This is a 100% defense ignore unit OP. But as you see here, look at that, boom, everything works out fine. Everybody has the damage, and she should deal some deeps, and there we go. Wait, is he still alive? Oh wait, no, he's doing the nuke. Wait, so how's the nuke work? It doesn't always happen. I definitely think that if I had a better 5-star physical for Draken, it would have helped out, like a physical resist down or something. But I completely forgot I still had Scintilla on my Draken. That was just a complete Pepega mistake for me. But first nuke looking pretty good. Let me see if I can find something else we can do. This fight isn't too bad either, but this is just another way to show off the nuking potential of this character. I really wish Mines was here, because if Mines were here, we could just fight against the Mines and go crazy like that, and hopefully get some big deeps going there. But unfortunately, you know, GS Global doesn't believe in the Mines, so yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna happen again. I mean, maybe one day, right? Maybe one day we'll actually get some good Mines somewhere. And right there, 3.9 million from the girl Deadmaster. Sheesh. Would have been a lot better, but I kind of goofed up and I didn't actually have Melty's true art in the very end right there. Either way, that was Deadmaster nuking. Now I want to try her out in sustain and see how well she does in that. Going against the Crest Palace like the good old times, right? I was thinking about taking her up against Emmy, but I feel like we've done Emmy quite a bit recently with a lot of showcases. But either way, it's still going to show, you know, if you want to use her as sustained damage, do you know how well does that do? Now, one big negative to the girl Deadmaster, which I haven't actually talked about too much here, is the fact that Deadmaster relies heavily on being at high HP, which really sucks if you're fighting anything that does like a nuke in the very beginning. Well, you guys know as soon as you go into the fight with Ifrit, he nukes everybody and he puts you all at like critical health. Well, Deadmaster loses out on 2 of her best passives, which is the attack up buff and the 100% defense ignore. Whenever she doesn't have those passes up, well then there's not really much that you can do necessarily. Her damage is going to fall off quite drastically, and you'll be better off just using another unit that won't rely on being at high HP. But as long as you can consistently stay at the high HP threshold, I think you're going to be vibing for the most part. So yeah, let's see how much damage this does, and dang, that's a lot of damage. I mean, at this point, right, Redacne has like no HP nowadays, but still, I mean, it's just surprising just seeing a boss's HP go from like something to nothing, you know what I mean? Actually insane right there. We got a level 3 crest. You know, I'm waiting on the day where I do one of these and I actually get a 4+. It would be insane. But yeah, let's see how much damage that she dealt right there. 3.5 million from the girl Deadmaster. So the main takeaway from this entire thing though is that you want to keep her at high HP. If you don't keep her at high HP, not gonna perform at the way you want to. Either way, extremely good nuker. And yeah, I mean, if you already have other solid nukers, I don't think you need to really stress out about getting Deadmaster. I don't think she's doing anything so crazy to the point to where it's like, oh my god, she's power creeping everybody, right? She's a really good character. If I had to put her up in a tier list like with all the other nukers, I would say she's probably like A+, you know, I would say. Maybe S tier. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this one, man. Thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. Tell me down below what you guys think about Deadmaster. Are you guys on the hype with her? Did you guys want to pulling her? Let me know down there. Also, let me know what type of comps you're running with her if you did get her. You know, have you guys found the Golden Goose, the secret comp that just makes her completely broken? Let me know down there as well. Thank you all again for coming out. Thanks again to my man GoldenEye as well for allowing me to do all this. Huge shout out to him. Also, he actually has a YouTube channel, so if you guys want to go check that out as well, you guys can go check that out down below in the comment section. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. it is time. No more guessing, no more assuming. We now have the hard facts about War God Finn. Everything that he does, along with some of the mechanical changes that will be coming to the game. So this maintenance on JP is pretty big. For one, War God Finn is coming. Surprise, surprise. But on top of this too, along with some other stuff that they're going to be releasing, we have some pretty big system changes that are coming. For one, main story rank XP values have been doubled. I don't know if this is just for a campaign period or if this is the case all the time, but this seems like this may be a brand new thing that's here to stay. And XP has been adjusted in various quests. Why would they have to do this? Well, if you guys don't know, in order to get the 6-star versions of Finn, which this is who War God Finn is, he is the 6-star Finn. I think in order to get them level 100 plus, or maybe level 90 plus, you have to get them higher level by just using them. So this is why XP is being adjusted to kind of match that new grind that GS is introducing. On top of this all though, we're having the 6-star equipment coming to multiple units, including the 3 swordsmen, so that includes Corsair, Clyde, and Arth, and every single invasion / luck trial unit, apart from crossover units. Your Vitzes, your Aces, your Chloes, all that type of stuff. Whatever first weapon slot that they have, you can be expecting it to be upgraded to its 6-star variation. This does not mean new equips are coming to them, but they will be able to use the 6-star equipment in the game. But this isn't it for all the main changes, ladies and gentlemen. We have some stuff happening to the banners. Oh yes. We have a brand new superhero festival coming called the Super Advent Festival. As you can see by this picture here, it now has a purple symbol instead of it being gold. Pretty cool. Here you can see Super Awakening Finn appears. The probability of appearing at maximum evolution of a 5-star, including War God Finn, has been increased from 5% to 7%. Top of this too, the appearance probability of pickup units are further increased. Also, 30 hero gems can be exchanged for 1 liberation stone, which is what you need to 6-star LB your characters, which that is a scam. I don't know who thought of that. And finally, the effect of summon results will be changed, and the maximum evolution of a 5-star will appear from the golden crystal. It's going to be very gold, from what I've been told. Very, very gold. War God Finn is the pickup target, and he actually has the highest chance of appearing than other 5-stars and higher evolved units. So the rates are weighted in your favor to an extent. Oh, and then here's a big one for all my JP players, which I guess really sucks. No 10k ALK. I don't know if this is the dawn of no 10k ALKs going forward for you guys on JP, but man, you guys are about to feel the global pain. And it's not fun. That's it for all the system changes that will be coming to the game. But now we can finally talk about the one and only War God Finn. He's been revealed, and he is looking like a straight menace to society. If you guys just want the sum of it, he's pretty much old Finn, just better. His slots are a 6-star physical, a 5-star support, and a 4-star support, or a 4-star defense, depending on which one you want to choose. Remember, with 6-star awakenings, you can choose between your 4-star slot being either or, and you unlock this feature at LB7, if I'm not mistaken. LB6 gives you the 6-star equip. His skill will increase his own art gauge by 50. His art buffs up everybody's accuracy and equipment CT recovery by 40% respectively. And then here's the big ones. His true art and his super art. His true art is a 60,000% earth damage physical. You increase your own super critical rate by 20% for the duration of this true art. Then for 20 seconds, you increase all allies' crit rate by 100% and art gauge by 4 per second. Then finally, he has his super art, which is a massive multiplier of 160,000. And then for 40 seconds, you increase your own crit rate by 100%, super critical rate by 40%, and your attack by 100%. But this isn't it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, he has passives as well. When War God Finn is set as the leader of the party, for 45 seconds from quest start, increase all allies' damage resistance by 30%. You also have all allies starting art gauge gets increased by 50, and finally, we have increased all damage against enemies below 50% HP by 30%. And before I talk about everything else, let's talk about his new true weapon. His 5-star support. This increases all allies' art gauge by 25, and then for 15 seconds you increase all allies' human damage by 40%. Its passives are damage and skill CT recovery, and also you get damage against humans 10% up. I want to say that I am kind of a little bit upset, because he is literally just old Finn. A carbon copy of the older Finn, but just as a new unit. And it kind of upsets me because this could have easily, Chad, been an upgrade from his older self to this version of Finn. Literally everything is the exact same apart from the new super criticals being added and his multipliers being increased. And I think also his art gauge got buffed, and he now has 100% crit buff as well. I do kind of like that you can pick between wanting to be more of a supporting kind of sub-attacker or being just a straight up damage dealer with the super art and true art, because the super art is just specifically catering to his own damage. I don't know how to feel about it. I gotta like really set on this and think about it some more, because I just read this information for myself the first time as well. So you guys have to tell me down below in the comment section how you all feel about this. Like I said with me, I do appreciate all the mechanical changes that are happening to the game to try to make this better for existing players, but this still just rubs me the wrong way, man. Because I was kind of under the impression that they would change War God Finn into something else, but they didn't. They just gave him a bunch of stuff on top of what Finn already had. I don't know, maybe I'll put together a thoughts video, or maybe in the next live stream we do, I'll just bring up War God Finn for a little bit. I'm not for sure. Either way, that's gonna be it for this one. Thank you all for coming out. It's Vinny Royal P. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. If you enjoyed this video, highly recommend check out either one of the videos popping up on the screen right now. Great content, guarantee you love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. You know, we just did a Shidia summon. Global threw us a curveball again. Cross the Blaze is returning, but not only just 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units, no sirree. Every single Cross the Blaze unit is returning on a rotating banner starting tomorrow. So that means some of your fan favorites are back. Like Lisa, we got Sistina, we got Orville, Victoire, even the man Luan. Everybody is back in this banner. And if you've never seen how these type of banners work, it's very simple. Pretty much every 2 days, the banner rotates. So on October 4th to October 6th, the banner only features Lisa and Victoire. On October 7th to October 8th, it only features Orville and Eagle. October 9th to October 11th, we have Sistina and Angelus. And the final banner on the 12th to the 13th will be Luan and Baku. Another thing to mention too is that every single time a banner rotates, it actually refreshes the guaranteed 5-star, meaning that you could get 4 guaranteed 5-star multis if you want to spend that amount of crystals. But the question is, how many of these are still meta and actually worth the crystals? Let's do a very quick summary of all of them. Lisa is a support that's able to reduce your equipment CT and also is able to give you art gauge. Orville is a 100% defense ignore attacker that also can scale his damage. Sistina's a 100% physical damage buffer that also has some survivability in her kit for your team. Luan is a sustained damage dealer that wants to stack bleeds on the enemy so he can do the big deeps. Victoire is a light buffing sub attacker. She's able to raise your stats by a ton. Eagle is like a bruiser type of tank. He wants to get hit so he can do more damage. Angelus is a type of fire nuker to an extent. She scales off of like dragon stacks. The more dragon stacks she has, the more damage her true art does. And then finally we have Baku, which Baku eats somebody. Yep, you heard me right. He eats somebody. He will feint that person and he'll deal some damage, and he'll also buff up everybody's magic damage, I think by 200%. So each of these characters seem very unique, some more gimmicky than the others, but definitely there are a few outliers here that are still very prevalent, which I would say would definitely be Lisa and Sistina. Lisa, like I mentioned before, able to buff up your equipment CT by a ton. She's one of the best supports in the game because of that, and that's mainly the reason why you use her. Yes, she can art gauge, which is nice, but more than likely whenever you're using her on the team, you're already going to be running someone else that can art gauge. You probably will only use Lisa's art maybe in the very beginning just to get everybody going, and then once you have everybody going, you're just going to be spamming Lisa's true art so you can constantly have the equipment CT buff up. And I also want to say that she's kind of like a scaling supporter, not in like the traditional sense where she's getting more buffs or something like that, in the sense that the better equips you have on your account, the more value you get out of Lisa. And it's pretty much used all the time, especially in in-game content. If you can't figure out who else to run on the team, you probably are just going to throw Lisa on there just so you can have your defense equips and your other key items up all the time. But she is still extremely top tier, and I really can't recommend her enough. If you don't have good equipment though, she still is pretty solid, by the way. And then the girl Sistina. Now some of you may be like, Sistina? OP Draken came out. Sistina's old news, man. No one cares about this girl. Which, yeah, true, Draken did come out, but I think that we probably shouldn't look at both of them as just, oh, they do the same thing. Yes, both of them are physical damage buffers. However, I think that they excel in different things apart from just buffing up physical damage. Draken is like the DPS king for physical damage. If you want lots of damage and you also want him to hit pretty hard, he can kind of do that for you. Sistina, on the other hand, kind of brings a little bit more to the team since she's able to give your team a barrier. And because of this survivability that Sistina offers, she's used a lot more in in-game type of fights than Draken would be. So if you already have Draken, Sistina is still good. You may not use her all all the time like you probably will with Draken, but I'm telling you at some point you're gonna need her. Now if you don't have Draken, Sistina is insane. Pretty much the next best thing, especially if you want to nuke and have 100% physical damage up, you can just run Sistina on the team. Unfortunately her slots aren't that great for nuking, but still, you know, pretty solid stuff here. As for everyone else, it's kind of it. There are some characters from this banner that are still good, by the way, but even with that being said, I don't necessarily think you spend crystals on this banner. The reason why is because every single one of these banner units are in the forever summons. So if you wanted to wait for a little bit longer, you could wait for the next forever summon and then just get them from there. And that way, you're gonna have a lot higher chance than, you know, tackling the gacha, and it's free. The only thing you have to do is just log in every single day to make sure that, you know, you get the character that you want. Which is why I want to say that this banner to me is just a bait banner. I really don't know why they're doing this, because we just had Blackrock Shooter, and it's like, why are you trying to get people to use their crystals even more? Unless they're planning on releasing something big in like next week's update or something. But who knows, man, we can't even tell what Grand Summers Global is doing half the time. So if I had to recap the whole banner for you, I would say skip it for most people. Unless you're newer to the game, I would say maybe summon on at least Lisa's banner and then Sistina's banner. Outside of that, I don't think you really summon on the others. But thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. Tell me down below what you guys are doing. Are you guys gonna be summoning? Are you guys gonna be skipping? What's the deal? And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. With the complete upset that was yesterday's summon video. By the way, check that out if you haven't. I walked away with nothing. Not a single unit this time around, but even though I didn't get these units, I still gotta make content for you all. I gotta show off the newest, hottest, spiciest content that's coming to the game.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Don't let your kids watch it!
We're gonna be showing off the one and only Empress, the girl that I actually am the least excited about out of the entire crossover, but maybe this showcase would change my opinion on this character. Of course, since I didn't get Empress, this means that this Empress is not my own. It is actually gonna be the boy Caleb's. He reached out to me on Discord and said that he had an Empress, so I was like, hey man, let's set up the recording and let's show off the girl. And here she is, the one and only Empress. From my understanding, the MC of Blackrock Shooter. Her first ability is Fire Kill level 3. Her second ability is Machine Enhancement, and the last ability is her unique ability that gives her 3 art gauge while she has 80% or more HP, and she autofills her art gauge by 3 when Empress is not in a status element. As for her entire kit, she's not really doing anything too wild. I mean, she is kind of niche, but for the most part, it's kind of standard. We have a physical and water resist down on the art, which is only 10%, but it has a 60-second duration. On top of this as well, she also has her massive true art, which is a 78,000% modifier, and you're able to reduce the enemy's crit resist, and you autofill all allies art gauge by 2 based on the number of water units for 7 seconds. And as for her slots, 5-star physical, 5-star defense, 4-star support. If you want to nuke with her, the new coral gun that just came out, really great stuff, or anything that's going to be buffing up the team's damage. If you're looking at more sustain though, you're going to be looking at something like, you know, arch items like Druizanagi and stuff like that. For 5-star defense though, if you're nuking, the Black Strike's great if you need the extra art gauge. 50 arts to whoever it targets is really good. However, if you don't want Black Strike, something like Iris' Frilly Bikini, I think that's what it's called, gives everyone on your team like 35% stats up. And that's kind of where it ends in terms of nuking with 5-star defenses. There may be another one that I'm forgetting right now. Just for every other piece of content where you're wanting to sustain more, just take more damage, the 5-star defense should probably be changed for something that's going to counter whatever damage you're going to be fighting. And as for the 4-star support, if you're nuking, anything that's going to give your team art gauge or give your team more damage or give her more damage. If you're sustaining, anything that's going to give you art gauge, skill CT, equipment CT. As for the crest I'd recommend on this girl, you could actually go with the newest crest that's from her event, which is the huge arms. This thing gives you physical damage up and good condition attack up 500. Good condition, I think, by the way, is 80% or above or 90% or above or something like that. So it's definitely more of a nuker crest. If you don't want to go with this though, I think regular attack up is great. Promise of Funeral God if you want her more for nuking. Art gauge up as well. And the final one I want to recommend is actually crit damage up, because with her 100% crit resist down, it actually has a chance to enable you to crit. And that's pretty much where it ends with Empress. I'm going to be showing her off today in a few different fights. I will show her off in a nuke, even though there's nothing here that's like super challenging or to really show off, you know, I guess the power of it. You know, I'll just go up against like the newest special EX that came out and you guys will be able to see from there. But I also want to show her in her own niche, which is being able to reduce the enemy's crit resist by 100%. And here we go. This is the Special EX, by the way. There's no Special EX Hyper with this event for some reason. I don't know why that's the case. That seems really weird to me. But yeah, no Special EX Hyper, but we do have a Special EX, which is very easy. I mean, this guy's gonna die very quickly, as you see here. Oh wait, he actually doesn't do the nuke at the end. I thought Eraser actually did the huge nuke at the end to do like the big deeps to everyone, but I don't guess he does. But as you saw there, you know, 8 seconds. I don't think this boss has really that much HP, but let's see the stats real quick. And as you see there, 2.8 million from the boy Gray. And actually, Empress hitting pretty hard herself at 2 million. Oh, I completely forgot. I didn't check out the animations. Well, whatever. We'll do them like right now. The last few showcases, we haven't been able to actually show off the animations for characters, and it just completely slipped my mind. But this time around, the boy Caleb actually came through with the animations. Huge shout out to him. So let's see what they're looking like. The only thing I know is that she pulls out a gun and she shoots. Yeah, I've seen this a lot. This is just the regular attack animation. I actually thought this was the skill. The skill... Wait, that's it? She just... I actually like this. This is very unique. She just kind of looks over her shoulder and she's like, well, that's a whole ass motorcycle. That's crazy. This is a face of pure confusion. Let's see the art real quick. What is this? Oh, so the motorcycle comes back. There's no point for the motorcycle to do this. Look, the motorcycle just comes back, you know, and then she shoots the beam. I mean, that's cool, I guess. It's nice. Now, there's true art I'm interested in seeing because I'm hoping it's going to be crazy. Hopefully, it's good. I'm hoping. Let's see. Okay, I saw the eye blaze right there. A bunch of slashes and then the huge beam. Where's the motorcycle though? Even though I've seen this true art quite a bit with a lot of other units, like the whole line situation, I just really like this beginning part. The startup is cool. Her art and skill is actually very unique with the whole motorcycle. This was something I wasn't expecting, and I'll say because of that, it makes no sense to me. I haven't seen the show, so I don't know like the implications here, but I'm gonna say a 9. This looks cool to me. I like it. I like the true art too. I would say a 9. If the true art's ending effect was different, I might give this a 10, but the fact that this true art ends the same way that like the art ends, but you know, she's just further off screen, yeah, it's all right, you know what I mean? Now here's something that I'm a little bit scared to do. In my head, it seems like it will work. We're gonna be going up against Emmy and trying to crit her with the help of Empress, because Empress has 100% crit resist down in her kit, which should mean that I am able to crit the boss even if she puts up crit resist, because Emmy has 100% crit res by default. Well, at least whenever she gets to her last threshold, she does. And since Empress reduces crit res by 100%, Vox buffs crit rate by 100%, you see what's happening? I should still be able to crit. So we're gonna try it right now. I'm kind of scared. I haven't tried a team like this, and I don't think Emmy has Demon Killer. If she does, then oops. And another thing is too, you guys may have noticed, I've been mainly using Empress as either more of an attacker or for more of her niche, which I think is where she really excels at. Like the Archon is definitely nice, but I don't know. I don't think that you should use this unit and look at her for her arts. Even though, yes, she is an Archgener, I think that you shouldn't be using her only for that. I think if you look at her as just an Archgener, she kind of sucks a little bit. She's not as good as she could be, you know what I mean? But as you see here, she's actually, and it's working. You see, I'm critting the boss, and this guy's actually getting blasted by the man Vox. I said guy, girl, my bad. Like, this is actually insane. This is insanity. It's working. This is actually making this even easier for new players, because now you don't need Draken. If you have Empress, you could just use Empress, or you could just have 200% crit rate on your team to also do it like that, and that will work too. But ladies and gentlemen, dare I say, that's pretty good. I'm actually really surprised how well that went, in all honesty. Like, I am kind of blown away. But you know, that's just one way that you can utilize her niche to your advantage and make her hit extremely hard. As you saw there, she's hit for 3.6 million, Vox hit for 4.1. We beat Emmy like it was nothing. Even though this was impressive, I quickly just want to recap Empress and everything that I've seen. I feel like it's been kind of all over the place. So here's my final thoughts with Empress, her pros and her cons. She's a mono water Archgener. Her Archgen also scales with water units, so it really solidifies you wanting to use her with water units. Also, she has 100% crit resist down. This enables your team to crit if the boss has no crit res, or if the boss has crit resistance, like we just saw with Emmy, she will make them more susceptible to crits, which then means that you can use someone like a crit buffer and tackle a boss and beat the brakes off them like it's nothing. Her stacking water and physical resist down is also quite good, but I don't think it's necessary. And she does have a 5-star defense slot. I think definitely helps her in harder content. However, I think that there are 3 cons to her that is kind of just holding me back from really liking this unit. First one, even though I just mentioned it, her slots aren't great. In terms of being an Archgener, it's not that great. Her water and physical resist down, I talked about it earlier, but it's only 10%. So if you want to get like a huge benefit out of it, you're going to want to stack it a few times. Granted, it's for 60 seconds, so you have a lot of time to do it, but you may just want to be spamming your true art so you get more Archgen for her. And finally, Her art generation being tied to using water units and scaling with water units is both a pro and a con, because sometimes you may not want to use water units. And if you're not using water units, then you're only going to be getting 2 art gauge per second. Like right here on this team, she was only art genning 4 arts per second. And I say only, right? But 4 arts per second is still pretty good. As long as you have one other water unit on the team, you're gonna get value. And one of the other things I want to mention with this point is the fact that she's type E arch gen. Type E arch geners are still really good. It's perfectly fine if you're type E arch gener. However, the typing is getting more and more competitive because we're getting more and more crossovers, and every single crossover unit that comes out now seems like they're going to be in type E arch gen. Those are the pros and cons of this character. In the beginning, I wasn't really feeling this character, but after seeing her niche and everything, I think that she definitely does have a place in the meta, but I don't think she's going to be used all the time. I think you're going to be seeing her whenever you need her, but if you don't need her, you probably aren't going to be turning to her 24/7. And I think that it's a lot better if you look at her more so as just an attacker that has 100% crit res down than an arch gener. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this one, man. Thank you all again for coming out. It's been OP. Tell me down below how you guys are feeling about Empress, you know? Are you guys on the hype train with her? Are you guys still think that she's kind of a sleeper unit? Let me know all that stuff down below. And thanks again to my man Caleb for allowing me to use his Empress. By the way, I think Caleb actually started a YouTube channel recently for Grand Summoner stuff, so if you guys want to check that out too, you guys can check it out. But that's gonna be it for this one, man. Thank you all again for coming out. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. Look at this new login screen, man. I ain't gonna cap. I've always loved the little blue fire effects. If I can ever learn how to do this in Photoshop, it's over. It's over for every thumbnail. So yeah, Blackrock Shooter is now on global. It's 2:43 in the morning, which by the way, I didn't mean to stay up. I actually wound up passing out earlier. I was just super tired after I got done uploading yesterday's video. Which by the way, thanks for all the support on that. And I saw a lot of you guys really like that format for the Should You Summon, so we're gonna keep it up with that. To be honest with you, whenever I made that video, I wasn't actually trying to make a new format. I was just like, let me try something different. Here they are right here, man. Deadmaster, Empress, and also Strength. And look at that, by the way. Only these 3 units featured. And hey, I mean, at this point, you guys already know, right? You guys clicked on the video, you know what you're in for. We're doing some summons. I'm probably going to be going through the entirety of the step up, and then I'm also going to be doing the regular banner, and I'm finally going to end it off with an AUX summon, and possibly I might do some gacha equip pulls here, just because I kind of want the coil gun. And also, it is pretty special today, because I was about to say it too. It's actually my birthday. Yep, your boy OP is getting old. My back's starting to hurt, and yeah, I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. Well, I say I'm getting old, dude. I'm turning 23. New Summoners pack is back. $1 pack. Hey, perfect for the step up banner. You know what I'm saying? Actually, you know what the meta play would be with this is you buy this $1 pack and you save it until the half off summon, so you can get 2 multis instead of just 1 multi. Hey, look, it's the funny number. We got a total of 420 crystals. It's September 30th, the day I was born. A new crossover just released for GS. The stars are aligning here, boys. I gotta get something right. I feel like my luck recently has kind of been a little bit sporadic. You know, we had a lot of highs on the channel recently, a lot of good pulls here and there. We've also had a lot of lows, so I don't really know what to expect from this. Of course, going into this, the ones that I want myself is actually Deadmaster, Strength, and I don't really want Empress. I mean, I would take Empress if I got Empress, but I don't really want Empress. You know, one thing that sucks about this crossover though is the fact that these guys aren't 120 luck units. I really wish they were, but they're not. Unless they actually are, and I'm just being dumb right now, but I don't think they are. First step up went absolutely terrible. That was garbage. Second step up actually doesn't guarantee us anything. We only get something new at the last step up. I don't really like these type of step up banners. I much prefer the other step up banners they have where you're guaranteed like a new unit on the last step. You usually see that a lot with like random units that get released, like how it was with Irie and Sharon. Also 4-star, 5-star animation? No 5-star animation. This could still be a 5-star though, because we do have lightning. And let's see, was I right? 1 5-star? Nope, that's tough. By the way, I'm still leading the movement. New summon animations for Grand Summon. We gotta get new summon animations. At some point, right? Yama P, whoever in JP gotta realize, hey, we need to update our stuff, especially since Reyes got Awakening. I saw one of you guys had a really good idea that why don't you just put Reyes' Awakening as a summon animation as well? That would be cool, have like a unique animation, especially if he goes into X mode. Or wait, what is it called on global? I completely forgot. What is this called on global? X-Force, yeah. Whenever you got a banner unit, if you didn't get Roy, if Reyes went X-Force, then that would mean that you got a banner unit. That would be nice. I think that would be a cool addition. Why is that not in the game? Who knows? But this is the one that matters, boys. The final step up summon right here with the paid crystals before we move on to the free crystals. Deadmaster, Strength, come home. One of you. I need one of you guys to show up right here, right now. Here we go. Rock going across the screen. Reyes, Gold Touch. We've seen the screen too many times, but you know what? This is a brand new banner, which means there could be a Ganon. There's no Ganon. Every single time, man, I get my hopes up. I'm like, man, this could be the time where we get Ganon. We actually got 2 5-stars though. Oh, well. Yeah, you know, off-banner rates, right, boys? They have been buffed. The off-banners have been buffed for this banner, unfortunately, by 0.01. That 0.01 makes all the difference, except whenever your boy OP defies the odds, like right here. God damn. Oh, we got the trike, though. That's pretty good. Actually, one of the equips that I wanted. I would much rather that been the coil gun, though. Now moving on to the free crystals, which I know a lot of you guys say that you wish you could pay. You know, you wish you could be a whale. You wish that you could spend money here and there to get some of your favorite characters. And I'm just going to tell you right now, whaling is not a high. It is an all-time low whenever you have to whale. And that's why free-to-play crystals are always better. As you see right here, watch this. Watch. We're going to do a quick 50 pull here, and watch this right here. Karat going across the screen, look at that. Gold Touch. It doesn't even matter, because Ganon's going to show up, and we're going to get a 5-star banner unit. You know, I'm really trying to advocate for the game. You know, the game's not doing too well at the moment in terms of all the heat, in terms of people getting upset, especially with the new 6-star system coming out to JP. This ain't helping at all. I'm trying to be positive influence, a positive force in the community. And right now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm so close to just breaking. Yeah. This is how GS treats me on my birthday. That's tough. I mean, we have crossover tickets too, right? I mean, your boy could go buy some crossover tickets, right? Like, oh, look at that. Oh, I didn't even realize we had this. All right, let's do this real quick too. The 11 crossover ticket summons. I did not know we were getting crossover tickets with this as well. I mean, I should have expected it. We always get them, but I completely forgot. 5-star? No 5, bruh. Come on, man. Let's do a quick equip multi here and see if I can walk away with the coil gun. We already did get the black trike, but to be honest with like all the units that I have and all the art gauge buffing that I have, I really didn't need this. But I mean, maybe one day this will be useful for me. Can I walk away with the coil gun? Can I at least get something? That's the thing here, man. I just want something. Just want, that's only one 5-star. I'm actually getting scammed. I can't believe this is how they treat me. This is how they do me. They really do not care. GS really woke up today and chose violence. I really can't believe in this day and age veterans get treated like this, man. Like, I am a vet. 2 Alkstone summons, 3 units that could be new for me, and a whole lot of units that are deuce for me. Let's see what happens, man. Got the Alk summons. Let's, you know, turn the cauldron. Let's whip up in the kitchen real quick. I hope that the girl Rem's doing something to my pulls right now, because this is a guarantee. You know, I'm just gonna say it. I think tonight, I'm really gonna do it. I can't believe I'm actually just getting completely destroyed by the rates here. I thought I was at least gonna walk away with something. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way I just walk away with only the black trike. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I gotta still edit this video. I'm hungry. I'm running on nothing but a protein shake. I'm just in a really bad position, man. I'm really down bad at the moment. And maybe I can catch a break. Maybe this will be where I catch a break. Hopefully the girl Rem cooking up in the kitchen right now. And she's gonna give me something good with these Alk summons. So let me see, Rem, are you fucking with me? Are you? Also, for the uneducated people out there, whenever I kept saying Rem cooking in the kitchen, it's because Rem is the alchemist in town. I mean, I'm pretty sure most of us knew that, but maybe some of the new people didn't know what her name was. The good news is that I've been shafted so much that I'm pretty good on rainbow gems. Bad news is we're gonna do another summon. This is actually the real, for realsies, the final summon of the video. Empress, Deadmaster, Strength. If any of them come through, I'll be happy. We're bubbling. Here we go. Okay, hold up. And that hurts. That hurts a lot. I don't know how to explain this. You guys may think I'm crazy, but I had a feeling that I was gonna walk away with something tonight. I don't know how to put it, but sometimes whenever I get this feeling, or most of the times whenever I get this feeling, I would say about 90% of the time, I actually get something. And I walked away with nothing. The only thing I have to show for all my effort, all my energy, my $1 is a black trike. There's no unit. At the end of the day, I don't know how many of these I got left in me, but it is what it is. So thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to check out all these other videos popping on the screen right now. Great content, guarantee a level. Also, let me know how it went for you down below in the comment section. Did you get what you were looking for? Did you get shafted like me? Or did you just skip? Which is actually the best response. And that's gonna be it. Thank you all again for coming out. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water.
Let's see what
Another day, another should you summon. And this one's pretty needed because, ladies and gentlemen, iOS just increased the App Store prices, so this just made your gacha hobbies a lot more expensive. But don't worry, your boy OP is here to give you some insight on the newest, hottest banners and Grand Summoners, so I can help you make an informed decision on whether or not you should summon. And this time around, we got a pretty crazy banner, which is actually going to be Blackrock Shooter. Even though I think the majority of this crossover is pretty much a luxury style crossover, I don't think there's a lot of stuff that's needed from this, but I do think there are some really good pickups that you might want to consider. So without further ado, let's talk about Blackrock Shooter. They actually did us a solid on this one, boys. This crossover banner only features the 3 crossover units.
That's pretty good.
So if you don't know about the characters by now, we have 3 characters coming with this crossover, which is going to be Empress, Strength, and Dead Master. Each of these characters have their own strengths and of course their own weaknesses, and there's definitely some that stand out more than the others. Let's talk about Strength. The amount of damage buffing she has in her kit, not only for herself but also her team, she could be a very vital asset to any break nuke comp. Like, there's tons of videos out there you guys have probably seen, or maybe you haven't, of characters hitting like over 10 million plus because Strength's on the team and she's buffing up their damage by a ton. Also, Strength herself hits extremely hard. She has a total of, I think, like what, 460% damage up if you factor in every single bit of damage ups that's in her kit. The main problem that I have with Strength is the fact that she doesn't have Intimidation. If Strength had this, she would be the definitive break nuker, but unfortunately she doesn't, and I feel like they probably knew that. So they were like, yeah, we're not going to give her that. She's still going to be able to break a lot of enemies. I don't know if she'll be able to break Oldius from like 100% to 0. And I'm talking about Crest Palace Oldius here. You guys have to let me know down below in the comment section. Is that possible or is it not? If I could really like just tie everything together with Strength, I would say Strength is a great break nuker. Extremely good. But I don't think she's needed. Since there are characters in the game like Est, and Est works perfectly fine in a lot of different break nukes, and usually the main break nuke that you're trying to achieve is against Oldius, so you can do the auto crest nuke farm. And if you already have that under control, I don't think you have to waste crystals to try to get someone like Strength. However, if you don't have someone like that, and you want a breaker for whatever reason, then Strength could definitely fulfill that role for quite a while. Next is going to be Empress, and in my opinion, Empress is 50-50. Part of me says that I like this character, a part of me is like, yeah, I don't think this character's that good for a lot of you guys. Empress is a damage dealing supporting character hybrid, pretty much a sub attacker that wants to be on water teams. If she's on water teams, of course, she gives everybody art gauge. She's also able to reduce the enemy's water resist on top of their physical resist, so a lot of benefits for having water allies on your team. However, I feel like that's the end of the positives with Empress. Her slots aren't really that great, I want to say. You can still do work with these slots, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, if you're wanting to use her as mainly a supporting character for your water teams, you would have much rather preferred a 5-star support over a 5-star defense. I'll just tell you that right now. She is very self-sufficient, by the way. She's able to get her art gauge up very quickly as long as she's above 80% HP, and she's not afflicted by any stats elements. She's getting like 6 arts per second. But I don't know. I just don't like these types of characters. I feel like whenever they have the slots like these, it just kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. Maybe I'm not seeing the bigger picture here. Maybe I'm being a little bit biased. The main part to me that I think is the positive is her gimmick. The fact that she's reducing critical resistance, which is extremely good against most bosses in the game. This pretty much enables you to have 100% crit rate. But outside of that, for me, she's kind of just another random water unit that they just do win because why not? And then finally, we have Dead Master. Dead Master, probably the queen of this crossover. A lot of people are looking out for this girl, and it's for good reason. She's pretty much Simon's Phantom Bullet, but with equipment slots. It's kind of the best way to put it. She's a nuker. Her entire kit is just revolved around her buffing up her damage, and she does a lot of damage. She has 100% defense ignore in her kit as long as she's above 80% or more HP. On top of that as well, she's also reducing the enemy's evasion and increasing her own accuracy by 50% respectively for each. And her multiplier is extremely high, and her slots complement everything. That's one of the reasons why Dead Master is going to be so prevalent in the meta for nukers, is the fact that her slots are going to enable her to use some of the best damage buffing equips in the game. Because if you look at her slots, she has a 5-star physical. Consider the fact that she's an earth unit. You're like, oh wait, an earth unit, 5-star physical, she's a nuker? Ladies and gentlemen, This is Irish True Weapon written all over it, which is one of the strongest damage buffing items in the entire game. If you haven't been using this on your Earth Nukers yet, and they have a physical slot, you should absolutely do it. Bonus points if they're also a physical damage dealer, so they can make use of the physical damage up. And then if we look at 5-star magic, well, 5-star magic is pretty good. For one, you could actually use the newest equip that's coming out with this crossover. It's going to be the 5-star magic that actually gives you, I think, around 80% earth damage up. That one's pretty solid, and I think it's pretty good if you want to use that one. However, if you have this equip, I think this one might be a tad bit better, which is the Despair Vine. Despair Vine gives you 80% attack up and 80% earth damage up, plus you get magic damage up as a passive, but that doesn't really matter for Deadmaster since he's physical. The only negative to this is that it costs a 50 art gauge in order to use it, but I'm going to teach you guys a little trick about this. If you pop your true art before you use this equip, then you just use it during your true art. And guess what? It doesn't matter that it's costing 50 art. You're doing your true art anyway. So yeah, you get 80% earth damage, 80% attack up on top of the other damage ups that you're already going to be having from the other equips in your kit. It's just going to be stupid. And not to even mention, she has the 4-star supports. So if you want to add some extra icing on the cake, you just throw in Mitsuya's earring. That's an extra 60% damage up. There you go. You have insane amounts of damage ups. Only thing else she needs is just everybody else to give her art gauge, and she's going to nuke pretty much anything in front of her. Extremely good character, really good synergies in terms of equipment and everything. So it's definitely no surprise why she is so sought after from this crossover. Is she needed though? The thing about damage dealers and Grand Summoners is the fact that if you already have good damage dealers like Mikey or whoever else that may be a nuker, you can probably use them for quite a while, because damage dealers always get power creep. They're always the first ones to kind of get fizzled out. But if you're already happy and you're already able to nuke a lot of stuff in the game, and maybe you already have 100% defense ignoring nuker, then you don't need Deadmaster. But if you don't have someone like Simon, for an example, or someone else that has 100% defense ignore that's a nuker, then Deadmaster would be able to fill that role for you. Whenever you can't crit, just throw on Deadmaster and you'll be able to do it. That's pretty much it for the banner. To recap, I would say the two prices of the banner are definitely Strength and Deadmaster in my opinion, which is probably surprising for some people because I'm actually recommending a Breaker. I think Empress is good, by the way. I don't think that she's necessarily super bad, but I don't know. I feel like it's just a bias getting to me. Something about her just rubs me the wrong way, and I'm not really feeling this unit too much. In terms of how much you should probably spend on this banner though, and like crystals and all that, I would say everybody should maybe at least do a multi and see if you walk away with any of the crossover units. Since it's only these 3 featured, might as well, right? You could get lucky and get a banner unit, and then boom, you have a brand new crossover unit at your disposal. But this isn't it for the Should You Summon boys. We also got to talk about the Gacha Equip banner. There's actually 3 items that I want to point out to you guys from this banner. We got the coil gun, the black trike, and Deadmaster's bodysuit. Let's talk about the coil gun. Pretty good damage buffing item from this. You get 60% crit damage, and then also you get 40 art gauge up if your HP is above 80%. 40-second cooldown on this bad boy too. I think this is mainly going to be used as a nuking item to give you some extra damage and also give you some extra art gauge, but I also can see this being used as an actual art shin item. The other item that I want to recommend is probably going to be a little bit surprising, but it's actually going to be the defense item. The defense item has some use in my opinion, not for its damage mitigation potential, for its art gauge potential. Of course, if you already have stuff like Iris's Friendly Bikini, you will probably be using that instead, but if you need that extra oomph and art gauge, then you can always go with the black trike. And one of the final items I'm going to recommend is actually Deadmaster's bodysuit. I don't think this item is as appealing as it used to be because Mitsuya's earring was a thing that we just got from the last crossover, which is I think 60% damage up. But if you missed Mitsuya's earring and you want a damage up 4-star support that's also pretty solid, this gives you 40% damage up to giant bosses, which surprise surprise, you're always going to be fighting them, so you're lacking on about 20% damage here, but still really good. I would recommend it. And ladies and gentlemen, that's actually it for this crossover banner. Tell me down below if you're going to be summoning, if you're going to be skipping, what's the whole ordeal, you know, let me know down there. Me, myself, I'm going to be doing a summon video tomorrow more than likely, trying to get Deadmaster or walk away with one of the equips that I want. So you guys can stay tuned to that. It's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. And last but not least, you guys already know, don't forget to drink water.
No.
Super Awoken Finn, 6-star Finn, Super Finn, whatever you want to call him, is going to be a brand new unit. Now, I already kind of assumed this, but I was still hoping for him just being the old unit that's been upgraded. Since his equipment slots are the exact same as the old Finns, on top of this, also the way how they kind of presented Super Awoken Finn going from 90 to 120 and all this stuff, I'm like, oh, okay, this has to be the old Finn that's getting buffed to be the Super Awoken Finn. I was wrong. Here's a screenshot from the official Grand Summoners Japanese website, and as you see here, there is a line that says Super Awoken characters come awoken. So that's completely different than what we have currently, and not only do they become awakened, it also says characters that are previously awakened cannot super awaken. This is a huge bummer. I talked about this recently on my live stream, and I was brainstorming with all you guys because I really thought that it was possible this guy could be a old unit getting buffed. But the question is, why am I making this video? Well, in that live stream, I talked about some of my fears and some of my things that I hope that they do going forward with this new 6-star system. I kind of wanted to put them all into a video and not really have it tied to a live stream because you may have to skip around to see it and all that type of stuff. And I feel like it would be a little bit better if I just organized it all in a neat little video. I'm not affiliated with Grand Summoners in any way, apart from I just give them money whenever I do summons. So I don't have any insider information or anything of the sort. Do I like it being the way that it is? No, I actually hate it. I think this is possibly one of the worst decisions that Grand Summoners could ever make in a game, and I really hope that they take consideration when handling this. Just like everybody, I would have loved if this was the Easy A system that Dokkan has, where older units get buffed and they become super meta and extremely good again. Even if they would have went with that, at some point we would have reached this exact predicament. They would release a 6-star character in the gacha pool that's brand new, no one's ever seen them before, and that would have been that. Which still would have sucked, I want to say, but it would have been different because they would have took the free-to-play route first and, you know, kind of catering to everybody and catering to the vets and everything like that, instead of just instantly, here's a new unit that has the new 6-star system, and they're probably going to be meta. So here you go. But that's all that I want to say about how I feel. Now, though, I want to mention some things that I have on my wish list, I guess you would call it, for the 6-star system. Since this is a new system, and since this is a brand new summoning mechanic, or the case may be, coming to the game, here's how I would like them to handle it. The 6-stars that are coming to the game need to be the same rate as the current Hero Festival units that are on the banners. They do not need to be at a lower rate. If the rates are different, they need to adjust the rates overall for everybody. Because Grand Summoners has always alienated the free-to-play players from the paid players. The paid players has always had a clear advantage over the free-to-play players. Let me just say, this isn't just a Grand Summoners thing. This is in any gacha game most of the time. Paid players always have an advantage, which makes sense. They spend money. However, I feel like it's to a very large degree in Grand Summoners. Paid players always get a guaranteed multi, free-to-play players don't. So if the 6-star characters come out and the 6-star characters have a lower rate in the gacha pool than the other 5-star characters that they have, then that's going to be a problem. I think that that needs to be fixed ASAP by correcting the rates. I don't know if you give us a guaranteed 5-star every multi. I don't know if that would be the case, and just take away the whole paid multi is the only thing that gives you 5-star guarantees all the time, or if you just shorten the pool of 5 stars to make the pool not so diluted. Either way, I think that you do fix the rates if you are planning on putting them at a lower rate. Next thing I would like to mention is that I don't think 6 stars should become the new norm. I think that we should expect a 6-star every 3 to 4 months. I do not think that we should get a 6-star every single week or every other week. Every 3 months, every 2 months, every 4 months, something like that. It should not be a every week type of deal like how it is now whenever they release the Hero Festival units. Pretty much a new Hero Fest comes out every 2 weeks in Japan. Grand Summoners should kind of treat this like the LRs in Dokkan. Of course, not nowadays Dokkan, but back in the day Dokkan, they didn't used to release LRs every single banner. It would release them every so often. I think that's the case that should be taken with 6-star system for right now. I also want to say that I think that Awoken units should still be released alongside the 6 stars. This kind of coincides with the other point I just mentioned. Like I mentioned before, I don't want 6 stars to be the new norm. I still want Awoken units to be usable. I still want to be excited whenever we get a new Awoken character, I don't just want only 6 stars to be prevalent and that's it. I would love for the two to coexist, where we have the Awoken characters and we have the 6 stars all together in harmony. If you make everything a 6 star, then we're gonna run into some very big problems in terms of content, in terms of power creep, just in terms of the game in general. It's gonna run into a lot of issues, especially if these characters are as broken as I'm thinking they're going to be. And one of the last things that I want to mention on the wish list is actually going to be about the equipment and not the units. And that will be 6-star equips should be free for the first year and a half. They already teased that a 6-star equip would be available from the new dungeon fight that you're going to be able to do to get Super Awoken Fin. And because they're doing this, I want to add some extra fuel to the fire and say you guys probably shouldn't add any to the gacha for another year and a half. Maybe even a year. Don't do it instantly, because at that point it's gonna be kind of weird. They know this too, because not every character can use 6-star equipment, only the Super Awoken characters, which is another reason that power creep could be extremely prevalent, and it's more than likely going to be, because if these 6-star equips are like true arts in your back pocket, like I mentioned before, that's gonna be wild. And then the final wish that I have on my wish list, the 6-star characters should only be tied to main story characters in the beginning, or plot characters. If they are not a main story character, they should not get a 6-star. We do not want 6-star crossover units already happening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. So I really hope that they don't do that, and for like the first year or whatever, it's only story characters that are gonna be getting 6 stars. And then eventually, I mean, I'm just gonna tell you right now, it will happen where we get a 6-star crossover character. Hopefully by that point, there's been a lot of improvements to the system and possibly even the gacha, and there's just been an overall improvement to the game, so it won't be as shocking to everybody when it happens. That's pretty much all I want to say. Another question that I seen a few people ask was, OP, do you think that this necessarily kills the game? Are you going to be leaving the game? Are you going to be quitting because of this? Since this is, extremely predatory, this kind of is like a spit in the face to all the players that's been playing the game for a long time. It kind of invalidates your investment, especially if these 6-star characters completely power creep the old ones. I say I'm going to wait and I'm going to see how it goes. I don't want to doom post or anything like that. I don't think that should be a thing. I think we should all take it with a grain of salt and just see how it plays out in the beginning. I don't think we should judge it too hard, since we barely know anything at the moment and we're pretty much just grasping at straws. So yeah, I'm gonna see how it goes. I have faith. I know some people don't, but I always try to look at the bright side of things, and I'm like, yeah, maybe it won't be bad. So yeah, I'm gonna keep looking at the finer things and hope for the best. So thank you all for coming out. Tell me down below how you all feel about this. Right now, like I said, we don't have a lot of concrete information, so it's possible that they're already looking into this type of stuff and they already have a lot of this stuff answered for us, and we're gonna know for sure very soon, because it's the 27th right now, and I want to say that we're probably gonna know everything to do with Super Awakening by the 30th or maybe the 1st of October. Either way, that's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all again for coming out. It's been your boy P, and last but not least, don't forget to drink water. Another crossover has hit Grand Summoners Global, which means it is time for another episode of everything in said crossover. And this time around, it's gonna be Blackrock Shooter. We do these every single time a new crossover comes out to Global. Well, most of the time. I feel like I've missed a few of them. But this video pretty much is exactly what it says. Everything in it. I'm gonna be talking about the characters, the equipment coming, the event weapons, all that type of stuff will be in this video. So this can be your one-stop shop for everything to do with Blackrock Shooter. So without further ado, because I already know this video is going to be kind of lengthy, let's just dive right in, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 units that are coming are going to be summonable units. You're going to be having to go through the gacha to get these characters, and the first one's going to be Empress. She's a water machine, and she's kind of the supporting character from this crossover. Being able to debuff the enemy with crit resist, which then means your team is going to be able to possibly crit, depends on what boss you're fighting. And she's also able to art gauge based on the number of water allies in the party. She also has a stacking physical and water resist down that you can use with any physical damage dealer to buff up your damage even more. And that's pretty much it. That's kind of the gist of Empress. Next is going to be Dead Master. This unit is sought after by a lot of people because she is the nuker of this crossover, meaning the big deeps boys. Dead Master is an earth machine unit. And as for the kit, this is pretty much what you can expect. Big damage all throughout it. We got own art gauge increase on the skill. We got reducing the enemy's earth resist on the art. And then with the true art, we have the evasion 50% down, and we have the accuracy 50% up. If you are above 80% HP, you also have 100% defense ignore. If you've been playing the game for a while, you may recognize this because this is pretty much Simon's Phantom Bullet, but now with a true art. And then the final unit that will be coming out is going to be the girl Strength. Strength is a breaker. The entire kit is just about reducing break resist, buffing up your break power, or buffing up your allies' damage during break. And it's a pretty hefty damage buff here, as you see arts damage and damage to enemies up by 130%. And then she has a massive passive that's able to make her hit extremely hard. It increases her damage by 200% when the enemy is in break, which that's pretty stupid. I don't know who thought about that. That's kind of dumb because factoring in with her true art plus her passive, she has 130% damage up during break alone. So those are the 3 units you could be expecting from the Blackrock Shooter crossover. Unfortunately, no guaranteed crossover ticket this time around. I mean, we haven't got one in like 2 years, but hey man, I'm still hoping at some point they'll come back. Now let's move on to the equipment of Blackrock Shooter. I'm going to be talking about the gacha equip first, and then we're going to be moving into the event because the event actually has quite a few things going on with it this time around compared to previous crossovers. So the gacha equips that you can be expecting is this 5-star physical. This increases your own crit damage by 60%, and if your HP is above 80%, you increase your own arts by 40. Seems like a pretty solid nuking equip to get some extra damage, plus giving you some extra art gauge. And you could also use this in regular play too if you wanted to. Next, you have the 5-star defense. This increases a target's water resist by 30% and increases target's arts by 50 first time only. I don't really like this equip too much since it's single target, but I mean, it's possible that this is good for characters that want to nuke and have a 5-star defense slot. You could throw this in there to give them more art gauge. Next, the 5-star physical is able to reduce the enemy's earth resist by 40% and evasion by 30%. Next, we have a 5-star magic, which increases your own earth damage by 50%, and if HP is above 80%, you increase earth damage by an additional 30%. This is pretty solid, but we technically have a better item in the game if you want something similar to this, which is called Despair Vine, and you get that from the mines, and that's technically free to play. So if you're going for this specifically, consider that option if you haven't already. Then we have a 4-star support. This increases your own damage to giant bosses by 40%. We have another 5-star physical here. This increases your own arts damage by 50% and increase all allies fire damage by 30%. Another 5-star physical, which if the user is fire for 10 seconds, you increase your own BE output by 80%. And the final 4-star physical of the crossover will be able to increase your own attack by 20%, and on the first use you increase your own attack by an additional 20%. Out of all the gacha equips, the ones that I say that caught my eye the most would be this coil gun, the 5-star physical. Crit damage does seem pretty nice, plus the art gauge as well. Seems like it could be used on some characters, however the cooldown is kind of lengthy, but it seems alright. The 5-star defense also seems pretty good for characters that are more nukers and they have a 5-star defense. Being able to give somebody 50 art gauge is pretty good, but at the same time, not really needed in this day and age. But I mean, for some people, this might be something to look out for. All the other items, I'm not really too interested in. I don't really see any appeal in them. But let's talk about the 4-star from the event. We have the Empress's Clothes, which is the 4-star support that is farmable. Its passive is going to be able to increase your defense by 5%, and its skill is you increase all allies' arts by 15, and if user is water for 15 seconds, you increase allies' damage resist by 10%. I want to say this is kind of so-so to me, but this is an EV equip, meaning that later on you can enhance this and get random passives on it and stuff like that. So some of you guys may really farm this, just try to get like a god roll on it. But me personally, the equip itself, I think it has potential to be good, but at the same time, we have a lot of good 4-star supports in the game, so we'll just have to see how this shapes up. And as for all the equips, that is it. However, that's not it for the event. There is one more thing that this event brings that usually a lot of other events brought in the past, but it's been a while since we got them, which is actually going to be event exclusive crest, or let me say crossover exclusive crest. You will get these by just playing the event. Preferably you'll want to play on the hardest difficulty, so especially X, and you'll get these things to drop. And let me say, this time around, there's some pretty good ones. First and foremost, we have a physical damage up 5%, and when your own HP is above 90%, you increase your own attack by 500. You also have you increase your own attack by 200. When HP is above 90%, you increase accuracy by 10%. For the third crest on this list, we have increase own arts by 15 at the start of the quest and increase own physical res. For the fourth crest, we have increase own crit damage by 5%, and when HP is above 90%, you increase skill CT recovery by 10%. And the last crest from this event will be increasing your own arts damage by 11%, and you increase own damage taken taken by 6%. Two crests from this event really stick out to me as actually being pretty good. The first one being the physical damage up 5% and then the 500 attack up as well, as long as you're above 90% HP. This seems really solid. If you have like a double crest unit and you want to know what to put last and their physical damage, you could put this on there and give them an extra 500 attack and that physical damage, and they're going to definitely appreciate it. Another one that seems really good to me is the arts damage up. Even though it does increase your own damage taken by 6%, 11% arts damage up is pretty sizable, especially if you combo this with something like Promise of the Funeral God or other like arts damage buffs that's already going to be on your team. I feel like you're going to be able to notice the difference of having this and not having this. But yeah, the two that I'm definitely going to be going for is going to be the physical damage up and the arts damage up. And ladies and gentlemen, that's actually it for Blackrock Shooter. Everything else coming out with this is going to be either packs that you can buy or just the random login bonuses that we'll be getting, which I don't really cover those because they can change. We could get more, we could get less. I don't think login bonuses really follow JP to the T as everything else does. Either way, that's actually it. Tell me down below what you're going to be going for in this crossover. Anything piqued your interest out of the equips, out of the crest, out of the characters? Or is this a little bit of a sleeper crossover too? You're just going to be skipping, going to be on the sidelines like, yeah, I'm good for this one. Me personally, the few things that I want from this crossover is of course Deadmaster, and I think the few crests that are from the event in my opinion. The gacha equips are okay this time around, but they're definitely not anything too crazy. Nothing extremely broken in my opinion, apart from the 5-star physical, which is the coil gun. That seems to have some promise. Thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more, and last but not least, has your night ever went something like this? You got done working out, maybe you work out in the morning, maybe you don't work out at all. Either way, let's just pretend you worked out. You worked out, took your protein shake, you played some Metal Gear Rising for a little bit, about like an hour or so, let everything digest, let everything settle. Great game, by the way. It's on sale right now on Steam. If you don't have it, buy it. I'm telling you, please do this for me. Then you get in your PJs and you lay down in your bed. Very comfortable, you start going to sleep. Well, about halfway into you going to sleep, only thing you hear is this. Blackrock Shooter has been announced and it will be dropping on September 30th, and this means that we are going to be having 3 new characters joining the cast of Grand Summoners, which are going to be Empress, Strength, and the girl Deadmaster. I've said this quite a bit in a lot of live streams and also in some videos, not a lot of videos, but some videos I have mentioned. I have changed my opinion on the Blackrock Shooter crossover. Originally when I first saw this, I thought it was kind of an crossover, like no one really summons, but now I want to say it's kind of a crossover that you decide if you like the characters, then summon, and if you don't, then just don't. So it's probably one of the most like, what I want to say, you have a choice type of crossover. I mean, you always have a choice, right? But you know, sometimes there's some really meta breaking units. Dragon. And it feels like you just have to go for these characters. But this time around, it's more so if you just want to. Empress is kind of good, but her slots kind of hurt her in my opinion. As you see, she's able to buff up her own attack, she's able to reduce the enemy's physical and water resist. By the way, this is stackable. And she has her true art, which is a massive multiplier. Now, the thing that I really like about this true art is the fact that it's reducing crit res and it's not just a crit buff. Another thing that I like about this character, I think Brian did this on JP. He actually just spammed Draken and Empress's arts over and over and stacked insane amounts of physical resist down and water resist down. It was kind of stupid. So that is like a cool little gimmick there that you can do. I mean, I don't know how viable that is. Next we move on to Strength, and Strength is just est. And then finally we have Deadmaster. And this girl is probably the prize of the crossover for a lot of people. She's not really anything too special, but she is a nuker. She does some big deeps. As you see with her kit, increasing her own arc gauge by 30. She's also able to reduce the enemy's earth resist, and with her true art, reduce the enemy's evasion and increase your own accuracy during a true art. By the way, if you are above 80% HP, you also ignore 100% of the enemy's defense. So she's kind of like Simon to an extent, without the Phantom Bullet part. And she's reducing the enemy's evasion by 50%, increase your own accuracy by 50%. It's kind of like Simon's 100% accuracy, but not entirely. This is definitely the girl that I'm going to be going for myself, and I'm not for sure if these guys release some parts or if they all come out at once. I'm assuming they all come out at once since they are just a trio. It's not like Tokyo Revengers where we have 4 characters, so they do a split between them all. So you can expect all these characters to drop, I want to say September 30th. And hopefully now you can see that they're not really needed necessarily. They're just good units to have, very luxury style units, right? That's going to be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out. Tell me down below how you guys are feeling about Blackrock Shooter. Are you guys excited for it? Or are you just going to be skipping it and saving and hoping that you have enough crystals by the time Emperor gets here? Let me know all that down below in the comment section. Thank you all again for coming out. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. I don't even know what to say. Mine's kind of blown. Either way, let me show you.
なるほど。ここでお前と出会うか。ならば、私も覚悟を決めよう。投げるバルタ。愚か者めが刻まれろ。投げるブリッツ。愚か者め最後の忠告だ。そのまま寝ていろ。ようやく思い出したよ。愚か者めが最後の忠告だ。もう止められんぞ。この俺にもな。黒い月使い。弱さ、未熟さも、内にたぎる熱も、すべてを受け入れて進むと決めたのだ。何人たりとも私を止める。
Finn is the first 6-star in Grand Summoners. Now, I don't want to get you guys' hopes up too much, but I wanted to let you know that this isn't free. This isn't the old Finn that's getting awakened into Super 6-star. But here's the thing though. We actually don't know. Because if you look at the Finn down here, that's Finn's 5-star art, right? Is this Extreme Z Awakening for Grand Summoners? We don't know. We have no clue because this is literally the original Finn's Awoken art, but this is clearly like whose art is that? Right? Whose art is that? That's not Finn's Awoken art. It's very up in the air right now on how this actually works. If this is the old Finn or if this is a new Finn that is summonable that you have to go for. I'm saying that it's possibly a new Finn that you have to summon for, and the reason why is because he's dual wielding now. Like, as you see right here, this dagger, he doesn't have this dagger. And I don't know where he got it from, but this dagger isn't Finn's. Either way, I think this looks amazing. I love the cut in right here with like how powerful it looks with the, this is the new art called, what is it called? Super Arts, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see, where's it at? Right here. But yeah, it's called Super Arts. This requires 300 art gauge to activate. And yeah, it goes crazy. And you see here, we have a new type of crit, Super Critical. I don't know what that means. I don't know how much damage that is. Only thing I know is, good lord. As you see here, new unit is Alt Finn. So it's like, yeah, I guess this is an alternate Finn. So this is like the regular Awoken art, I'm assuming, for this Finn. And then this is his Super Awoken art, as they're calling it. Looks really nice. Very top tier, if I must say so myself. And as you see here, new mechanic, Super Awakening. So new super art that can be used at 300 arts. You have to flick 3 times in order to activate this. Your level cap has been raised to 120. Your limit break has been raised to 7. You get 1 extra crest slot. Your first equip slot becomes a 6-star equip slot. And your third equip slot gains the ability to equip 2 types of equipment. His 4-star that actually can be changed is a defense item. You see here, 4-star support or 4-star defense, and he can interchange between these easily. And as you see there, that is the new 6-star equip. And there is some other stuff coming because there's a lot in this update. But this is where I kind of say that it's, to me, it seems like this could be Finn getting the Extreme Z Awakening treatment. Going from 5 to 7, right, seems more of like, oh yeah, you know, that's just a boost in what we already knew Finn could do, and then he gets 90 to 120, right? Like, to me, it seems like that could be the old unit. I also could see this being a whole new unit. And here we go right here. This is something that's pretty interesting, but leveling up from 90 to 120 cannot be done with metal chickens, only via quest XP. They're going to adjust quest XP obtained to make it bearable to level him. LB 5 to 7 needs either a dupe or another type of LB stone. As you see here, we're getting a new type of LB stone specifically for Super Awakening. And you may be like, well, how do you get this new LB stone? Well, the new LB stone, and I'm assuming the materials to awaken Finn into Super Awoken Finn, will be coming from this new game mode, the Super Awakening Summoner's Road. This is a in-game mode. I am just gonna tell you right now, if you are a new player, there is no way you're gonna be able to do this. This is actually impossible for you because I think you have to use a certain amount of units in order to clear this, and they have to be different units. This new event will drop 6-star equipment. 6-star equips can only be LB'd by the same kind of 6-star equips or buy a 6-star equipped LB stone. Take part in lucky challenges with enough luck in your party for more and better drops. You can only use different teams on different stages. And it says if you play Pokemon Masters, think of it like Champion Stadium, which if you guys don't understand that, here's a visual representation of what this looks like in Dissidia, because Dissidia has a very similar game mode. So as you see here, already used a team here and they're locked out. You see how it shows the characters there? That means I cannot use that team for any other stage in this event. And that's kind of how it works, is that it forces you to use different units in the game. You can't use the same team going through it the entire way, which is why I say this is an in-game mode. You need a vast amount of units and you need to be playing the game for quite a while to do this. And I know a lot of people are pretty hyped about this because this is something that a lot of like in-game players have been like, you know what, it'd be cool if they did something like this, and they finally did. So I'm personally looking forward to this because this just makes it to where more units get a chance to shine where they wouldn't otherwise. Those units that are just sitting in your box because you use the same team over and over and over, well, now you get to use them because you have to use at least 20 units for this, or you need 20 to clear all the stages. But here's the thing, I'm pretty sure if you could solo some stages, you can and go about it like that. I don't think they're gonna force you to use, you know, 4 characters on 5 different stages. So you can take that into consideration as well. You might be able to solo some of these, or duo run them, or trio run them, and you won't need like 20 units. Also, another thing to mention too is that you are going to be getting better drops the more stages you are able to clear. So do we have like one stage that's like the farming stage, and then do we have like 5 stages that are the challenge stages, and if we complete them then the drop rate on the farming stage gets increased? Like how does that exactly work? Or is it like we farm on the highest stage wherever possible? That's all we know at the moment for the new Super Awakening. There's still a lot of stuff up in the air about Finn and how this system actually works. Some people are saying that Finn doesn't need Super Awakening fragments, because that's what I was under the impression of, that the Awakening tree would go from 5-star to Awoken to Super Awakening. But some people are saying that you just need the LB stones to make Finn Super Awoken. There's a lot of questions at the moment and not enough answers. One thing that is interesting to me though is what is these 6-star equips going to do? Because I'm almost positive this dagger right here is going to be the dagger that we're going to be getting from this boss. What are we expecting from this, right? 6-star equipment. How much attack is this going to add? 1,000? Then what is this going to do? Is this thing going to be like a true art in your back pocket? Like, you know, what's the deal with this? Me, myself, I'm extremely excited because I am a huge Finn fanboy and they really popped off with this artwork. Another thing to consider too, if this is free, 10 out of 10, right? Amazing. If it's not the old Finn and if it's a new version of Finn, does Super Awakening characters or 6-star characters have lower drop rates in the summons? Because if that's the case, that is a yikes. That is a big yikes. If they have a lower rate, I hope that they're increasing the 5-star rate across the board or something like that. Because I did think about that. It's like, is this equivalent to Grand Summoner's LR? I'll have more info on this probably on the 30th, so we can really get an idea of what is happening. But for right now, that's gonna be it. Thank you all again for coming out. It's been your boy P. Tell me down below what you guys think about the new Super Awoken Finn. You guys liking him? Is he whatever? What's the deal with them? And yeah, that's gonna be it for this one. Thank you all again for coming out. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. Another showcase and another chance for me to get put on the FBI watch list. Ladies and gentlemen, a new lolly has entered the fray on Grand Summoners Global. And that is none other than the girl Charlotte, the granddaughter of Zeorg, the hero of Favale. And this little girl's had quite a bit of controversy around her, you know, with her release being rushed, people wondering if they should pity for her or summon for her, if they should skip her, what's the deal? And of course, you know, we made videos talking about all these topics on the channel. So today, it's finally time to see how much power this girl truly has. We're gonna be showing her off, we're gonna be doing some nukes with her, we're gonna also be doing a fire nuke. I'm gonna be trying her out in sustain and see how well she actually does. And I'm just gonna say it, I'm pretty sure she's gonna perform pretty well. But always with these videos, because yeah, your boy OP has terrible luck. I'm actually gonna be using Spyman Fires Charlotte in today's video. So huge shout out to my man Spy for allowing me to do this showcase, because without him, it wouldn't have been possible. So let's talk about her abilities. Her first ability is actually a unique ability. This autofills your own art gauge by 1 times the number of human units on the team. Next, we have good condition attack up level 4. And then finally, we have good condition defense up level 4. As for her kit, it's mainly just damage buffing and giving your team more attack, HP, or the massive arts damage buff, which is what she's known for. As you see with the art, max HP up, our units get 50% attack. And as you see with the true art, 80% chance of feigning the enemy, and then you get the massive 150% arts damage up if you're not afflicted by a status element. So like I mentioned before, this is why this character is so sought after, because this arts damage buff is so massive, and since it is arts damage, it is a neutral type of damage buff, meaning that it works for everything. physical, non-elemental, magic damage, doesn't matter, works for all of that. As for her equip slots, we got a 5-star physical, a 5-star magic, and a 4-star support. As for what I would consider best in slot, or like some good recommendations for each of these slots, if you're nuking, of course, anything that's going to be giving you damage. Think of stuff like Gem of Rags, Nox, also decap mode, very good. Or if you want to, you can opt for her true weapon. Her true weapon increases her own damage and reduces the enemy's fire resist, while also giving Charlotte fast res and more art gauge per second as an ability. As for the 5-star magic, it's pretty much the same thing. Anything that's going to be giving you damage, like Exceed Zex, or anything that's going to be giving you more art gauge. 4-star support, this could be whatever you want. Finaloha shorts, Arc Ignite, Mitsuya's earring if you want to buff up somebody on your team by a ton. As for the crest that I would recommend on this girl though, I would say Attack Up, Promise of Funeral God, and last but not least, Art Gauge Up. And as for everything else, that's pretty much it. Charlotte's just overall a really strong damage buffer that can hit pretty hard. As you see, her modifier is decently high, and on top of the arts damage buff as well, we're going to be seeing some high numbers, and she's going to make everyone else hit harder too, so it's going to be a great time. As for the first team we're going to be using, here it is. We got the Forte, the Melty, the Charlotte, and the Draken. Very much human oriented and very much physical oriented. And I think this team is going to absolutely melt this boss. Let's see what's happening right here. We got everybody's true art off, everybody's damage, and yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from this team, to be honest. And let's see the damage real quick. And as you see there, almost even with Charlotte and Draken. A lot of people said that you don't need Charlotte if you have Draken, but the truth is, you could just use them both together if you wanted to. And hey, I mean, they work. You see right there, they do work. And here we go with the fire nuke. This is literally buff Mr. President. So of course, we got the arts damage up from the girl Charlotte. We got the human damage up from the girl Forte. We also got attack up from this maybe forgotten unit. Maybe some of you guys still use her. This is Lion. We have 80% attack up here. Also some art gauge, which is nice. Mainly using her though for the double 5-star support slots. And then we got the man, the myth, the legend, Fire Roy here. The 50,000% modifier, 120% damage up, and he's gonna ignore enemies' defense. And also, I accidentally threw Mitsuya's earring on Charlotte, but it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure they're gonna still kill. Yeah, look at that. 11 seconds, man. Fire nuking with the boy Roy. I want to see how much damage happened, because maybe Charlotte outdamaged Roy, because with the Mitsuya earring popping on her, it's possible. But you know, I'm gonna see. Let's see the deeps. Let's see the deeps real quick. Yeah, did look at that. That's like no damage at all. To be honest though, would it really be different? I think the only difference would be if like you did a fight with more HP, Roy would probably outdamage Charlotte 9 times out of 10. Fire nuking, pretty solid too. I wish there was more stages here at the moment that I could actually fire nuke, because unfortunately Oldies isn't here. I mean, technically he is, he's in the event, but you know, Crest Palace Oldies isn't here, so we can't use Charlotte and fire Roy against that. If we could, I would try it, but unfortunately we can't. Actually, B3 is here at the moment. You know what? Let's redo the fire nuke. This will be more of an actual test since this guy does have a lot more HP. And here we go. I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't done B3 in quite a while, but I'm hoping it's gonna be okay, because I do remember something like he takes not like he takes damage, but he does this thing where if you don't kill him right here, I think, yeah, most of our damage just goes right past him. Oh, damn, I remember that, and I still did. Free crystals, I don't really care. That was my fault. I messed up there, but I don't really want to waste Spyman's time at all, and I want to see how much damage we still dealt. And ooh, oh, I thought it was going to be level 4. I actually could have did that if I didn't mess up. I think if I went in with everybody having true arts, I would have killed, and I wouldn't have to worry about him like dashing away from the screen. Let's see real quick. 1.7 million from the girl Charlotte, 1.4 million from the boy Bullet Hell Roy. I did the same thing again. I forgot to put the Mitsuya earring on Roy, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, that was a better test. I think it would work out a lot better if I wasn't such a papega. I would be able to clear that pretty easily. But yeah, Mono Fire can definitely do it. It could technically do it better if you had like more optimized supports, maybe even throwing in a Hal here and there, just so Hal can give you more fire resist down. That was Mono Fire nuke. Pretty solid with the girl Charlotte. So far, I wouldn't say I'm amazed, but I'm glad that she's performing to the level that I thought she would be performing to. And now for the finale, the one that everybody's been waiting for, the sustain. And this is against the one and only Emmy. I'm gonna see how well this goes, man. You know, I'm not for sure, you know, how I'm gonna be feeling about this, but I'm gonna try it. I feel like this is the true test. If we want to try out against anything, might as well try it against one of the, don't want to say toughest fights in the game. I don't know if I would say toughest. Would I say toughest? It's definitely a fight that a lot of people have been struggling with, and a lot of people, you know, definitely want to try to beat it. And it's been a minute since I've done it. I won't cap, it has been a minute. So I'm really curious to see, you know, if I still got it. If I gone a little soft in my days, you know what I'm saying? Like, am I able to still make the plays with the boy Reyes and now with Charlotte? And I wanted to see if she could kind of fill the role of Draken, because, you know, this is where you would usually use Draken, and I want to say I'm almost positive she can. Main thing is that we need to try to keep up is that we want to try to keep her above 90% HP if possible. That way we do get, like, you know, what is it, the 40% attack up, as well as the other thing that she does. What is it? Defense, defense. The scariest part about all this is the fact that once we get to about right here, this threshold, this is where people start dying. Everything before this is like child's play, but the second to last threshold, that's where it starts getting a little dicey here and there, you know. Here we go right here. We have both of the reses on my two main damage dealers, which of course is Charlotte and the boy Reyes, because these guys are definitely going to be hitting the hardest, or I'm hoping at least. If we have to, we can also use Charlotte's art, because Charlotte can, wait, does it only work for fire units? No, it works for everybody. So if we have to, we can use Charlotte's art to increase everybody's HP. And oh my God, Reyes, what's happening to you, man? Hold on, why? What timeline are we living in where Haruto is the DPS? How is he getting targeted? Somebody save this man, please, before he just gets absolutely wiped. There's no way we're living in a timeline. Okay, it's on Charlotte. I was about to say, there's no way that this is actually happening. Or Haruto is getting targeted over Charlotte and freaking Reyes. Like, are you serious? And oh, okay, I want to say that was my bad. That's 100% my fault. That was a miscalculation on my part. But I will say, you know, I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself, but, you know, let me see something real quick. This team can... Wait just a second. Hold on. You know, it's taking a little bit longer than expected. There we go. This team can beat Emmy. Draken definitely is a little bit faster since he is constantly stacking the physical resist down. It definitely does help out. But yeah, that works really well. And she did a lot too. Let's see the damage real quick. Yeah. 4.3 million from my boy Reyes. I mean, hey, he's on top all the time. Come on now. Overall, Charlotte, a very nice DPS unit. Really like her, even though, yeah, we do have other characters that came out that are really good, like Draken, and we have stuff like Summer Lisa coming out. It still doesn't take away from the fact that Charlotte still just a very strong unit. Don't let me saying like, oh yeah, don't summon for her, you know, skip her, all this other stuff, you know, cloud your judgment and be like, oh yeah, she's bad. She's not bad at all. She is a fantastic unit. Thank you all for coming out. Thanks so much to my man Spyman for allowing me to do so many runs with her and really trying to get a feel for her and really try to test her out in different team comps and all that. And yeah, tell me down below what you guys think about Charlotte. Are you guys liking her? Are you guys kind of just, you know, passing on her and waiting for her to be on a better banner? Or are you hoping to get her in a future forever someone, or she eventually gets added to that? And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. Where is Blackrock Shooter? What will be happening moving forward? And is there a chance that we won't get Blackrock Shooter? Let me explain what I think happened. This video is complete speculation. Your boy OP has no insider info for this stuff. The only thing I can tell you is that I fund the future of this game by my summon videos, and that's it. Apart from that, I'm just like y'all, I have no idea what's actually happening. So why did Blackrock Shooter get delayed? Well, if I had to be honest with you guys, I think it's for the simple fact that we were catching up to JP maybe a little bit too quickly for the global devs. If you don't know, global is behind on JP by quite a bit, but one thing we usually always keep up with are the crossovers. We're only about one crossover, maybe a crossover and a half behind. Like not too long ago, whenever Tokyo Revengers was here, Blackrock Shooter I think started about a week or two, maybe 3 weeks before we got Tokyo Revengers. So we weren't that far behind in terms of that. There were time periods where we were really behind in terms of crossovers, but you know, the global devs did their thing, did some scheduling, rushed some stuff, and we got caught up pretty quick. But now I feel like they kind of dug themselves a hole because we don't want to have Blackrock Shooter whenever we don't even know what the next thing is on JP. Because if you guys don't know, the Japanese version of the game at the moment, there is no news of what the next crossover is after Blackrock Shooter. Actually, the Japanese version of Grand Summers has a live stream happening on Tuesday, but from what it's said here, there's nothing talking about a crossover being announced, just a new unit and RTA and some other stuff. So it's very likely that Japanese devs don't know what the next crossover is either yet, or they're working on it internally and they're not ready to show it off, which is also very likely. likely. So to me, that's a pretty good reason to delay a crossover. But of course, we can't just stop this train. We have to keep going. Even if JP doesn't know what they're going to be doing next for the crossover, Global has more content that they have to release, and they have to keep the player base happy and engaged, or else people are going to stop playing the game and people are going to start going to, I don't know, My Little Pony Island or something like that. Here's what I think is going to happen in the next few weeks. Let me just say, take this with a grain of salt. I could see them not doing this, but then again, I could see them fully committing to this. Charlotte is here for an entire month. Usually with character events, they don't last an entire month. Even if they're new events like Charlotte, for an example, they last for maybe 2 weeks at most. What this tells me is that it's very likely they rush release Valerie as well, which I know for a lot of people, they're gonna be pretty upset. But I wanna say this is a very high possibility. Because like, why keep Charlotte here for a month if you're not planning on doing more with that storyline in that event? But I feel like if Valerie comes out, it's just gonna rub people the wrong way, man. Charlotte already, you know, got a lot of people in the community kind of riled up. If they release Valerie too, that's gonna really suck. Because if you guys don't know, Valerie's one of the best water damage supporters in the entire game. But like I said, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not for sure that's what's gonna be happening, but I wanna say, I wouldn't be surprised if next maintenance we got an announcement and it was like Valerie's coming to the game. Now, another theory that I have with all this happening is that they're actually going to be doing a global exclusive rerun instead of bringing out Blackrock Shooter. We have done that in the past before. I think with Kill la Kill, we got 120 luck Kill la Kill units. Well, JP never got the 120 luck Kill la Kill units. So it's likely that global gets a rerun that we've been needing. Like for an example, ReZero, or getting back Yu Yu Hakusho. I think this is very likely, but at the same time, I also want to say that maybe not, because I feel like these are reruns that the Japanese player base want as well. But if they want to delay for global, that's a good way to delay without having to add too much stuff. You just gotta buff some units and then you're vibing. And then the last theory I have for what could be happening instead, this is a down period because they're getting ready to release something big. If you guys don't know, we're getting closer and closer to the 5th anniversary of Grand Summoners Global. The 5th anniversary of Grand Summoners Global happens around November/December-ish. It's likely that they're getting ready to add stuff like RTA to the game, which if you don't know what that is, that's real-time arena. They could be getting ready to add some very hype units, getting ready to add maybe new mines bosses, maybe a new raid. So as a developer, it's like, yeah, let's allocate more resources to getting the future update, this big update ready. Then more so what's happened currently in the game, we'll just give them whatever, just kind of hold them over until this huge update is ready. Like I said, there's a lot of ways that this could go, but I'm really leaning on the fact that I think Valerie will come out before anything else gets announced. Here's the thing that popped up in my head that I was like, yeah, you know what, maybe I should talk about this too. Is it possible that we just don't get Blackrock Shooter? No, that's never really happened. The 2 crossovers we never got was King of Fighters and Monster Hunter crossover. Every other crossover following those, like Kill la Kill, Tokyo Revengers, Goblin Slayer, Go Kamui, Yu Yu Hakusho, all that type of stuff, we always got no matter what. Don't think we gotta start doom posting or start worrying about that or start stressing out about it, because I want to say 99.9% we are gonna get them at some point. It more so just depends on when Global wants to release them. And it's really hard to predict what Global will do because yeah, we don't really follow a timeline like whatsoever. They kind of just do whatever they want, and the only thing that stays in order is like whenever they release a saga. They won't release part 2 of a saga before they release part 1 most of the time. Either way, that's what I think about this entire Blackrock Shooter fiasco at the moment. Tell me down below what you guys think is happening on the global side of the game. Do you guys agree with me here? Do you think Valerie will be coming before anything else gets announced? Or they could be getting in for a very big update? You guys let me know what you all think down below in the comments section. I'd love to read them, to talk about it, all that good stuff down there. If you enjoyed the video, please make sure to like the video. It helps out the channel a ton. And if you're new here, hey man, consider subscribing. We post pretty much every single day Grand Summoners mobile game content, pretty much anything that is interesting to me, I'll talk about. If you enjoyed this video, highly recommend you check out either one of the videos popping up on the screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love it. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. Hey, you know what time it is. It's time for us to do a little bit of summoning, man. By a little bit, I mean possibly only one multi. Pulling Sleepy off this one. You know, Sleepy probably make a video and it's only like 2 minutes long for his summon videos. Let's be honest here, chat. And yeah, I did make a video talking about how Charlotte wasn't really good and you probably shouldn't summon for her. But I've been waiting for Charlotte for quite a while, so I was like, yeah, why not? You know what I mean? But yeah, I think most of you guys probably shouldn't do a summon on this. Maybe a multi and just to see what happens. But apart from that, yeah, I don't think it's really worth it, so to speak. Because, dude, the banner mates on this are terrible. Like, look at this. We got Zeorb. This guy's literally from the beginning of the game. You see this multiplier? 24,000. Like, dude, my dad hits harder than that.
We got Philia here. Philia's still good. She's kind of a sleeper unit, not really used too much, but she is good whenever you need her. Ashley, I've never seen a single person use Ashley, like ever. Then we have Charlotte, which, you know, Charlotte is actually good. She's a really good unit. Either way, first, before we do that, because I have 342 crystals, I want to go do the new attack of quest because I just want more crystals. Why not? And also, I got a story to tell. Have you guys ever helped a kid out with math? And if you're good with math, one thing I'll tell you is that it's really like you're holding the power of the Allspark in your hand.
With this power, you can take to the stars, and you can understand 200 is less than 300.
I don't know, it really is crazy whenever I look at that, and nowadays, you know, I look at that and I'm like, oh yeah, dude, that's easy. But whenever that's like first taught to you, I guess it is kind of hard for some kids, especially if they're not like mathematically inclined. Some of them have a lot of trouble, but all they will say is you come to tutor Scuba gonna teach you right. As always, chat, you know, terrible rates, you know what I mean? 4%, that's a yikes. I've been kind of on a roll recently with these 5 stars being like Royish. Oh, you know, I'm advocating right here. Can we get animation changes? Because whenever you see this, unless Ganon pops up, there is no hope. Like, none at all. Reyes by himself is so pointless. Hey, look, we're gonna quick touch here, and if we don't get Ganon, then it's GG. Yeah, we didn't get Ganon. So, more than likely, that's not a new unit. If it is, amazing. But if it's not, you know, it's not gonna be. Look, that's 2 5 stars, and that's 2 dukes. 4%, by the way, chat. 4% for the Bannermate, and let's see what the first one is. Tyrados. Terrible, right? And then we have the last unit. Now, here's the thing, though. The last unit could be a new unit, because sometimes it's a little bit finicky with the last unit, but half the time, it's Abaddon. That's what I would expect from this. Oh, I forgot. Well, they're still here for the ticket summons, but they're gone. I was going to be like, oh, you know, we could do a quick 10k alc on Tokyo Revengers and see if I can get Mikey one last time. But are any of these true weapons good? I don't think so, right? Increase on damage, reduce enemy's fire resist. Wait. Charlotte's true weapon is decap mode? I think the only one that's actually good here is True Scintilla because of the extra crit damage it gives to your whole team. We try to do the single multi strat, see if I can get lucky again, because those single multis have been coming in clutch since the last unit I walked away with was Groitz. The last time I summoned on a banner, I walked away with Groitz and I walked away with Ritz. So I was like, you know, maybe it's possible that happens. I did summon on Volti because, yeah, I'm not getting Volti. I just don't like them. But it seems like a single multi luck wasn't coming through for the next banner. But either way, that's going to be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. And last but not least, you guys already know, don't forget to drink water. Yeah, you read the title right. Charlotte might be a trap. For you, I'm going to be explaining why, because this is a very big topic right now. Charlotte gets rush released on global. A lot of people are upset, and there's a lot of doom posts like, oh my god, dude, I gotta go for Charlotte because Emperor is coming out and all this other stuff. But listen here, I'm going to try to encourage you to maybe not summon if you are one of these individuals that it might be a trap for you, or I'm going to give you a reason to why she's actually going to be good for you. Either way, let's talk about Charlotte as a whole. So the reason why Charlotte is insanely hype and a lot of people are really looking out for her is because of this 150% arch damage buff. It's good for nuking, it's good for sustained damage, magic, physical, crit damage, 100% defense ignore units, doesn't matter. Charlotte is good no matter what. There's only 2 other units in the game that can do something similar to her, and they're 2 of the best units in the game, which are Haruto and Mako. Haruto gives Arch Gen plus the Arch damage buff, and then Mako, of course, gives Arch Gen, Arch damage buff, healing, and all that other good stuff as well. Charlotte isn't doing the healing and Arch Gen part, but she is giving you that massive 150% to everyone. And originally, whenever she first debuted, she was used all the time, everywhere, because she was literally the best damage buffing unit that we had at the time on JP. And she pretty much became a staple from this point forward, and everyone constantly used her. However, as time went on, you guys know power creep set in, and units came out, and Charlotte is still really good on JP. I want to get that point across right now. She is the best universal damage buffer in the game. Either way, she did fall off a little bit, and you guys might know about this because a crossover happened recently on Global, which was Tokyo Revengers. This crossover kind of dawned the end of the Charlotte reign on JP that was currently happening. Draken came out, and I know a lot of people may be like, wait, Draken? Well, let me talk about this a little bit more. Charlotte is an amazing universal damage buffer, right? But you kind of got to think of her as a jack of all trades to an extent. She's able to buff all types of damage, but she doesn't necessarily excel in one type of damage. Because if you're going mostly physical damage, well, Draken
is better in pretty much every aspect. For one, Draken is the best physical damage buffer in the entire game. For two, Draken also is very good in terms of nuking because he gives everybody 30 arts instantly as long as he's on the team, and he has better slots for nuking. One problem with Charlotte is that, you know, her slots, they're solid for nuking, but not the best. And the only negative to using Draken over Charlotte is the fact that Draken only gives 100% physical damage buff and Charlotte gives 150% arts damage buff. But here's the thing. Technically, this is countered a little bit because Draken also applies physical resist down on his true art. So even though his damage buff is weaker, it's technically stronger because he's doing more for your team. And overall, you know, he's kind of like the definitive damage dealer and damage buffer for physical. So okay, that settles the debate for physical. But what about Magic? Well, Magic also had a character come out fairly recently on JP that already does more than Charlotte does specifically for magic damage, and that was Summer Lisa. Summer Lisa has the same slots, so you know there's no one-upping her there. However, she does actually offer your team more damage if you are magic and you are also dealing critical damage, since you're getting 100% up for both magic and crit damage. So if you are saving up for Summer Lisa, or she is a unit that you're interested in, then there's not really a point in getting Charlotte. I mean, yes, she's beneficial right now, but in the future, you're going to be replacing her with Summer Lisa on most of your magic teams. That's kind of the argument right now that a lot of people have said, and that's kind of the side that I'm on. Even though I did make a video talking about how broken Charlotte was, that was before Draken was out. Now, since Draken and Summer Lisa are both out, well, Charlotte has kind of fallen off. And this is where I would say Charlotte isn't a trap. If you are someone that doesn't have Draken and you don't know for sure if you're going to be going for Summer Lisa or not, this is where Charlotte becomes top tier. Since she's good for everything, you can use her no matter what. However, I will say don't expect to outdamage people that are actually utilizing supports that are specifically buffing up those damage types, because more than likely they're going to still be outdamaging you. But that settles the discussion on, is Charlotte a required unit or not? And hopefully now you can see that no, she's not. There are replacements for Charlotte. She's not the be-all, end-all unit. One thing I didn't talk about at all in this entire video yet was her banner. Have you guys seen this? This is atrocious. I don't know who be designing the banners and Grand Summoners, but they need to get fired. Like, hire someone else to do this type of stuff. And if I was judging this off a banner alone and not even just Charlotte, I would say this banner is 100% a skip no matter what. As I mentioned before, if you don't have Draken and you're not planning on going for Summer Lisa, Charlotte is very, very enticing because she's the best of both worlds. However, I would still recommend skipping this banner because Charlotte is more than likely gonna be coming back on future banners, and she is probably gonna be in a forever summon at some point. And that's why I would say for most people, if not everybody, you should probably skip. The only time that I would say this is justified is that if you really like this character, or you know for a fact that you are going to be using Charlotte, you're not going to be going for Summer Lisa, you don't have Draken, and you'd rather just have the best of both worlds. So that is my recommendation. Maybe a little bit surprising to some of you guys, since I was really hyping up Charlotte, but after looking at what we have currently in the game and what we're going to be getting in the future, it kind of seems a little bit dumb for me to still be recommending Charlotte since I now know what's coming. That's going to be it for this video. Tell me down below, are you still going for Charlotte after you watch this video, or are you going to be saving for Emperor? Because now with me, you know, I may do a summon video, just try to see if I can get Charlotte, because I have been wanting this girl for quite a while. You know, even though that I do have Draken, I wouldn't mind getting her because I don't have a lot of good magic damage buffers, so hey, I mean, she could kind of fill that role, but we just have to wait and see. You know, it all depends on how I'm feeling whenever she comes out, if I do a summon or not. I think I'm back on the train. I think I'm saving for Emperor and waiting for his release. Or, you know, when Blackrock Shooter comes out, I'm probably going to be dropping some crystals on that because I kind of want Deadmaster. Thank you all again for coming out. It's been your boy P. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. I really can't believe this one, fam. Last night, around 9 p.m. CST, Grand Summoners Global announced the next maintenance. It's not Blackrock Shooter. I know, like, it's crazy. It's not that. It's Charlotte. I don't necessarily see why they did this, but Charlotte is coming to the game on the 15th. And I know a lot of people are pretty salty about this, including myself. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm not really too salty about it. I ain't gonna lose sleep over it. If you guys don't know why people be mad about this, it's the fact that Charlotte is one of the best units that JP has released in quite a long time. Like, she's absolutely bonkers. Like, if you see her kit right here, you'll see exactly why. 150% arts damage up to everyone unconditionally? That's stupid. Just by her being on the team, she can do that. And by the way, she's one of the best units to pair with the Emperor later on down the line, and one of the best units to pair with literally any single damage dealer in the game. Like, anybody. You want more damage, just throw Charlotte on the team and she's gonna make your team hit harder. That's the whole point about her. She's literally one of the best universal damage buffers in the entire game. And the reason why people are mad is not only just because, she's a really good unit and she's releasing early, but she actually released after Emperor, which in JP, was really great because Emperor came along, people summoned for Emperor, maybe pitied Emperor, then about, I think, a month or two, maybe 3 months later, that's whenever Charlotte came out. And then, people went for Charlotte because she was broken and it was crazy. It was a good time. But in Global, they decided, hey, yo, look.
We gonna make you guys choose between Emperor and Charlotte. Which one do you really want?
Like, I gotta really think about this myself, and it's like, dang, do I want to risk going for Charlotte, or do I want to just say, screw it, let me save a little bit more and wait for Emperor? Because Emperor's not that far away now, ladies and gentlemen. And I know a lot of you guys keep asking me, OP, when's Emperor dropping? Like, I work at the studio that develops Grand Summoners. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm in the dark with you, so can you stop asking me this question? But for real, Emperor's dropping pretty soon. Probably within the next 4 months. I'm assuming Christmas or New Year's is when he will drop, because it seems like that's kind of when the anniversary will happen. We'll probably actually get a confirmation on this very soon. We usually get like a anniversary roadmap or a Christmas roadmap around October or November-ish. So yeah, I'm gonna think about this. And by the time we do a Should You Summon, or I may do something unique with this one and do Should You Summon for Charlotte or Emperor and kind of go from there, because yeah, this is something. This really is something. So yeah, tell me what you guys think down below in the comment section. How are you guys feeling about this? Like, are you going to be going for Charlotte? Are you excited? Like me, myself, I'm kind of leaning more so on I probably will be summoning for, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, maybe I won't, because that banner isn't too great. But that's going to be it, fam. Thank you all for coming out. It's been your bro, P. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure you check out any one of the videos popping on your screen right now. Great content, and guarantee you'll love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. The newest gunslinger has arrived on Global, and his name is none other than Volty. Now, Volty's not only just a gunslinger, he's also the newest Phantom Sniper unit. I know, very surprising. And here's where I would usually say a lot of people was anticipating him, but if I'm gonna be completely honest, I feel like he's the odd one out. Volty is kind of just a unit we've already seen, but changed a little bit. So I don't think a lot of people are hyped for him. And if anything, pretty much everyone will tell you, oh, don't summon for Volty, summon for Volty LR. Which I don't really completely understand that argument. I guess it's more so if you just like the character, wait till Volty LR, because they both do completely different things. Either way, in today's video, we're going to be showing off Volty and seeing what he's got. And I'll just say this right out the gate, because I'm actually recording this intro after I recorded the video already. Volty didn't quite meet my expectations. So take that as you will. Hold up now. I gotta do a quick shout out though, because you all know this ain't my Volty that we're gonna be showing off. It's actually my boy Barrett's. A huge shout out to him for allowing me to do this, because without him, this Volty video wouldn't have been possible. As you can see with his abilities, he has Unison Cross. This is the cross battle / raid ability that you can use. He has Hellfire Resistance level 4, pretty good against Ignis or Mind's Ifrits, and Brave Gunner. You get 80% attack while your HP is above 80% or more. His entire kit is pretty much just allowing him to deal more damage. And you see with the skill, he gives himself art gauge plus lowers the enemy's magic resist. He's also able to increase skill CT speed and equipment CT speed by 30%. This is only to himself though. And he has his true art, which is the main draw to him. 60,000% water damage magic. All allies ignore defense by 100% for 20 seconds, and you increase all allies' arch damage by 30% times the number of water units for 20 seconds. As for his slots, he has a 5-star magic, 5-star magic, and 4-star defense. 5-star magics for him if you're nuking, anything that's going to be giving you more damage, more oomph, and more power is going to be great. Or if you're sustaining, anything that's going to be giving you art gauge. As for the 4-star defense, it's really up to you. You can either go something that's going to help you in the fight, or you could go something like Dola armor if you want more attack up. And then as for the crest on this man, attack up, promises funeral god, art gauge up. I am a little bit worried about my man Volty though. We don't have someone like Summer Lisa on Global yet, which if we had her, it would allow Volty to hit even harder
harder. I guess we also could use something like Christmas Rimuru, but not everybody has him, so we'll just have to see what's gonna happen, what's gonna transpire with the men Volti. This is the team we're rocking here. We got the Fubuki, I feel like some of you guys don't even know this girl exists anymore, the Shady, the Volti, and the Summer Juno. And also I'm doing a little bit something spicy here. 2 single target damage up equips. As you see here with the 4-star support and the Mitsuya earring. I'm hoping to throw this on Volti instantaneously so Volti can have tons of damage ups to just instantly one-shot this thing. And also, as you can tell, we're all water units, so we're able to get the benefit from his true art. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see some pretty crazy damage. Also, this boss does take more damage from humans, so it will be pretty good too. And let's just see what happens here. I'm hoping that I can get off my true art as well with the girl Fubuki, but there it is. Okay, so now Volti should have the maximum amount of magic damage possible. Let me see. Ooh, it took a minute for his true art to come out, but ooh, that is a kill, ladies and gentlemen. You wouldn't expect anything less. That's one thing I will say too about these magic damage units. Their true art animations are long, but let's see what we dealt with right there. The boy Volti hit 2.7 milli. Pretty solid. I wish that we had a training stage for multiplayer so we could really see like his actual full damage potential, because the boss kind of died before his true art animation was over, so it was definitely more damage to be had there, but unfortunately it just wasn't it. Either way, I want to show him off in a sustain team real quick too, because I mean that's just nuking. We all know how nuking's gonna work. I'm gonna be going up against Volti Special X Hyper for this sustain comp, and this one, you know what I'm thinking of here, we're not gonna have as many water units, but we're still gonna be able to get like that huge arts damage buff up to everybody, because we are going to be using the Mako, plus we are also going to be using the Haruto, and we still have the water damage up and magic damage up, if I'm not mistaken, from the girl Juno. I think she does both, right? Or she only did magic? I don't remember. And I really am hoping that boy Volti out damages the girl Haruto. And dang, I would say there is a phase right here where, oh my Jesus, that is some damage right there from the man Volti, but it's fine. I think we actually won right here. I think that's the end of it, because pretty sure, yep, that's it right there. That is a sustained fight right there. I was actually thinking about taking Volti up against the Emmy boss fight, but I don't know how long that would take, and I didn't want so many like trials and errors to happen, so maybe I'll save that for another video. Let's see the big boy damage right here from the men Volti. I know it's a lot. It has to be a lot. I don't know why, but I really am hoping every single time to see this for him to just blow Juno out the water. He's still out damaging one of the best magic damage dealers in the game. Not by a lot though, but he is still doing it. I don't know how I feel. I think that I personally would need to use Volti myself and try him out and play test him a little bit more to give a definitive answer on him. Because most of the time with these showcases, whenever I use someone else's unit, it's kind of like a demo to it until I finally get it. Then I'll make like a legitimate video. I'll say he's okay for right now. I can see why some people say that he's mid and he's not really all that, because apart from like the attack up that he gives, he's not really giving himself any other type of damage buff. So, you know, compared to a lot of the other damage dealers that we have nowadays, he doesn't look as appealing at times, but still really good if you do support him. Thank you all again for coming out. Thanks again to my man Barrett for allowing me to use his Volti in this showcase. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please make sure you check out either one of the videos popping on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. Does magic really suck in Grand Summoners? This is a question that I have been asking myself for the last few days ever since I did the Ritz video. And I decided that I was going to go the extra step and really try to get a grasp and understand if physical damage is just the supreme king of GS and magic is just always pushed to the wayside. For this video, we are going to be talking specifically about magic, damage, and physical damage. Nothing else. One common misconception I see whenever people say magic sucks is the fact that physical damage has more damage buffers than magic damage. Even I was under this initial impression because it just seemed like that. There's no way we have as many magic damage buffers in the game as we do physical. Well, surprise, surprise, we actually almost do. We have a total of 11 physical damage buffers, and then if we slide on over, what do we got here? 10 magic damage buffers. So it's not the damage buffers. So let's look at the equipment, okay? How many physical damage buff equips do you think there are in the game? I'll give you 2 seconds to guess. Here we go. You're wrong. 61. Now, how many magic equips do you think there are in the game that does a similar thing? I'll give you 2 seconds as well. 51 magic damage equips that either buff up damage or reduce magic damage resist. And that, to me, doesn't seem like too much of a disparity. But now we gotta ask this question. How many of these equips are viable? And what do I consider viable
options, the old reliables, the ones that everybody always turns to. They're some of the easiest buffing equips to use in the game, and they're very good no matter what. Let's go over the physical equips first. We have Nox, Older Toguro, Genos Vest, the Blaze Coil, Iris True Weapon, Dragon Knuckle EX, Angelus's True Weapon, True Velocity, Cold Excalibur. And last but not least, the Morning Star from Dark Lisa's event. Okay, all of these pretty solid. There's a total of 10 equips that I would consider viable options. Now, how many magic equips do I think are viable? We have Alma's Hat, Juno's True Weapon, Rosetta's Pareo, Victoire's Catsuit, Despair Vine, King Ghidorah, Melty Shoes, and Juno's Pareo. There's only 8 that I would consider viable for magic damage. 8 equips in magic, 10 equips in physical. That's still not that much of a disparity. But if you compare them all, it's like, okay, you know, there is something happening here that's clearly better. Like, if Magic could get a similar thing to Nox, then it would be great. Also, if they could get something very similar to like Angelus's True Weapon, but for magic resistance, like, you know, there's a lot of lines that we could draw and be like, okay, you know, it'd be really nice if Magic had this. But what does this all mean? Physical is a trendsetter, and Magic is usually always playing catch up. There are a few exceptions to this. It has happened in the past where we've got some pretty strong magic damage dealers that broke the meta. But for most of Grand Summoner's history and how the future forecast is currently looking, it seems like we're going to stay on this path. But this doesn't really change much in terms of, is Magic bad, right? It's the frequency that we get these kind of units. If you actually take a look at JP's last Magic unit before Cosmo was Summer Lisa. And then if you want to go even further than that, their last Magic unit before was Dark Rivi. And the Japanese player base went like a month without seeing a Magic unit. It was like a month and a half or something like that, because Tokyo Revengers came out. Then you had the Ninjas return with Sakuya. Then finally you had Summer come around. They showed off the new Summer units, which were Summer Sistina. Here's the craziest part. She was the first one to release, and the last one to release about a week or two later was Summer Lisa. 6 units came out that were physical before the next Magic unit. It may just be that physicals are easier to make, right? And they possibly appeal to more people, and, you know, they're more viable in the long term, whatever the case may be. Who knows how it actually transpires in the developers' heads. But it's safe to say that the market is definitely oversaturated with physical damage dealers compared to Magic, which is also the thing that made it unique back in the day, let me say. Back in the day, whenever Magic damage dealers were coming out to the game, the things that was very appealing to them was like, oh, they're Magic damage. Some events and stages would actually lock you out of physical damage, so you had to use Magic. And I don't know, it's just kind of wild to me that that's a case that's happening at the current moment, that you're really only using Magic damage dealers, or a full team of Magic damage dealers, let me say, when you have to. If you don't have to, you're probably just going to be sticking to your Greys, your Saitamas, your Simons, your Urzas, whatever. So all in all, would I actually say Magic is bad? It's a tough question to answer, but I would say it's definitely weaker than physical. If we start seeing more Magic units come out, and more Magic equips and stuff being easier to obtain, and also, you know, Magic starts biting off of physical equips and starts getting some of that stuff, then I think we would see more of an equal level playing field, or possibly Magic would become super meta and super viable and would kind of just power creep all the physical teams. But that's all I have to say about this conversation. I'm finally glad that I'm able to get all my thoughts out there. But thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. Tell me down below what you guys think about the whole magical versus physical argument. What side you're on? Are you team physical, team Magic? Or, you know, how do you feel about the whole situation? Do you feel that GS just needs to release more Magic units, or do you feel like both sides are equally strong right now? I definitely think both sides have positive and negatives, and both can be successful in the highest levels of GS. It just depends on, you know, what you utilize. But thank you all again for coming out, and last but not least, don't forget to drink water. Oh man, what a busy day today. But thankfully, rush hour is finally over, so let me listen to some good old tunes. Yes, you heard me right, a brand new musical unit coming to the game. It's wild too, because we literally just got done reviewing a musical unit yesterday, which was Ritz, and they decided to add another musician to the Grand Summoners roster. And if you're wondering what this unit's name is, it is Cosmo. She is actually a bassist, which looks more like a soldier, but hey, you know, you do you. And I'm pretty excited to talk about this unit because I think a lot of people are going to be brushing her off, but I personally believe this girl's going to be a menace in the mines or in any type of fight that is going to have multiple enemies, because she's very similar to that of Joker Celia or Groitz. So without further ado, let's not beat around the bush anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Let me talk about this new unit coming to JP, I think later tonight. Here is the electrifying bassist Cosmo. She wants to paralyze as much as possible. You see with the skill, she has a 40% chance to paralyze. With the art, she's able to decrease enemies' paralysis resistance and magic resist as well. Pretty nice damage buff there. And then with the true art, she has an 80,000% modifier, super high, 100% chance to paralyze an enemy for 20 seconds, and you increase your own crit rate by 100%. And then if you take a look at her passives, this is where everything kind of comes together. Cosmo Rising. When an enemy is paralyzed by Cosmo's skill or true art, you increase all light allies damage by 20% permanently, max 200%. And then of course she has other passives in her kit like increased dark damage and increased critical damage. And if we wanted to add on to all of this to make it even better, you could use something like Cosmos' True Weapon. For 10 seconds you increase your own light damage and your skill CT speed by 50%, and when equipped by Cosmo you increase own damage by 30% and art gauge by 3 per second. Also you increase your own physical rest by 5%. She wants to inflict lots of status effects so she can get her damage up, but this time the damage isn't just scaling for herself, it's scaling for whoever is a light unit on the team. Here's the thing though, with her releasing like this, she is going to be pretty good. She's going to be a very strong damage dealer. And the thing about her too is that yes, she is only buffing up light allies damage, but you could use her alongside other strong light units without making a mono light team. Or you don't even have to use light units with her, you could just let her buff her own self up, which is also a viable strategy. It just sucks though that these characters aren't good in other parts of the game really. Like if you're not going up against a stage that has multiple, and I do mean multiple stages where there are multiple enemies on the field so you can get off the paralysis or whatever status effect that you're trying to inflict, then you're not going to be using them a lot of the time because you want other characters to just give more damage instantly. Another con that I'm seeing with her is the fact that she doesn't give crit rate to her whole team, which is kind of a bummer. I really wish that was a thing, but I guess, you know, they just want her to be very solo oriented apart from the passive that gives the damage up to everybody. And not to mention too, you can't use equips to scale her passive up. I understand why they don't do it, but I feel like at the same time, if you release units like Cosmo that want to paralyze and you're able to use paralysis equips, and let's just say everybody on the team, if anybody on the team inflicts paralysis, you guys all get 20% more damage up to a maximum of 200%. Imagine if that was the passive, right? Then it would kind of make those status inflicting equips that, you know, a lot of us have that just don't ever use. We would kind of look at those equips and be like, oh, you know what? Maybe they finally have a use. We can throw one on here. You know, I'm not going to use an Archon equip because I want more damage instantly. So hopefully I get a paralysis off and you use that. So it really is a very finicky situation. It's like, how exactly do you balance these units? How exactly do you bring these units into the game and make them useful? And a lot of the times it's just like, okay, this is a unit, use them in mines, and that's where they're useful in. Outside of mines, you're probably not going to use them. Which sucks because, I mean, I would love to see more content where you're able to utilize a lot of these types of units that, you know, want to scale with status effects and everything. But unfortunately, with the current state of Grand Summoners, the current state of just general content, that's not really going to happen. And most of the time, if you're a veteran player, you can finish that in under 10 seconds if you have like a really good nuke setup. So the short of it, I like this unit. I'm gonna be looking out for videos and, you know, crazy nukes and all that that's gonna be happening with this unit whenever eventually I think Mines comes back on JP, because JP will probably get Mines again before Global does. Let's just be honest here. I just wish that these kind of units could be used at their full potential in more parts of the game than just Mines or a stage that has lots of enemies. Either way, that's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure you drop a like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Love you guys so much for showing the channel so much support recently. Really can't thank you guys enough. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to check out either one of the videos popping up on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. I truly believe that you skip Volti. I'm gonna tell you exactly why in this video, because you know, your boy OP really ain't one of those people to doom post a unit. I guess that's what you would call it. I'll at least give a unit a chance. However, with Volti, it's actually opposite. He's not a bad unit at all. As you can see here, Volti is pretty much water Rudius. You see with this art, he's able to buff up everybody's damage based on the amount of water allies you have on the team. Not only that, he also has his regular art, which is able to buff up his skill CT and his equipment CT. And he's also able to lower the enemy's magic resist and give himself art gauge with the skill. And if you go for his true weapon lowers, I think, water resist and also gives you more damage if you're a water unit, which Volti is. And then if it's equipped by Volti, you get 3 arts gauge up. So on face value, he's not bad. He's a magic damage nuker that can do extremely well in lots of different pieces of content. Nuking, sustain fights, whatever. order he could be used in and extremely hard. But if we go over here and take a look at his banner, yeah, that ain't it. All these units are kind of not really old, but they're a little bit too gimmicky for me. Like, for example, Elizabeth, she's a unit that kind of scales off of stats effects. She wants to inflict stats effects on the enemy, and then if you inflict stats effects, she makes your team do big damage, which I know some people really like nuking with this character, and they say it's a lot of fun. Me personally, though, I value more consistency than just like randomness. Unless I have to rely on stats effects, I'm not going to rely on them whatsoever. Rain, I think, has potential to be good, but their true art multiplier is just a little bit too low for me. And then Lozi is just an off-brand Finn. I mean, he's terrible. He's not good at all. If you want to use someone like Lozi, just use Finn himself. And I know why they did a banner like this. It's because to help out newer players that are getting into the game and they want to get Volti, so they summon on this banner and they make it lucky and get multiple water units along with Volti, so you can use them all together in a team. See, that's the thing. As a new player, don't even go near this banner. And I'm not just saying that just to say it, by the way. As a new player, you really shouldn't be focusing on mono teams and stuff like that, or gimmick characters, unless they're just extremely broken. For the most part, you're just trying to build a good foundation for your account and then move up from there. Once, like, you know, your account has aged a little bit and you start getting more and more units, then I would consider making like mono water teams and stuff like that. But for right now, nah, I wouldn't recommend it at all. If you're newer to the game, I would say just summon on Tokyo Revengers. Or you can wait, which is what I recommend everybody do. Because if you actually take a look in game, we have 9 days remaining on Tokyo Revengers, which means Blackrock Shooter is right around the corner. We talked about these guys before whenever they first came out on JP about like, what, 2 months ago, month and a half ago? My opinion has definitely changed about this crossover. Originally, I was kind of like, whatever about it. But I've seen some crazy stuff. I don't think any of these characters are necessarily uber top tier. I think some of them are going to be like staple nukers or staple breakers. So if you're looking out for this crossover, highly recommend that you sit this banner out and just save up for that, because like I mentioned, it's right around the corner. Or you can skip this and just save for Emperor, whatever you're saving for right now. Maybe you're saving for Charlotte. Maybe you're saving for Volti LR. Who knows? But one thing that I can tell you, no matter what, is that this banner is a sleeper banner. I might do a summon on it, and that's it, because I kind of do want Volti just to test him out on different stuff. But I will tell you that if you want Volti and like, you know, you're like, oh man, dude, I need to get this unit, just wait until we get like the legendary Phantom Sniper banner and just summon on that, because it's going to be a better banner overall than this banner is. So yeah, that's how I feel about this banner. Tell me down below if you guys are going to be summoning for Volti, or what's your plan, you know, at the current moment. I know a lot of people still are saving for Emperor. Maybe some of you guys are starting to save for Blackrock Shooter. You know, let me know what's happening down below in the comment section. Also, if you enjoyed this video, hey, please make sure to drop a like, comment, subscribe, you know, all that good stuff. Also, check out these videos as well. Great content, guarantee you love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. Ritz released quite a while ago. I don't remember the exact date, but I mean, as you can see here, yeah, you know, it's been a minute since she's been out. And I actually wanted to use this unit and try her out whenever she first came out, because I thought she was gonna be a very cool damage dealer slash nuker. And I think around that time, other stuff was happening. I was busy, you know, the common YouTuber excuses. However, now since we're kind of in a down period, I actually can't, because your boy pulled her. As you see here, you know, I got her now. You know, we working on the equipment loadouts, but still, we got her now. If you don't know about Ritz, her abilities are pretty attack heavy. Like, we have her unique passive, which gives her 100% attack up as long as she's above 90% HP. She also has HP recovery rate of level 4. This increases her HP recovery amount. And she also has a unique passive as well, which is Miasma Adaptation level 6. This gives you Art Gauge up effect, a field effect, Miasma 60% up. The stages that have Miasma is stuff like Aces, for an example. So she could be used in that if you want to use her in that, but what she's mainly actually supposed to be used in is RTA, because in RTA you can actually pick field effects, but you know, at the current moment there is no RTA on global, so we can't really try out the Miasma adaptation. As you see, she has a Art Gauge up on her skill. She is also able to increase light units damage by 20% for 50 seconds, and this thing stacks, by the way, if you want to spam this art for a bit. And then she has, of course, her true art, which is a 44,000% light damage magic, and then you increase all allies crit rate and your own crit damage by 100%. As for the equip setups you're going to be wanting to run this character, you got a few options. For the 5-star magic, if you're nuking, I can recommend stuff like Ultra Relic. I almost had to give you some Art Gauge plus the magic damage up. If you need more BE, you could use something like X Marks the Spot. Or you could also use Victor's True Weapon if you're running a mono light nuke. And finally, you can also use something like True Exceeds Zex to give yourself Art Gauge and also give yourself arts damage. Of course, there are other things you can use, stuff like Kurama Whip as well. Now, if you're going with Sustain, it's going to be kind of similar. You're mainly looking at your Archgen items, stuff like Exceed Zex and Alma's hat. And I already know some of you guys are going to be asking about this true weapon and asking, is it worth it or is it not? I don't think you really need this true weapon if you don't want it. For the skill, it just gives you more damage, and then for the passive that it gives, it just increases your skill CT speed and your art gauge up. So the passive itself is decent, but it's not super amazing. There's a lot of other equips that you can use that have better effects and passives than this equip on her, so you don't have to opt in for the true weapon unless you just absolutely want to. As for the big juicy 5-star heals, of course, Fina Devil Wings gonna be your go-to. If you don't have the Fina Devil Wings and you want to get some stats up to your team, hey man, Demonic Wicked Glow, great item as well. 25% max HP up to the whole team. Great stuff. And how can we forget about the Ultra Relic Empty Heart here? And then if you're running a mono light setup, you can always opt in for the Light Relic 10 gain. This gives your team 20% stats up if they're a light unit, so why not use it? Just more stats up. And then finally, we got the 4-star support. So the 4-star support, I'm doing a little bit something different here. I'm going to be running the Mitsuya Earring. I haven't got to use it yet, but this thing gives you a target, single target, 60% damage up, which is pretty massive. If you don't want to run this though, you can run other stuff like Arcanite. This is an old school one, but Rude Mega's Versus. Also Relic Days Volt, not really too good nowadays, but it does give you that nasty 20% damage up to the whole team. So solid stuff there, you know, every bit of damage helps. And then if you're going more sustain, you know, stuff like Finaloha shorts, Keon, anything like that, and you're going to be vibing fam. And as for the crest, you're going to be running on this girl, you're looking at attack up, crit damage, Promise of the Funeral God, and art gauge up. And as with every showcase, we gotta look at the animations. Very interested to hear what the music sounds like, because her 5-star variation, if you actually look at the name of it, it's Offbeat Ritz. So here we go with the attack skill. Just plays her instrument and does some damage with the music. Here we go with the skill here. Oh, that is a short range skill right there, but I like the effects. Like, it feels very how do I want to put it, very Disney-like, right? Like a very princessy type of feel that you get from this like powering up thing. Like, if you hear it right here. And let's see the art real quick. I don't want to say that's fire or not, but it didn't sound that bad. I mean, it sounded pretty good, but I like this art. You know, spinning around with the music notes, you get the music in the air, she's doing her thing. I like it, looks cool. And then finally we have the true art here. Oh my god, it's a Captain Sword reference. I'm gonna give her a 7. None of these animations really speak to me. I like the aesthetic of them, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's just been similar to this. It's actually gonna be the team we're running with her. Now, this is a little bit different than the other teams that I would probably run with other characters. And I also want to use other magicians. Now, I know that not everybody on this team is a magician, like Melty and Forte. So let's see what happens to see how hard this girl Ritz actually hits for. Okay, here we go into the takedown battle, and I did switch around some equips to maybe give Ritz some more attack, because that low attack stat was kind of scaring me. Even with the 100% attack buff, sometimes it's just not enough. So we did switch around some things, and I think I also don't have the best loadout on, because I do have a lot of attack ups right now on the team, so I think I'm double dipping a little bit too much here. But let's see what the damage is right there, and that do be kind of a lot of damage. And I'm gonna say it right now, I think that was all Victoire. I think Victoire just went completely, oh my goodness, she just went stupid right there. Let's see what the details are right here, and I'm guessing Victoire had the most damage. And oh, it was actually the girl Ritz. See, I am sorry, I doubted you. I was originally going to end the video with just me nuking the training battle, because I was kind of disappointed with Ritz. So what I'm going to try to do now, because I was thinking about it and I wanted to test it, I'm going to use her with the raid equips to give her another 500 attack. I don't know why I didn't think of this yesterday whenever I recorded the video. So she has plus 1000 attack, so now she's at 3600. If we had an attack up crest on her, she would be at 4000 plus. And also, good news now is that since it's actually Monday, that does mean the boy should be here. Where is he at? There he is, Oldius. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna fight Oldius, beat the brakes off of him, see how well Ritz does in this department. Now, here's a scary thing though, is that Ritz could die. And if Ritz falls below 90% HP, she's not gonna hit that hard. I'm hoping this changes my opinion on her, because right now, Ritz is looking pretty underwhelming to me, even though her kit is pretty solid. Just not looking the best in my opinion. And even on this team, you know, we don't have crazy amounts of like magic supporting stuff happening apart from like the Howl that lowers magic resist. But let's just see what happens. And as you see there, oof, man, that is some damage that she just took. I don't know if we're gonna be able to hit that hard here. Because yeah, she's not gonna have the 100% attack up, and I don't think it's gonna deal that much damage. We'll see. Show it to me. And okay, I'm gonna try her on something else. Here's hoping Ritz can actually deal some damage, and maybe this is where she belongs. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe she's not supposed to just be a nuker. Maybe she's supposed to be more of a sustained damage dealer, which, I mean, she does have some pretty good buffs in her kit, so, you know, she is able to hit some deeps here and there. Maybe, I mean, that was pretty good damage, but who knows who that actually was. Was that all Haruto, or was that Ritz? You know what I'm saying? You know, people be sleeping on Haruto's damage, but to be honest, Haruto, the main DPS. Let's see. Oh, wow. Just iframes. You gotta love it. One thing that doesn't make any sense to me, though, is look at the art modifier. 8,000, true art 44k. That is such a large discrepancy. Usually, the art multiplier isn't that far behind from the true art. I mean, sometimes it is, right? But not all the time. Like, for example, we look at Haruto's. Haruto's 11,000, 36k. You know, okay. What about Miranda's? 14k art, 35k true art. You see what I mean? But hers is 8,000 and then 44,000. That's crazy. Okay, broke the shield again, so this could be some big damage here if we get her true art off again, which we might be able to. Let's pop Mako's art here, and let's see. Okay, she's stuck in her attack animation, so hopefully she can get an attack off before she starts going into her iframes again. Come on, do the slam. Oh, okay, that was some damage. Every time she does the slam attack, it hits extremely hard. That's the thing. It takes so long for the slam attack to come out on the final part of her true art. So sometimes you just don't even get it. Please don't tell me Miranda out damaged you. Tell me you did. This looks really bad because we actually are getting a newer magic nuker slash damage dealer. What is it, tomorrow, I think, when Volti comes out? And I'm just thinking like Volti's damage potential compared to Ritz's, and it's like, I would assume Ritz would be hitting harder. I'm just not on this magic damage train. I'm with the physical damage hype train at the moment, and I just love using physical damage dealers. Used to, back in the day, I feel like magic damage dealers were some of the best damage dealers in the game because they just did so much work. But now my opinion is shifting, and a lot of these magic damage dealers just kind of seem very eh. I think if I take away my bias though, she is a good attacker if you have no one else. That's gonna be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out. It's been your boy P, and last but not least, don't forget to drink water. So the Emmy boss fight has been the talk of the town recently, since you need to clear this in order for you to obtain your Awoken Reyes. And I've made a few videos on it, of course. You know, I did some multiplayer lobbies the other day, and I was thinking maybe I should make a guide on it. But the bad part was, I'm indecisive at times. So I asked all of you, and it seems like all you guys want a guide, so let's do a guide. I'm gonna be telling you what you need to know in order to beat Emmy. Not every little detail like what her normal attacks and all that does, you know, that's not important. What's gonna kill you, and what type of team comps you need to really be looking out for. Let's start with the fight itself. Emmy has quite a bit of HP. She's kind of thick. Main thing you need to know about this woman is that she is out for blood. She has a mechanic where she's able to target whoever is dealing the most DPS on the team. And whenever you get targeted, not only will she just be constantly attacking this unit, she also will gain crit rate towards this unit, which is kind of scary because she can crit you for some insane amounts of damage. Not only does she have this targeting mechanic, she will also be buffing up her own damage every single time you hit a threshold, except this one in the middle. What this middle threshold does is it resets your art gauge. So you know how like you go into a fight, you're filling up your art gauge, you know, you're feeling good, and then all of a sudden, boom, everything's gone. Your entire art gauge, that 200 arts you just had, gone. Never was there, didn't happen, just like my father. And then for the rest of the thresholds, it's pretty much the exact same. She's going to keep increasing her damage, and every single time she hits one of these thresholds, she's going to do a big art attack and do some damage to you, and you got to make sure you're prepared for it, because if you're not, then you're going to get one-shotted, and that's it. Technically, there is a nuke at one of the thresholds, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. There's not just one nuke, there's two. At the second to last threshold, she will do some insane amounts of damage to you, just instantly, and then at the final threshold, she will deal stupid damage to all your team. And if you don't have heals or don't have some type of damage mitigation on your team, it's very likely that you die. And oh yeah, how could I forget? She also applies a damage over time effect to you. If you see this little like red icon here, that's what that is. It's a damage over time effect. It doesn't really do too much damage, but can definitely rack up if you don't have sufficient healers on the team. And as for the fight, that's it. Big damage at each threshold, damage ups at each threshold, Arch-Gen reset in the middle, and then 2 nukes at the end. And that's it. Sounds easy, right? The main thing is you have to use Reyes in order to full clear. Not only does Reyes have to be in your team comp, we also need to counter all the stuff this boss is throwing at us. So we need some type of healer. And really, this could be, I think, whoever you want. Usually the 2 that everybody uses, and of course, top of the meta, everybody knows them, is Haruto and Mako. And as for the last unit, it usually changes depending on what type of team that you're running. And like I said, there's a lot of teams that can do it, but 2 of the most popular teams right now are the Haruto, Mako, Reyes, Sandstone, and the Haruto, Mako, Reyes, Draken. And these 2 team comps are vastly different from each other. One is a lot safer, Sandstone. She's able to give her team tons of damage mitigation. You have good defense equips on the team, and overall, you can kind of just tank the hits. However, it takes a really long time sometimes, especially if you don't run something like True EX Gate on your Haruto, then yeah, you're gonna be in that fight forever, it feels like. But that's where the Draken team comes in. The Draken team is a little bit more, you know, offensive, kind of a little bit more risky. You gotta really buckle in to use this team. The thing is about this team though, is that not only is it faster, but you want somebody to use Awoken Reyes. So if you're trying to get Awoken Reyes yourself, and of course your Reyes is unawoken, you kind of need one of the other 3 units so you can just host it and then have someone else join in with their Awoken Reyes. So yeah, these are the 2 main teams that are the most popular right now to take it on. Like I mentioned before though, there are a lot of teams that can fight this boss and counter it. The equips you need to be running are just like some very good defensive equips, stuff like, you know, Sandstone's True Weapon if you're using Sandstone, along with like the magic armor that gives you dark resist, or any other armor that's going to give you really good damage mitigation to the entire team, and any other armor that's able to give you good dark res, because of course the boss is dark. You should probably opt in to run something like Blessed Necklace if you can. Blessed Necklace is a revive equip, and you will need this whenever she targets somebody, because if she targets someone and if you hit a threshold, this is kind of extra insurance to make sure that who she targets doesn't die. I gotta make an honorable mention here, or I just have to mention it. Please, if you have it, run True EX Gate, or I think even regular EX Gate works to an extent. True EX Gate gives you tons of art gauge to a single target, and it gives you 100% crit rate to the entire team. This makes it to where the fight isn't as long, since you're able to get that crit rate up every now and again. Of course, this item isn't required, but if you're doing the Sandstone strat, I highly recommend it. It just makes it a lot faster. And if you're doing the Draken strat, it's also pretty good. It just makes you hit harder. And then after all that, guess what? You're done. Go fight the boss and good luck. Some ending tips I can give you though is that you need to learn how to cycle your equipment if you are going to be using Sandstone. What I mean is being able to constantly have some type of damage mitigation up. Since if you're using the Sandstone strat, you're going to be having 3 defense items on the team. You use the 2 defense equips on Sandstone. After you use the 2 defense equips on Sandstone, you wait a little bit, probably till about the halfway mark of Sandstone's True Weapon if you have it at max LB, and then you pop the other defense equip, or that'll be around the time the other person pops the defense equip, and that's how you can do it. Or you could also just look at the buff slots that all the units have and just watch the damage mitigation buff, and whenever it falls off, you pop the other defense equip, and you guys just cycle that. You guys have 100% uptime on some kind of damage mitigation, because as the fight goes on, you will need something like that in order to survive. And if you don't really know how to use your equips, you don't really know how to cycle equips like that, then it's gonna be really hard. As for another tip, use Blessed Necklace. I know I recommend it, and some people may be like, oh yeah, you can do it without it, which if you watch my video, I did do it without Blessed Necklace. However, I will say Blessed Necklace is extra insurance. It's a lifesaver. It literally saves runs. And as for the last tip, do multiplayer. It's just easier. So yeah, to sum it all up, have healing, do big damage, or take it the slow route and just turtle it, and just pay attention. Just watch what the boss is doing, and just make sure that you're ready at every single threshold. Either way, that was the guide. Hopefully you all enjoyed it, and hopefully you find it helpful. Of course, if you have any more questions about anything, you can always leave it down in the comment section below. I'll try to get to them as best as I can. I'm almost positive there's gonna be some other people in the community that's also down there helping as well. But yeah, good luck to all you guys that are gonna be trying to get Awoken Reyes. Hopefully this boss fight will be a tad bit easier now. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. So So if all you guys remember, a few months ago, whenever Fairy Tail was here, I made a video called Helping New Players. And literally what I did was I just went into multiplayer lobbies during helper rewards and helped people out. That video did pretty well with all you guys. A lot of you guys seem to like it. So I thought, why not do it again? But this time, we help people awaken Reyes. And I want to mention too, I'm going undercover in this video. Yep, as you see right now, I am OP, but I am changing very quickly to Lucidity. But here's the thing. I don't think I'm gonna change my bio. Actually, no one will know it's me unless someone knows my ID by heart. So what we do is we go over here to the main quest and we're gonna be going to the Blade Awakens. Oh yeah, there's people. Wait, is there no new players doing this? Technically, if people are asking for help, I would consider that still new players, even though it's not helper rewards. Wait, look at this, look at this. Players who beat this. All right, really, to round out this, we need a Sandstone, some type of defensive unit. I mean, Sistina won't work because I actually figured out that boss, or Emmy herself, actually has Shield Killer. We just need a Sandstone. Oh my God. I couldn't connect to the room. I couldn't connect. The dude just gave up. He said, yep, too hard. Not possible. This is terrible. Why is this system so bad in game? Oh my God, look at this. This is amazing. We really out here helping new players. You know, most of the time people like OP never helps new players, but look at me. I'm helping them right now. We used all of our arts and I didn't want to do that. Oh, there you go. Using the Mako art. There you go. I wish that our Haruto would use his heart. I'm not going to cap. Is this probably the most consistent team? I mean, I'm assuming it is because it's just so much healing. And oh, he gave the magic seal mask to me. What a Chad. Oh, wait. We're getting a little bit risky here, boys. I'm not going to cap. We all just popped everything. Hold on, boys. Yeah, I ain't going to lie. You guys kind of wild with it, fam. I ain't going to... Hey, watch this play, though. Look, my buff's about to run out. Watch this play, though. Watch it. Watch it. Look at that. Wait. I'm going to wait for it to run out. Then boom, go right back into the X-Force. I'm telling you, people don't play like me. Oh yeah, I finally realized what this buff was, this debuff in this boss fight. I saw you guys talk about it, but the debuff is like a constant dot on you. I know somebody said it in my last video. I think that we're over the biggest hurdle. Technically, not really though, because the biggest hurdle is actually this, the second HP threshold, because this is where stuff can get really crazy. This is usually where the DPS dies. Kind of. Okay, no, we're fine. Okay, good. I guess we had enough tanking. And then the last one, to be honest, yeah, the last one isn't really that crazy. The only thing that's crazy is that she actually just starts attacking so much. That's about it. But with the healing and all that from Haruto, it should be enough. Also, yeah, Haruto's healing just kind of counters her constant dot effect. That's nice. And look at this. You know, people are actually playing pretty good right now. I think that, you know, we are a bunch of Chads. I really do. Everybody's doing their job. I personally think that this run is a dub. Maybe I'm calling it too early. Possibly I just jinxed it. I don't know. But I think, you know, we're doing fine. Look at that. We're going to heal it right back up. And we're vibing, man. We're vibing. I'm about to lose my X mode, but I think I'm going to go ahead and use it one more time. Oh, God, this is going to be terrible. We're going to go with this threshold right here. And it's going to be kind of risky. I don't think that's going to be enough damage, boys. We don't have any crit. We don't have any crit, boys. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I ain't gonna cap. It's gonna be close. No way we die. No way. Look at that. That's almost death. Please, Sandstone, just use the art. Thank you. Look at that. Boom. That is one happy customer right there. We got Awoken Reyes for it. Had pleasure doing business with you. All right, that's one down, and who knows how many more to go. Let's see. Oh, this guy needs help. Look at that. He's brand new. Look at that. This team can actually clear it, by the way. I've seen this. But the thing is that I don't think we have the necessary stuff to clear this. I wonder how this works exactly. I feel like you need Tree X Gate. Maybe you don't, but I feel like you need Tree X Gate to make this work. Yep, I'm just gonna say it. I don't got much faith in this one. Oh my God, look at the damage though. Here's where it gets scary because we could die pretty quickly. Wait, I don't even have Blessed Necklace. Are you supposed to do this with Blessed Necklace or no? Wow, we are just bursting through this. But I don't think we survived. Wow, we actually went past the threshold that time. How is she not using her true art? Do you guys see this? Look, like she doesn't... Is it because we're going past the threshold? Yeah, like we just take no damage. This is actually insane. This is the best possible thing you could do. Look at that. Yeah, we just won. We actually just won from that. These guys knew what they were talking about. This is an insane strategy. Wow, we win. Look at that. Easy peasy. I've never actually been a part of that. That's insane that works. I wonder how that works though. That doesn't seem like that should work. What's the details right there? Ooh, look at the boy Reyes. What is this? Armored Dragon Scale. What is up with all you new players running Funeral Scythe? Like the amount of times that I see people run this item is insane. Also, I really wish this Mako and this Haruto with art so we could do some more damage because this is actually going to be hell. Also, yeah, what's the point of like using these characters and like you don't utilize their entire kit? That's one thing. I think they're playing on auto. Maybe they're not. Because you will get back your true arts in time. Like, you won't fall out of your true art buff. I promise you. With these two on the team, do you know how much art gauge you're getting? This is something. We're at 2 minutes and we're only at the second threshold. And, you know, coming off of that high octane run and doing something like this. Yep. This is definitely... I don't want to put it. This really ain't it. Now come to think about it. It's just not it. That's pretty much the simplest way to put it. And by the way, I have seen a lot of people ask me for help, like in my comments section, to awaken Reyes. And I don't mean to sound rude or anything. I hope you guys know that I can't exactly help you because it's like a domino effect. If I help you, I need to help the next person and then the person after that. And it just keeps kind of going in that line. So that's why you never see me actually go out of my way and help people who ask me for help in the comments section. And if we want to go even deeper than that, I don't even help people who ask me for help Discord and stuff like that, because it's the same thing. If I help one person, I have to help everyone else because it wouldn't be fair to the other person. If you need help with something, the only time that your boy OP will really help you is if you get lucky and you catch me in one of these lobbies, or I'm doing a stream to help new players, which by the way, I actually am. This Saturday at 2 p.m. CST, we're going to be farming the story to, you know, get all the items and stuff like that. But towards the end of the stream, probably like the last hour of it, we're going to be doing helper runs, I guess that's what we'll call it, to help awaken your Reyes if you need help with it. Only problem is that I won't be able to get to everybody, and it's literally just random. But I'm going to tell you guys how we're going to set it up on stream. And yeah, it's literally just going to be completely random. You know what would be great? Is if these players that use Mako and Haruto use their art. We're missing out on so much damage. But these guys, they just play on auto, I'm assuming, and just let everybody else do all the hard work. Remember this being a big problem back in the day when Berwick first came out. When Berwick first came out, a lot of people just spammed his true arts and they didn't ever use his art. And it's like, why? His art gives the art gauge. Like, please, we need that. It's gonna be like an 8-minute clear. Oh my God. That's like ordering Domino's and having to wait 2 hours. You know, I just thought of something. Is there a gacha game out there that has voice chat? Like actual voice chat in the game? Because I don't even think Genshin has it. Oh, what is this true weapon? Increase everybody else's evasion rate. Is this some type of play? Can we dodge her? I think we can, but I mean, I feel like we need more than just, what, 30% evasion? There we go, look at that. The heart actually used his normal art. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, if I could, I'd give you a big old schmooch right on the forehead. Oh my God, dude, this guy James is actually the biggest brain player I've ever seen. We are able to dodge her art because of this item. Also, is this guy gonna pop his stuff? I'm actually scared that... Oh, wait, never mind. We're fine. Okay. Wait, so at the 50% threshold, is it not a nuke? Is it just like Archgen reset? Is that all that happens at the 50% threshold? Look at us. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought? Just clearing out content left and right with the boy Reyes. It feels good, you know? It feels good. It's crazy that one of the hardest fights in the game, you need Reyes. Now, do you really need Reyes? Not really. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit longer than previously expected, but we should be fine in the grand scheme of things. We should be a-okay. And I'm going to go right back into my X mode. Wait for it. Wait for me to drop it. They don't teach you how to do this. I'm telling you. This isn't taught to you. I know, ladies, I'm just going to say it. DMs are open. Oh, and look at that. That's a kill, man. Right there. Telling you they don't teach you how to do that. Good job. Congratulations, Kendo Max, on your awoken Reyes. That was an hour of us helping new players get their Reyes. Or I'm assuming it was mostly newer players trying to do it. Because more than likely, if you're at that part in the story, even if you're newer to the game, you're probably going to be above level 100 or level 80. It's not going to show up helper rewards. I mean, some of them did because a lot of them were newer. So yeah, that's going to be it for this video. Thank you all for coming out. Like I mentioned before, if you guys don't have your awoken Reyes yet and you still need help by Saturday, make sure to come by the stream at 2 p.m. CST, and I'm going to be helping you guys out towards the end of it. And yeah, it's going to be a fun time either way. So yeah, thank you all again for coming out. And last but not least, don't forget to drink water. So Reyes' awakening happened last week, which was crazy, right? Everybody was freaking out. Boss fight was hard. I feel like most people that probably wanted to clear it already cleared it, but there are still some grinders out there trying to get this secret equips. So I respect you all for doing that. But did you know that there were also 2 other units that got released alongside Awoken Reyes that was not in the game previously? One of them being Cynthia, and the other being Groitz. Groitz is actually the newest boss character to enter Grand Summoners Global. Yep, you heard me right. Apart from Emmy, we now have the second boss character, which, if I'm not mistaken, there's only 2 currently in the game, even in JP. I've seen some crazy stuff with them, like people clearing Ganon with them. I've also seen him do insane amounts of damage. And I think under the right circumstances, on the right teams and all that, he'll definitely be able to do it. But I think that the content that he kind of needs to be used in, unfortunately, just isn't here at the moment. Either way, let's talk about the boy Groitz. So Groitz has a few abilities. His first ability is Intoxicating Pain. Damage 30% up each time the Greed Reaper or Poison Freak poisons the enemy. These are his skills, by the way. Poison Attacker level 5, you get damage 50% up when the enemy is poisoned, and you get Poison Accuracy level 5 as well, accuracy 50% up when the enemy is poisoned. As for his kit itself, we have the skill Greed Reaper. This will deal some physical damage, and it has a 50% chance of poisoning the enemy. His art is able to reduce the enemy's poison resist by 50% for 60 seconds, which is pretty good. And then he has his true art where he activates Revelation. Now, if you don't know what Revelation is, this is the boss mechanic. Once you click this, your equipment, so as you see up here, this equipment will actually change to boss skills, and we're going to see what those boss skills are right now. His mega skill will increase all allies' art gauge by 30 except his own, because he doesn't actually gain art gauge like he usually would. On top of having this mega skill, he also has the morph skill, which reduces the enemy's earth resist by 50%. He has his morph skill 2, which will reduce the enemy's physical resist by 50%. And then he has his morph skill 3, which has a 100% chance of poisoning the enemy. On top of this all, we also have Mad Dancing, which is his mega art. This is his true art in his boss form. And this will increase the damage to enemies by 50% for 15 seconds whenever it goes off. And it also does a massive 100,000% multiplier. As for his equip slots, we have 5-star physical, 5-star magic, and a 4-star support. That's his entire kit. So as you notice already, he's very similar to Joker Celia in the sense that he has a mechanic where he wants to inflict some type of stats element to increase his damage. Every single time you gain a stack of poison, of course, it's only going up by 30%, so you need 10 poison inflictions to get a max of 300. You know where all this is going to be great in? The mines, which unfortunately isn't here at the moment. But on a higher note, let's talk about some good equips for. So with the equipment setup, there's a few things you want to do with these boss characters. You're mainly building for 2 things. Archgen, because you want them in their boss form as fast as possible. And then you also are building for passives. If equips have passives on them, usually pretty good. As you see here, we have True Tempest. The theory behind this was that I use this, I get 50 art gauge instantly, and by the time I leave my Revelation mode, I can have it back up. But unfortunately, that's not the case because this thing's on a 100-second cooldown. So I really don't know how I'm liking this, if I like this in the 5-star physical or if I want something else. But for right now, this is what I'm rocking. If you don't want to rock this, of course, you can always rock something like Spirit Sword. This is a interesting one because it's not the best art gauge item. However, its ability is pretty broken because it pretty much gives you what is it called, elimination, I think, where you increase your own damage by 15% when the enemy is under 50% HP, which is pretty solid. Or you could go with the usual, you know, the classic True Izanagi, just to give you the art gauge. However, just know that you won't really be able to make use of the equipment CT down passive because your equipment CT, from what I understand, doesn't matter at all whenever you're in your boss form. As for the magic slot, we're going with one of the best items in the entire game, True Exceed Zex. This makes it to where if we were ever going to get low in our boss form, we would be able to lifesteal it, because as you see here, we heal our own HP by 3% of the damage to the enemy when near death. I think this is possibly the best 5-star magic that you can put on him, or anybody with a 5-star magic for that matter. As for the 4-star support, you can go something like Arc Ignite. This gives you 10 art gauge to the entire team. Plus, it also has the benefit of reducing his own skill CT speed by 10%. And I'm not for sure if this actually works with the boss form. You guys have to let me know down below in the comment section. Does skill CT buffs help his morph skills and stuff like that, or no? Because that's something that's still up in the air for me. But if you don't want to use Arc Ignite, of course, you can always use the other stuff like Heon. Gives you art gauge, plus it lasts for about 20 seconds. Pretty solid. Ben Aloha is a weird one because it does last for 20 seconds, but you won't be able to use this all the time because he will be in his revelations. Because keep in mind, whenever you're in your boss form, you lose access to your equips. As for the crest you want to put on this guy, any of the attacker crests will be great. Attack Up, Promises Funeral God. Crit damage isn't really necessary because he's not going to be critting, but if you are going to be using him with a crit buffer, you know, of course, go right ahead. And then if you want something else, you could also opt in for Art Gauge Up. And the reason why I say you can opt in for Art Gauge Up, pop a quick art. The art will load the poison resist to poison the enemy in your revelation or with your skill, which is really great. Now onto his animations. Now another thing that we're going to do too today, it's going to be a little bit different because I want you guys to hear this character's
voice, which I know that kind of sounds a little weird, but I think his voice acting is very distinct and it really fits this character's design, and it really, you know, drives home how like this guy is a crazy, insane, like lunatic. You know, he's really fitting the bill for like that kind of character. You know, think of characters like Hisoka and all that, where it's like, yeah, this guy's just insane. So first and foremost, we're gonna have his attack here. As for his skill, let's see what this looks like. Man, it sounds like he just busted the fattest nut. I love any type of animation like this. This is one of the reasons why I love Batiste so much, because I love whenever a character teleports behind somebody, slashes, and goes back, and then does like another combo attack. It looks really cool. And then we finally have his art attack right here. I'm not gonna cap with you, does not sound like there's two voice lines playing at once. Personally, you know, just with these 3 animations alone, he's already got a pretty high rating for me. We have his Revelations mode, which, get ready, this is... I hate how this looks. I warned you guys, all right? You know, if you're eating right now, you may want to, you know, back up a little bit, because, hey, yep. I hate too how like he's vibrating. Like if you look at him, like isn't that? Oh my god! And I don't even know what this thing is at the top. What is that? Is that supposed to be him? This is skill 1 here. We have his skill 2. I just now realized his shoulders have teeth. What? And then this is the poison skill right here. And then we have his mega skill. This is of course, you know, what his skill turns into. And then we have his mega art, which is, you know, his true art. Bunch of hits, big damage right there, and looks pretty good. And then of course, we can leave the Revelation mode by just clicking Revelation in. So with these boss characters, it's kind of weird to rate them. I feel like I need to rate them high because they're a boss character. You know, they have like more animations than a regular unit, like tons of more animations, right? In terms of the regular human form, really nailed it in the sense that all of his animations are so clean, so like graceful, and they just kind of go with like what he is, you know, this like super weird character that has like these claws and, you know, is able to do like all these jumps and slashes. It looks really cool. And I think it was also their design to like be like, yeah, you wouldn't want to invite this guy to the party. You know, he's kind of the weird one. You don't want him to turn into this, because if he turns into this, then yeah, party's over. The hoes are leaving. I'm going to give the Boy Groits a solid 9. As the teams we're going to be running on today, we're going to be trying this team, which is the Mako, Haruto, and then also the Draken. And we're going to be trying the Mono Earth team setup to see how well that is, because that's where I mainly see him used on. And the thing that we're actually going to fight today is going to be the Speed Challenge Quest R. The reason why is because there's a lot of enemies in this fight that you can poison. The way how you would be playing Groits most of the time is that you're going to want to get his stuff up. And for me personally, I'm going to initially go into the art here. Now, since the art is on, we have the poison thing, and I just now realized something. He only hit one character. Look at that. He only hit one skeleton with his... Okay, bro. Wait, how does he not hit everybody? Yeah, he only hits one skeleton. What is that? Here we go. We're gonna see if we can poison again. As you see right here on him, he has 3 stacks already. That means that he's poisoned 3 different times. So we have what, 90% damage up at the moment. We do it again. Let's see if we get another one. We have 4, so that is 120% damage up. If you can get to that 300% or as close as possible, you're gonna be able to tell the difference pretty easily. And another thing is too, whenever you're using him in the mines, is that I would try to hold out on going into his revelation for as long as you can, unless you absolutely need it and you feel like you're going to die. Every single time you stage transition, it refreshes your skill. So as you see here, you know, his skill's not done completely, but as you see here, we go into the new stage, boom, his skill actually refreshed, so you have another chance of poisoning the enemy. And let's see, we got it right there, and we didn't get a poison right there, unfortunately. But as you see, we can just keep it going like usual. We see load the poison resist, and then we can go into a skill. And then if we want to, I would say that now we could go into the true art and try to poison as much as we can. Now with the true art, for me, I would say that you can use any of the skills you want, just don't use his regular skill, because his regular skill doesn't fill up his ult orbs, as you see up here, or his, you know, mega art orbs. Right, we have 7 stacks at the moment, so he's going to be hitting extremely hard. You know, that was without crit right there, which is kind of wild, and without even the boy Draken fully stacked up as well, which is also kind of crazy. But as you see here, we're going to try Poison Freak one more time, so we can get another poison off. Look at that beautiful, beautiful stuff, man. And we should be able to head into the next fight.
fight easy peasy right there. Whenever I go into the mega art though, I will say that I'm using I'm using Unchained more so than Dreadful Notes, because Dreadful Notes is a physical resist down and Unchained is a earth resist down. So since I already have someone like Draken on the team, I don't really want to stack so much physical resist because I already am going to do that. Fortunately, I missed my skill right there, but it's fine. And as you see, if we actually pop all this, we'll see like the full damage of it real quick. And let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it's just insane. You see that? What was that? 1 million per hit. You guys saw it for like a split second. He does damage. Unlike Emmy, he does damage. There is a reward here, ladies and gentlemen, for doing all this. You can really only use one mega art during his revelation. I mean, it is what it is. And as you see there, you know, we're right back in and we actually have max stacks. So Rags is going to be taking some insane amounts of damage from this guy. It's actually wild how much damage he's dealing to Rags. Like, he's definitely... He's a good character. He really is. As you see, that took a little bit longer because I was trying to showcase the intoxicating pain. But if you do get it up all the way, then you can be expecting some big boy damage like this. Look at, oh shit. This is what happens when a stacking character can't reach max stacks instantly, because they're not going to be able to out damage someone that doesn't have to stack. So because of that, Draken's better. However, 14 million with the boy. Doing the mines, I think it would be flip, where Groitz actually out damages Draken in most situations, because if he can get to the boss with pretty much all stacks, then he's gonna be able to kill majority of the time. And also, I think that Draken and him are like a match made in heaven. So yeah, I mean, Draken with any physical damage dealer is a match made in heaven. Let's be honest here. And now we're gonna be trying it with the Earth team. The bad part is about this though, is that you actually can't poison these little like worms here, whatever they're called. I was really hoping for the dragons to be next so they could burn me to unfreeze me, but it is what it is. Oh, I actually forgot that freaking Sakura Miku can cleanse us. Yeah, I forgot that's part of her kit too. But you see there, look at that. He already has 2 stacks of poison and he was frozen. Like, isn't that crazy? But look, here we go again. Let's see if we poison. Look at that. That's 2 poisons instantly. That's the good thing about ads, is that ads usually don't have a high poison resist or any type of high stats element resist. Oh, he got 2 right there. Oh, he needs 1 more. He's so close. I may delay here until we can get it, unless like they just kill everybody instantly. So we actually had to restart there because yeah, we got silenced and I was like, oh snap. But good news is that we're at 9 stacks, so we're perfectly fine pretty much. Here we go. He's gonna try this again. We're gonna get Poison Freak going off right at the beginning and see if we can get some big damage. And unfortunately no poison went off there, but I think it was going through her shield, so that does kind of suck. But we're good now. Come to think about it. Yeah, we're okay. Another thing is that I'm gonna see, okay, look, we popped Rudeus's True Art right there, and I can't tell if the skills are actually moving faster. A part of me wants to say they are. I'm not for sure. I will have to confirm that with, you know, my sources and talk to my people to really see if that's the case or not, because it seems like it, doesn't it? It seems like his skills are moving faster due to the fact that we do have that. Oh Jesus Christ, she's already dead. We didn't even get the chance to use the Mecha Art. What? Rudeus and Groitz, what are you gonna do? And look at that, Groitz with the 2.2 milli there. So yeah, if skill CT works on these boss characters, that's actually insane, because that puts a higher value on skill CT than Archgen, at least in terms of using them in a party. There is Awoken Groitz in the flesh, and like I said, I think he's actually a good boss character. Like, if you want to use any of the boss characters, use this guy. I like him a lot, even though I still hate his boss design. Human design, good. Boss design, I don't want nothing to do with it. That's gonna be it for this video. Thank y'all again for coming out. It's been your boy P. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Also, if you enjoyed this video, you can check out either one of the videos popping up on your screen right now. Great content, guarantee you'll love them. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water.
4 long years I have waited to obtain this power, and now I have it in the palm of my hand. So I ask you, awaken.
X-Force!
So Reyes really do be awoken now. Like, he really awoken. Reyes is awoke. Awoken Reyes. He's great. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's actually really strong. Let's talk about his kit real quick. The first ability he has is God Killer level 5. His second ability is Demon Killer level 5. And his third ability is Dark Resistance level 5. As for his skill, he just has his regular Sonic Slash. This is a little bit different, I think, from his unawoken state. I don't think it gave him the art gauge. His art did get buffed from, I think, 30% to 50% attack. But then he activates his True Art and he goes into X-Force. And if you click this little eye icon, it tells you what kind of X-Force is, if we actually flick over, we have his X skill and his X art. His X skill gives him art gauge by 30 every time he uses his skill. He has his art, which is able to buff up everybody's max HP by 20%, and you get everybody a barrier for 1,000. Then he has his X truth. 52,000% light damage physical. You increase all allies physical damage by 120%, and you autofill art gauge by 3 for 20 seconds. Now, the autofill art gauge part only for him. Don't think that like he's also an art shooter now. That's not the case. It's just only for himself. His slots didn't change too much apart from the fact that his 3-star heal now got upgraded to a 4-star heal, and then also he has the 5-star slots as well with the 5-star physical and 5-star defense. Also, he did get access to a brand new true weapon, which is True Grand Scale. If you have his other true weapon, unfortunately, that true weapon is not good anymore. I mean, it's never been good, let's be honest here. But it doesn't get upgraded to this true weapon. You have to buy this true weapon itself or pull it in like the Great Awakening. This is what the new true weapon is, and I highly recommend it on it. For one, this thing increases damage by 60%, and if you're light, you increase attack by 60% as well. But when it's equipped by Reyes, you extend the duration of X-Force by 30 seconds, so now it lasts for 90 seconds, and you also get art gauge 100 up when you enter the X-Force, and he also gets attack 10% up. So technically 70% attack up when you have the weapon skill up. So yeah, it's a great item and probably best in slot form, at least for his 5-star physical. Highly recommended on him pretty much all the time. As for the other two items that I would recommend on his equip slots at least, 5-star defense is very situational. It's just whatever you need at the moment. The best all-around one in my opinion is True Flambardo. This is of course Sandstone's true weapon, just gives you flat damage mitigation all the time, so it's great. Highly recommend it if you just don't want to like constantly be switching stuff. And 4-star heal, you see I got the Puck's pouch across the board, gives you 25% HP, and whoever's the lowest HP unit, they get an additional 25%, so you know 50% in total if you're like super low. If you don't have Puck's pouch, you could use Flower Cane for more healing. This is also great. Or you could go with something like Force Keratos. This just gives you a cleanse on Reyes. It's also really good. But yeah, pretty much I just run Puck's pouch across the board or Flower Cane because usually I'm running Reyes with Haruto, and Haruto usually has Keratos on him. As for the crest on this guy, he has a lot of options. Attack up I think is probably the best for him, just increases damage the most. If you don't have attack up though, Promise the Funeral God as well, also really great. The arts damage is just amazing for him. If you are going to be using him a lot with the critical damage dealer, then you could also give him crit damage. But if you're not going to be using him with like some type of crit buffer, then don't worry about that. Or you could also give him art gauge up to kind of help him get into the X mode faster, because he wants to be in that X mode as fast as possible. And I know what some of you say, OP, but why you got all stats up? It's a placeholder. I didn't have enough attack up fragments, so I couldn't make an attack up one. But you know, we gotta look at something. This is a very important part of the entire showcase series, you know, on this channel. We have to look at these animations. And as far as Reyes' regular animations, they're still the same. You know, nothing got touched here, literally. The only thing that got changed is now he wields True Grand Scale. So as you see, you know, everything is just the exact same. I'm pretty sure this is even the same. Wait, is this the same? I think this has more attacks in it now, actually. Yeah, I think this does have more attacks. Yeah, this is actually different. Never mind. Okay, that's cool. I actually didn't know that. I thought that they would have just kept it like it is. This skill is the same, though. Like, then he enters the X-Force, which is a very quick animation, by the way. Look at that. Instantly into the X-Force. Don't have to wait long. Don't have to do something like Vox where he has to give a whole speech before he transforms. Reyes just puts his sword up, boom, he's in it instantly. Like it. So we have his X-Force attack here. Just some slices, nice looking stuff. We got the skill. Okay, I see you. I see. Wait, what was that at the end? It seemed like the animation was supposed to continue there, but it didn't. Oh no, he like slices backwards after he picks up his sword. Okay, that's cool. He has his art here, which the art I really like. It's a nice little thing, just a huge slash. I love the twirl effect. Like, if you really look at Reyes whenever he's doing stuff in these animations, it's a lot of detail in like what he's doing. Like, he's spinning around a lot, he's like twirling, he's charging up his attacks, and then we have his true art here. And yeah, this one, I hate how it goes off screen. You guys may have seen it in the intro. And also shout out to a lot of you guys that actually noticed in the intro, whenever Reyes flew up in the air, the boss was actually changing every single time the beat hit in the song. I like this animation a lot. You can't really tell it from right here because unfortunately, like, it just doesn't show it. He goes off screen, but he actually does have his wings that comes out. If you guys remember a long time ago, whenever Reyes first got shown off, or whenever they first teased his awakening, let me say, he had wings in his artwork as a silhouette, and people was like, oh, where's the wings? And the wings are still there, but of course we just can't see it. We'll be able to see it in game. I think Reyes' animations are a 9. Yeah, they're a 9. I love the effects. I love how much like stuff Reyes is doing in the animations, like the constant spinnings, the constant like charging up the attacks. I love all that. You know, it's very cool. It's not just like one punch, you know, it's a lot of motion going on the attacks. I like it. One thing is now, since Reyes is a physical damage buffer, you can kind of just use him on any team that does physical damage and get pretty good effect out of him. Of course, you will need some type of archers and stuff like that to help him. But as you see here, we're going to be running the Draken with the Haruto and the Mako and the Reyes. So we're going to be having a lot of physical damage up on this team. Plus, we do have some crit as well since we are running the true EX gate. So yeah, main thing is with Reyes, whenever you're using him and stuff like that, like I mentioned before, you want to get him into X mode as soon as possible, because without it, he's kind of just poo-poo, you know, he's not good at all. As you see here, look, we already got him in X mode very quickly, and then now he can just kind of go to town and do his thing. And the fact that we have Mako, Draken, and Haruto on the team, you know, it's just great stuff all around here. And especially with Draken, he's going to constantly be lowering physical resist, so he's going to be making himself and Awoken Reyes hit even harder. One thing I will say is that I kind of want somebody on the team that does equipment CT, like Lisa or something, because I do want his true grand scale to be up quite a bit. Without like true grand scale, his damage is still good, but oh man, dude, I just love the extra damage this gives. As we see here, we're going to be going in again with all this, and look at the physical resist down, and every single time Reyes hits, look at how much damage he's taken away from the boss. It's kind of crazy. We live in a world now though where Reyes is actually a good unit. Like, that is something. I didn't mean to use all these true arts that I just did, or all the arts. And with his true weapon being the way it is, giving him the additional 30 seconds, his X mode is going to last for most stuff, I'll say. Not everything, of course, but for most things in the game, it will last long enough. Some stuff like the harder content and everything like that, it's probably not going to last as long, but for everything else, you're going to be good. One negative too to Reyes is that his true art takes actual years to come out. Like, literally, it takes forever to come out. Like, his first few attacks are nice, but as you see here, look at him. He jumps in the air. Hey, look, there's the wings. Now you can see it, right? You can see the wings come out, and he like slices down. That does take a while, but it looks cool, right? It looks good. Let's see the damage right there. Awoken Reyes with the 18 milli. Sheesh. Reyes is actually a character now. But that was cool, right? That was a sustained fight. You saw how good he is. But let's talk about somewhere where Reyes isn't too great. Luck nukes. If you guys know, if you play GS, which probably all you guys do. One of the things about luck units that are really great is the fact that you can take them up against these special EX fights and use stuff like Gray, for an example, Melty, stuff like that, and you're able to set up like luck nukes and kind of just nuke the boss instantly and farm these events very quickly. But the thing about Reyes is that he can't really do that. As you see here, it's taken him quite a while. Granted, we don't have like the correct setup on, we don't have like double type zeros or anything like that, but even with that, it wouldn't be as good as just running someone like Melty or using someone like Gray. Either way, I like Reyes a lot. I don't know how much I'll use him. I do kind of want to try like more challenging content with him, but even with that, like, I don't think he's really meant for that type of stuff. If I had to rate him on a tier list, I think this man's a solid A tier now. Like, honestly, I would say Reyes is a solid A tier, possibly A plus, but his slots still aren't the greatest in my opinion. They're very good, they're very universal, but I would have really took a 4-star support over a 4-star heal any day of the week. But thank you all for coming out, man. It's been your boy P. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Also, if you like this one, make sure you check out these videos as well. Great content, guarantee you love it. And oh yeah, before you leave, don't forget to drink water. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to beat Emmy and achieve the brand new Awoken Reyes. It's been a long time coming for this character. Ever since I saw his awakening, I knew I had to have him. And he's finally here now, so I gotta make sure to see it through. And let me just tell you, this is gonna be a blind attempt at this. The only information that I will have is what you guys left me down below in the comment section of my last video. I asked all you guys to leave me some tips about the fight, don't spoil it, and this is literally all I have to go on. Either way, it's time. So let's get grinding and get to this chapter 14 boss. So I don't know if this is actually the boss right here, the Blade Awakens, because I went into this quest and I did see that we fought Emmy, but from what I read like in the news over here, it says you have to beat the Clash in Lariz, and I'm assuming that's later on because as we see right here, it says chapter 14, quest 4-5 EX. Also chat, look what I got. I hated on him so much and I was like, you know what, let me just do a multi, and he came through. I was thinking about making this video where we like fight this boss with him, but I was like, I'll save that for another one. All right, and I don't think this is the actual fight. I think this is like one of the baby fights they do, you know, before the actual thing. Yeah, that was definitely the preview of it. Easy peasy. Also, I know a lot of you guys gonna be like, OP, are you using Draken instead of Sistina? I am. I have a very controversial opinion about this. Is that, oh, this is it, isn't it? I have a very controversial opinion, I think, about this whole situation, and I'm just gonna say it. I personally believe that that Draken with his 4+ is better than Sistina. Like, I'll just use Draken from now on. Unless I absolutely need like more tanking, then I'm gonna use Sistina. But for right now, I'm using Draken pretty much all the way. Also, we have to use Reyes in this fight, which I don't think is too bad. Some people were like, oh yeah, dude, this is gonna be horrendous. But I mean, look at him. Look at his slots. Like, look at I forgot I bought it. Oh my god, dude, this is the worst mistake I ever had. Well, I didn't buy it. I used my true weapon ticket on it, but yeah. Oh, he already has his 4-star heal. Well, that's pretty beneficial. Also, let me do this. I know I mentioned it in the intro, or I should have mentioned it in the intro. You guys came through and gave me some tips, I think, on my last video. So I'm gonna go check that out real quick because I haven't looked at the comment section on that and see what you guys are saying. So I have like a heads up going into this. You need Lisa and or 3 blessed necklaces. Really? Thanks so much, Arca, for that. I'm gonna be, you know, looking into that. Emmy will reduce your party's attack, so bring someone who can buff your team's damage. Emmy will occasionally stack a damage res on the team, as well as dumb little debuffs where it constantly... Oh my god, you actually went crazy in detail, Chaos. No audio is a big day. Well, I said today. Tonight is a big night. Awoken Reyes finally releases. I can't hear that. So now, since we know that, we have to use Reyes in the team, which makes me kind of want to just see how well we do with like all... Like, I feel like I need something that does damage, though. Reyes isn't gonna do damage. Like, a part of me is like, go Juno and Lisa here, and then just let them go crazy with Mako, which is, I think, what I'm gonna do. Okay, so I think this is what we're rocking with for right now. I'm gonna see how well this does. Let's just see what happens, man. Let's just see how crazy this boss fight is. EX, the Blade Awakens. We have been waiting for this. Wait. Oh, I was about to say there's another Reyes, but I forgot he does that whenever you use him. And dude, I haven't used him in so long. But we've been waiting for this for a long time, and this has been a thing that everyone has wanted, and it's finally here, so we have to do it. And I ain't gonna cap. Already, she hitting kind of hard. I feel like I really need to get everybody going before her first threshold happens because, yeah. Wait, is she critting my team? Oh, that may be a problem. Oh, we might actually need Sandstone for real. I just now noticed that. Yeah, I think she's actually critting my team, and she's increasing my damage taken while Juno is constantly draining her HP. I don't think this is going to be a good setup at all.